We are now live, and it is Saturday night at Collectibles. Welcome, everybody. Let's open up the chat. I'd like to welcome everybody to the machine. There's Mike. I know I'm going to have a good day when I see Mike Massey's name pop up. And Vladarchek's name pop up, and Tommy Flowers, and Craig Sweden's, and Matt Marco's, and Phil Freeman. Running late, I know. What's my new excuse? Oh, my new excuse is I've been going to the gym last couple nights, and it's exhausted me. So after I usually get done with everything I'm supposed to, I've now been going to the gym and then trying to order vinyl. And I've just been sleeping like a rock, which is good. I've slept 2 nights like a rock. And John Robb's name, and Chadwick Smith's name, and Rich Krulak, and John Stites, and Bill Samus. All right, so welcome everybody. But hey, it's Saturday. Now we can go till 2 a.m. And I will say, I think the Vladarcheks have been missing some miscellaneous stuff. I think I've went to bed a couple nights that I've been showing some miscellaneous. I don't know how early, but I did kind of last night. I'm about to recap some of it. I got to get this table cleaned off. To the gym. Yeah, that's G-Y-M. The gym's been a little rough on me. Planet Fitness actually has more free weights now. Everything's usually on a machine. And they have free weights now, which I love, you know. Man, excuse me. I probably got sick because I'm going to the gym around people. That's probably what's going to happen next. I can't get around people. No Green Day, Johnny Cash, or Bowie. And then Noah's Ark, Evening, Mike Bartlett, Michael Reed, Joe Kolosky, Topographic, Josh Brown, Rodney Cox, John Stotts. I love saying people's names when y'all say hello. Is it me you're looking for? Seems to me you could live your life like a candle in the... Matt Marco, any kind of vintage copy of Megadeth is a good one. I'll put it that way. Any kind, I mean, it can be anything vinyl. But tonight, I don't know what we'll do tonight. I kind of do need to finish, I don't know. We got into autographs yesterday, which was really cool. And I wish I had more time to have gotten them ready. Did I get that shared right there? Okay. I got this great crate here. Seems to me, live your life. Tonight's going to be a big night for vintage and crates. Big night for crates and vintage. Anybody else been having dreams about Miles Davis, or is that just me? I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling kind of blue. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to clean off this table, and as I'm cleaning it off, I'm going to show stuff that I showed last night, and if you want something, you can claim it, okay? And then over here, there's some stuff that hadn't been officially showed that I'm going to try to work in tonight, like this stuff right here, Mockingbird Hill. I just, well, if y'all could see what I have to do every night to make space to make those videos. I usually spend about a half hour condensing crates and cleaning up, so everything ends up over here. So let's go ahead and get started, and then when the table's cleared, we got Japanese stuff. We got Laura auctions that she got ready, and then I'm going to try to dig up lots of surprises. I got 45s to auction. I found a little handful of some old, just a little bit of stack of some old New Orleans stuff, I think. So, yeah, let's get started. So some of the stuff I priced last night. This is Stick Season, which is Olivia Rodrigo and Noah Kahan. It is $24.99. 7-inch single. Olivia Rodrigo and Noah Kahan, that's $24.99. Aussie Patient number 9, and kind of like this deluxe package here. This is $19.99. $19.99, so $24.19. And then I had a couple really cool books here, and I might change cameras and just to get an idea. Let me go ahead and take this off, get an idea of, so we can show these books. All right, this was All You Ever Wanted to Know About the Beatles. That was $14.99, pretty much new condition. All You Want to Know About the Fab Four. And then this was a really cool book. This was the Beatles BBC Archive. It's a really informative hardback book, and it also has like these bonus reproduction tchotchke type stuff. That's $34.99. That's $34.99. $14.99 on the Beatles book. $34.99 on that. And then we had World War II, and this is actually a really cool hard leather bound Vietnam: The Decisive Battles, which is a really cool hardback maps, photos, diagrams of Vietnam battles. Those are $34.99. We actually have 2 of them. I'm pretty sure those came from Fred's collection. And I have 2 of them. We sold World War I or World War II last night. That's one of the last things we sold. So Beatles, and Vietnam, those kind of go together. Those are all available, $14, $39, and $34 and $34. Okay, and then these were shown late last night, and I may just go ahead and auction them because we're down to just 3. And I can't believe they hadn't sold yet. These are real Bill Graham Fillmore handbills. And this might be our first auction of the night since it is 6 o'clock and I'm ready to go. Hopefully y'all are ready to go. Here's what I think is one of the neatest ones because it's deep purple. This is an original handbill from Bill Graham Fillmore. Bill Graham Fillmore, Market Street, California. And this was for Beautiful Day in Deep Purple, a 4-night stand at the Fillmore West. So that one's really cool. That's an original postcard. And then right next to that is a really cool artwork, very psychedelia. That's Country Joe and the Fish. That's an original handbill for Country Joe and the Fish, the Wildflower, and John Fahey. And then I think that's Dave Mason and Mama Cass at Ball and Jack. And that's a Winterland handbill, or there might be a postcard. That's another handbill. No postcard markings. So all three of those for a $20 start. All three for a $20 start. Vintage, original, psychedelic era, Fillmore, Bill Graham handbills. $20 start, okay? $20 start over there. And then, yes, drum sets. So last night we had a waiting list for Tommy Lee. We have one extra Tommy Lee. It's $79.99. We got one extra Tommy Lee if anybody wants it. We had a waiting list. It's been fulfilled. I forgot who that was, but I have one extra. And then I have John Bonham. And there was a waiting list for John Bonham. I think that was Brent. And there's John Bonham. Okay? John Bonham is $89.99. So $89 for John Bonham. And let me go, does anybody remember if they was on, let me go get my laptop so I can find out who was on a waiting list. And if anybody wants Tommy Lee or John Bonham, let me know. Mark asked for it. We'll give him first dibs. And then we'll put Romelu. And who, man, I wish I could remember who's on a waiting list. It wasn't Mark or, it wasn't you, Mark, or Romelu, right? Let me go ahead and do that right now, okay? The handbills are up for auction right now. These are all up for auction. Let's go back over here. And yeah, just like the mini guitars, these are mini drum sets. So yeah, just like the mini guitars, these are mini drum sets. They only make a few. They make Joey Gordison from Slipknots. They make John Bottom's orange one there. They make what was the other one? Tommy Lee, and then they make Keith Moon. The Keith Moon one's really cool. And Tommy Lee, and I think that's it. There's not many in production right now. Not many in production. All right, I got my handy dandy laptop. Probably won't be the first time I come up here to forget something, to remember. Uh-oh, low battery. I don't need this much tonight, though, because Saturday night we don't have any new arrivals, so I don't have any, or we don't have any new vinyl that comes in, so let me search for Tommy Lee right quick, though. Whoops, wrong place. And Tommy, might want to let somebody know, since it's a pricey item, who got it. What is going on? Tommy Lee. Okay. And they have... Okay, well, this is not... It was Scott Markheim. Scott Markheim on the Tommy Lee. That's who got that. Scott Markheim on the Tommy Lee. Okay? So, let's start back here with Handbills 21. We'll give Mark Morris the Tommy Lee drum set, which is $79. Let's put Romelu C on a waiting list. And then the handbill's got a new bid for $23. And GenCast, I will put you on a waiting list for Keith Moon. Those should be in next week, yeah. And then I still got one John Bottom back here in stock if anybody wants one. And he says, give it to Romelu and put me on a waiting list, okay? So, Romelu, I'm going to give you this here. And now we're going to flip that. Mark Morris says he'll go on a waiting list. Okay. And GenCast on that. And make sure if you want these, they'll be in next week. And I'll see if Joe, if you want to officially go on a waiting list for one, Stanley, I can. So I always tell people a waiting list is just a commitment to buy. So it's just like you're buying it right now, but you don't have to pay for it until it comes in. But yeah, I can get you one. All right, not much more left on the table. I got some books and stuff, but none of these have been priced or checked. We probably put some in lots and try to auction them. The 3 handbills are at $25. I'm going to put these books over here on a shelf. We might be able to work these in a little bit later tonight. I've sold about enough science fiction books in the last couple of weeks to fill a library. John just delivered some new arrivals over here. Excellent. Excellent. All right. And then Calvin Ward wants the John Bottom that's in stock right now. Go ahead and sell that to Calvin Ward. And then Susie Breedlove also on a wait list for Tommy Lee. All right. And then, so we got 3 original Bill Graham handbills here. Headliners are Deep Purple, Beautiful Day, Country Joe and the Fish, Mama Cass, Dave Mason. And Brent has all 3 of those for $25. And that's a final call. And about the only other thing I got to take off over here. The only thing else I really got to move out of the way. We only had 1 CD left over, Judas Priest, $6.99 for Ram It Down. Kind of surprised that's still there. And then this was something random I found, Mystifier, Gotia, and Micah. And that one was $29.99. Some sort of black metal, it looks like. Definitely looks like it. Mystifier is double CD, $29.99. Mystifier, that's available. Okay. Right now, shipping is 7 to 10 days after you pay. 7 to 10 days after you pay. And then over here, we had Amazing Spider-Man signed by Todd McFarlane. We had Frank Zappa autograph, Eddie Rickenbacker, the Eminem poster, and Cheap Trick, a set of Cheap Trick signatures. That would look really good framed next to an album because they're very nice and legible. And you could frame it right next to like a Dream Police album. That would look really good. That was some of the last lettered. Those are all JSA lettered autographs that I brought out. That was the last handful I brought out last night. And it was all high-end stuff. And that's kind of where the buck stopped. And speaking of that, we had a few cut autographs that you may or may not seen. And the cut autographs were Reba McEntire, $55. Bobby Bear, $35. Waylon Jennings, $275. Conway Twitty, $95. Charlie Prides, we got Charlie Prides for $35. So those are ones that I showed that didn't sell, and we still got a stack that really hadn't been priced. But I got Reba for $55. Bobby Bear, $35. Waylon, $275. Conway, $95. And then we sold 2 or 3 Charlie Prides. I still got a bunch left, and they're all JSA. Zappa and Eminem. Yes, the Eminem, I can show you the letter. The actual item is somewhere else, but I can show you the letter. And then Brent Zappa is $675. $675 on Zappa. And I'll show you. It's actually a really cool item when you open it up. And we'll go ahead and sell these 3 handbills to Brent for $25. And now the show is underway officially. And just think about what you could do with the cut autographs. You know, you can frame them with an album. You can frame them with a photo. Really cool display pieces for music room decorations. Let me bring out the Zappa and Eminem. Eminem, honestly, has seen one of the biggest increases in value since I've held it. Okay? It's been one of the, probably since I've had it on hand, I've seen nothing but prices trend upward. I think he's one of these guys here lately that has pretty much stopped signing stuff. And when that kind of word gets out within the autograph community, prices tend to go up and demand supply really goes down, because it's just all of a sudden he's just, I mean, obviously he's not the kind of guy that would sign much anyway. So, he's kind of a withdrawn person, I think. So I'll bring that out in 1 second. Let me go ahead and introduce the auctions. All the wrappers, very, very tough signatures to get. All right, so we got Michael Schenker Group, $35 start. The vinyl on this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Our first auction tonight has a Japanese insert. It has an original on the sleeve, Michael Schenker. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Auction number 1 there, Michael Schenker. And I got a really cool item here for a $10 start. This is early early handbill. This is Mockingbird Hill, Les Paul and Mary Ford, 1949. And we're going to put that up for a $10 start. Les Paul, Mary Ford, 1949, sheet music, $10 start on that. M&M is $15.75. It is a signed kamikaze poster. It's a signed kamikaze poster. $15.75. Let me see if it's in here. It was right here. Yeah. Luckily, I found it luckily I found it quickly over here in the autograph vault. We'll start calling this the autograph vault because it's, yeah, this is a really cool piece. And prices are definitely trending upward. Very cool design. There's Lieutenant Mathers. Really nice signature. He's got a really cool autograph. Okay. There's that. And then Zappa. Let's open it up. I try not to handle it too much. It really needs to get into a frame ASAP, okay? It needs to get into a frame ASAP. And I might do that if I don't have any luck selling it in the next 6 months. I'm going to try to. So it's a signed. Let me show you the signature first. There's the signature. Okay. And what he did, it looks like he signed a newspaper ad. And he drew an arrow to the show. And it has a staple ticket show. So this is like a newspaper clipping. And he signed his name. He drew an arrow to his face. And then the ticket stub is there as well. Really cool piece. So it's basically a signed advertisement. And yeah, that needs to be flattened. This needs to be flattened and put in a nice frame. Maybe even with, if you could find a photo from that show maybe. Or just a really cool picture of Zappa. And then the M&M needs to be flattened and put in a frame too. Actually, it was in a frame. And of course, when we got it, or when I got it, they had shipped it rolled. I bought a bunch of autographs from a guy who just through Facebook that contacted us. He saw my ad. That's where I bought the signed Roger Waters, the signed Gilmore we had, the signed Tony Iommi. All that stuff came from him. So that's two really, really good pieces there. M&M's not signing much at all. Zappa obviously can't sign anymore. So think about those. I'd really like to make a deal on them. $15.75 and $6.75. They're available for sale. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is start what we normally do with the flip video from last night. Let me open that up. Has everybody hit the like button? I'd greatly appreciate that. The share button. All that good stuff. Let's find the flip video. The acid baths have shipped. They'll be here probably first of week, so you won't get an invoice till next week on those. And there's the new vinyl flip. And we sold Division Bell, Pestilence, Division Bell, Pink Floyd, Cake, Backstreet Boys, Dave Matthews, Pink Floyd, Pantera, Dave Matthews, Fugazi, Greg Allman, and Pink Floyd. Awesome. All right. Can I see M&M? You can. And it does have a full letter from JSA, so. Signed kamikaze poster. If you were able to secure one through his website when he was selling them there, your investment has about 3 or 4 times since then. Really cool piece. I usually just keep stuff like that raw because we don't want to put it in a frame and have to ship the frame. And plus, framing, very expensive. I mean, if I put that in a frame, it's probably going to be like $2,000. So, you know, UV glass having to ship it, etc. All right, let's go through this. Sounds like we sold out a Pink Floyd Division Bell again. That album's still selling. I think it debuted #1 worldwide everywhere when it came out. Probably why it's still selling today. All right, these are our first 2 auctions. We have not sold anything else. Ron Mustaine, you're out on Michael Schenker. If anybody wants the Les Paul Mary Ford sheet music, it's $10. I'll go ahead and make that a buy it now. And let me step back over here. I still got to walk around the corner and get the auctions that Laura got ready. I don't even have them up here yet. So I don't even have them up here next to me. I can't even sell them until I get them up here. I've got a collection of Beatles oldies. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It is a $35 start. It has the Japanese insert. There's that. And there's the cover and Obi. Okay? Michael Schenker has a new bid. So first thing I have here is Eminem, and that was Millennium 2, or excuse me, Eminem. Backstreet Boys, Millennium, Eminem, Millennium. That's how my brain works. This is sold to Derek Bowman. I can get more if anybody else wants on a waiting list. It's a 2 LP. That is $38.99. That one's sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is Pink Floyd Animals, okay? And this is the standard remaster, and this is $33.99. Gatefold, it's available for sale, and so is Led Zeppelin 3, the immigrant song, Since I've Been Loving You, Gallows Pole, $33.99. Hangman, Hangman. What is the Alice in Chains? It's a live unofficial. I've been waiting for somebody to pull the trigger for the last couple nights. You can be the one tonight. It is Freak Show, live, 1990-1992. That's a 2 LP, should be on red vinyl. It's a live Alice in Chains unofficial. John's heading out. Thank you as always, John. He's dropped off his loot. I see Steve Earle in his loot. I see Kiss in his loot. I see The Who. John's got 4 nice-looking crates over here. We'll be going through those in just a second. Also, Houses of the Holy. That's a gatefold 180 gram as well. Remaster, $33. And Pestilence. This last copy did sell to Tim Floyd. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, just let me know. We have Led Zeppelin. This is their debut. That's still available as well for $33.99. And we have Led Zeppelin 4. I told you a lot of Led Zeppelin restocks. This is just stuff from yesterday one more time before I put it away. A lot of the stuff I got to put out in our store because that's a big walk-in seller. We sell a ton of walk-in Led Zeppelin. Gin Blossoms is $34.99. A lot of people go out record shopping. They're probably new to the industry. And you know what they say? I'm looking for OG Led Zeppelin. I'm looking for Zeppelin, the originals. And they go into all different stores, and they just can't find them in the bins. And so everybody realizes, okay, for right now, I better settle with a new copy till I get lucky. It's amazing. It's just like trying to go find OG Pink Floyd records in bins. Just like if you look through all of our bins here, there's none. There's no Led Zeppelin OGs. Everything gets grabbed. It's all sold. So most people settle for remasters until they can wait for the right time to find one. Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99. Also remastered, gatefold jacket. This is the Cars Rhino. Now, when I went live earlier, somebody asked me about the Cars. And it's just FYI, if you're going to ask me something early, make sure you ask me right now. So the Cars is cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray. And this is $39.99. The Cars. That's available. That's the Rhino High Fidelity series. And I think we sold out of Division Bell. We did. We need to give one to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford. Division Bell's a 2 LP, $49.99. And this one's also sold to John Labate, L-A-B-A-T-E. And then the next person was John Griffin. So John Griffin, you're going to be person number 1 on a Pink Floyd Division Bell waiting list. Michael Schenker is sold to Mark Overton. Michael Schenker sold to Mark Overton for $44. That was our first Japanese auction of the night. Thank you. That's done. Yeah, I remember. I'm obviously never in our store anymore, but when I was behind the counter on a daily basis, I'd see somebody come in and it'd be like maybe a kid. He was like maybe 14, 16, and he'd be with his mom or his dad. And they're like, well, we've went out record shopping and we have no luck. We're trying to find, he's looking for Led Zeppelin albums, Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath. And I'm like, yeah, that's tough. It's not like... They're just not laying around for sale. They're just, people grab all that stuff immediately. So pre-owned secondhand, that's why I've always keep this stuff in stock because some people's like, well, I better go ahead and grab this while I can. No bid on the Beatles, final call for $35. And that's going to once, going twice. Of course, if you do go in a store and find something like that, I guess nowadays people consider it pretty lucky. They're like, wow, walked in, they had an OG Master of Reality on the wall. You know how record stores put stuff up on their wall? It's like, wow, they had an OG Master of Reality. And that's like a rare find. I already got a Beatles album up. Sorry, I was about to put up Rubber Soul. I'll do that in just a second. Let's try Queen next. This is Queen, A Day at the Races. And Queen's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start, A Day at the Races. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has both inserts with it. It's a gatefold jacket. And this is a $35 start. There it is, Jamie Butler, Cars Candy O. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. I can check right quick. Luckily, I've already got my computer back here. So let's open this up. And we have Cars Candy O. Let me just search Cars Candy. Cars Candy O was Jamie Butler and Mark Overton. So yes, Jamie, you've already been tagged for one. It will be on your invoice come Monday, okay? All right, and then over here, I needed to change out crates. I've already gone through those. I did 3 short crates. It's really about a crate and a half, but yeah, let's grab these. The place is more open over here. We took some doors off. We've slowly, the history of this building, since I've bought it and since I was leasing it and now since I've bought it, we've slowly closed off. So we like closed off a back, we closed off more of the back, and now where the whole back is closed off, now we're starting to tear down walls. We've tore down walls there. We've took out these French doors that are next to me in the operation room. Now you probably won't hear me crab walking. Like, let me see if I can squeeze through here. That's really opened it up. And now I'm ready to take down the rest of these walls. Tear down the wall. Tear down the wall. Mr. Gorbachev. We have, in the flip video, you had 3 left and I was 3rd. Really? John, there was only 2 when I brought it over here. Are you 100% positive? Are you 100% positive? I'll pull up, see if I can find out what's going on over here. There was 3. They must have grabbed one for something else. There was only 2 when I brought it over here. Yeah. Someone must have grabbed one. Who was here today that would have grabbed the division bell? You know, sometimes I do that when I don't pull enough for the live. You know, they might have been watching last night's sale and I didn't pull enough. That happens a lot. You're right. I just went back and looked too. There was 3 in the video. So somebody since about 5 a.m. this morning came back here and got one of those. And there hadn't been too many people in this store that has access back here. Probably just whoever's been watching the sale. Are you watching last night's sale, Jake? Tanner's on last night, so I bet it was Tanner. John, I bet I didn't pull one out for somebody during the live sale last night. I pulled the wrong record, and I bet he came and swapped them out. But yeah, because there's no way that could have disappeared like that. But you're right. There was 3, and now there's 2. And let me see if he put it somewhere else. Or maybe, let me see if they put it. Let me walk up through the front right quick. Not up here on the rack. Let me see if it's up here on the rack. So we have, there's a problem when you sell on Facebook Live and have a website. You almost have to have 2 or 3 different inventories. That's another reason I've never had a website, because we used to have stuff listed on a website, and then we would need it for the sale, and then somebody'd buy it on our website, and then we'd be sold out, and then I'd have to be like, well, I don't have one. Then we couldn't get it again. So, yeah, I'm sorry. That must have been what happened. So, that must have been what happened. I will find out for sure, and either way, I'm going to have to put you on a wait list, because I honestly don't know what's happened to that record. Let me ask Tanner right now. All right, I just asked Tanner. We'll get to the bottom of this mystery in the next probably 10 minutes. All right? We will get to the mystery of this in the next 10 minutes. As soon as I fix my hangnail here, oh my gosh, this is very painful. Mark Overton says he wants the first Cars album too. Sold to Mark Overton, okay? That's sold to Mark Overton. He wants that as well. Now, what happened over here? What happened over here? Vladarchek bid 35 on the Queen. Final call. How much is Alice in Chains? What is Alice in Chains? How much is Alice in Chains? This is $39.99. The most asked about record of the last 24 hours. And you can own it. It can be rightfully yours. All you got to do is say, I'll take it. The Beatles is a $35 buy it now. That's a no bid if anybody wants it. $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. It is available. The Collection Beatles Oldies with Obi, with insert, with very nice vinyl. $35 buy it now. Rick Hall says he'll take it. All right, sold. I'm going to put another Alice in Chains record back there here in a minute, so we'll get a lot more eye activity going back out there. Active. I'm going out of town for a month. I don't need it for Mondays. If not, put me on a wait list, okay? If not, don't put me on wait list, okay? Or probably what I can do, I probably can bill you for it anyway, and by the time we get ready to ship your order, because it's going to be a few days after you pay anyway, usually, or, you know the lay 5, 7 days, 7, 10. We probably can have it back in by then if they're in stock, but I will not put you on an invoice. I will not bill you for it unless we can get it on Mondays. I get what you're saying. Maybe I can find out what happened to it. I apologize. We'll get to the bottom of it, right, Jill? Is Jill still here? I don't know who's here anymore. Let me open this up. Okay. I've completely lost my train of thought. Okay, the Beatles. This is a Japanese pressing. This is a Japanese pressing of Rubber Soul. It's an about, for Japanese standards, EX. It's got a couple of scuffs on it. You probably can see it right there. So this is a $25 start. Movie posters. Yeah, I saw your question earlier. Yes, we have quite the inventory of movie posters, but it won't be tonight. And if I do, they're kind of random, or we do them on a special night. I do not have a 1978 Superman, though. We had a ton of Superman 3s. We did have Superman. That was all from Fred Goodwin's collection. All that sold about a year and a half ago. All that's long gone. Vladarchek takes the Queen for $35. Vladarchek takes Queen. That sounds like we're calling out chess moves or something. Queen to Griffin Pawn 3. All right. And Jamie Butler just asked the details, and I just sold it. Any horror posters? Yes. Any sci-fi? Yes. Any French comedy? Yes. Okay. Let's go over here and pull back up this video. Sorry, the division bell caused the missing division bell. Sounds like a Nancy Drew book. The missing division bell. I don't know what happened to it. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is on the Dark Desert Highway. This is the Eagles Rubber Soul. And this is a $35 start. What year is this? Probably early 70s, but I'll check it. What is the Rubber Soul? Here is Eagles Hotel California. It has the Japanese insert. Here is the poster that came with it. And this is a $35 start. If y'all are new to Collectco, you missed probably one of the biggest and most amazing collection of movie posters that I'll probably ever be able to obtain. So if you hadn't been here in the last couple years, you've missed thousands, literally. Thousands, tens of thousands. We sold tens of thousands, counting lobby cards and photographs. So I always tell people, use just a little too late if you're really into movie posters. But we still got a lot. I got a ton of Western stuff. Oh, my gosh. Cowboys galore. I've got all the cowboy stuff you would want and then some. The sci-fi and horror stuff has almost all literally been obliterated. There's very little left. I've got a couple high-end ones. I've got a few rare ones, and I've got a couple where we had duplicates, cheap ones, some that were damaged. So this is a 1970 rubber sole. EX condition, Japanese pressing. 1970, $25 start. Eagles, near mint, poster, insert, $35 start. $35 start. Okay, there's that. And then let's go back up to the top. The next question was, did Dead or Alive come in? Those did not come in, actually. Okay, and then I answered the question about the Beatles. And then over here, let's go ahead and pull back up the video. Where did I get to over here? I've lost it again, so now I've got to click up my name. And then we got to slip over here. And boom. Okay, so next is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's the Rhino 2 LP, $49.99. Pink Floyd, or excuse me, Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's $49.99. This is Queensryche Promised Land, and Queensryche is on clear vinyl. That is $38.99. Dave Matthews Band Crash, and Dave Matthews Band is $36.99. Gatefold 2 LP 20th Anniversary Edition. Over here, we have Judas Priest, British Steel. Judas Priest is $29.99. Judas Priest, $29.99. This is British Steel. I still have those available. That has Breaking the Law and Living After Midnight on it. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, a 50th Anniversary Remaster. That is $38.99. Gatefold, very, very nice. Pantera Reinventing the Steel, $33.99 for Pantera. And Metallica's Ride the Lightning is $29.99. All right, so Rubber Soul is now at $26 with Karen. That means Stephen Lawson, you're out. And final call to get a bid on the Beatles for $35. $35 on that. And over here, we have what's John Wayne's autograph going for? Those kind of questions depend on what it is. Depends if it's on a photograph, an album jacket, a movie poster, an index card. But a real John Wayne autograph is usually $1,000 plus. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreaming. This is sold to Blaine Zapnick. So Blaine Zapnick, this is sold to you, Under the Table and Dreaming. Scott Dwallow is going to go on a waiting list, and he also gets Vulgar Display of Power. And you do get that, Scott. Yes, you do get Vulgar Display of Power. Blaine beat you, though, on the Under the Table and Dreaming. So let's put him on a waiting list. Scott Dwallow on Under the Table and Dreaming. Leslie Silverly wants the Judas Priest. British Steel, Living After Midnight. Thank you on that. Beatles 26, now Beatles 27. Karen, you've been outbid. And then Daniel over here. What happened here? Daniel, what is going on here? Daniel, yeah, if you have something, you got to message Collectco, okay? Message Collectco. Yes, John, you will not get an invoice for Division Bell. If we can't get you one by invoice time, then you won't be billed for it. Yes. I'm still waiting a reply on that. Cake is sold to Stephen Parton. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They're $29.99. Toby Keith's 13 #1 hits. That's $33.99. And we have Motley Crue, and that is Dr. Feelgood, $33.99 for Motley Crue. Hotel California, the Eagles Hotel California. This is a buy it now for $35. Nice copy for $35 buy it now. It's one of those records we get quite often. Sometimes they sell for $35. I've sold some for $170. Same exact one. Depends on how bad somebody wants it at that moment. $35 buy it now. Right now, if you want it, you can pick it up for $35. Karen's out on the Beatles. We're about to sell Norwegian Wood then. Michelle My Belle. Final call. Jammers Up. $27. Greg Allman Uncle Sam's 2 LP orange vinyl. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's sold to you. Vandenberg Sin. That's on green vinyl. Vandenberg is $34.99. And then Opeth, Ghost Reveries. That's a 2 LP music on vinyl pressing, silver and black marble vinyl, $54.99. Over here, Rubber Soul is sold to Stephen Lawson for $27. Let's go ahead and put that in a new sleeve for him. And about time for me to step over here and actually find the autographs for tonight, or the auctions for tonight. I had even went over here to Laura's desk. I know something else I hadn't done. I actually have not opened my Monster Energies drink yet, but I'm already feeling pretty good. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button. Looks like we need some more new auctions. And what else possibly could I have over here to run? So What do we have? All right, well, I'm going to try to auction these then. Nobody bid on the buy it now price. So I've got Aussie, patient number 9, and I've already priced this for about 5 times what I'm going to put the starting bid up as. $5 start on Aussie, patient number 9, and Noah Khan and Livia Rodrigo. I'm going to put this up for about 2/3 of what I priced it for a moment ago. $10 start on Olivia Rodrigo, stick season with Noah Khan. The Eagles are sold to Randy Klein for $35. Thank you. And I still got a collection of Beatles oldies available for $35. Great, cool comp there. Next over here is a Living Color. That one's called Time's Up. $39.99, a music on vinyl pressing. Living Color Stain. That's a limited edition 2000 blue vinyl for $39.99. And then we had Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. That's available for $33.99. And here is Metallica 72 Seasons, a gatefold 2LP Metallica 72 Seasons, $39.99. And I think we've sold out of Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here's. The first one here was sold to Scott Dwallow. And Scott, just so you know, you are on a waiting list for Under the Table and Dreamin'. And then the other one was sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. Now we're sold out, but I have more up front if anybody wants it. And we have Baby Huey, the Living Legend, $38.99. Ozzy's a CD. Ozzy's a kind of a oversized, it has a booklet and a disc. It comes in this like oversized and poster, yeah. So it's poster, Todd McFarlane artwork, patient number 9. Todd McFarlane artwork. It's a CD kind of oversized deal. And then Stick Season, Olivia Rodrigo, Noah Khan, $10 start on that. Yeah, it's kind of like deluxe packaging. All right. You're missing the boat here on Baby Huey. Great album, produced by Curtis Mayfield. It was actually released after this, after he passed away, and he died really young. It's an all-analog cut. Last time we had an original, I sold it for over $1,000, and that was the last time I've had one. They're quite tough to come by. Ours was in beautiful condition, too. Best of my memory might have been even in shrink wrap. So high-grade records sometimes demand high prices, especially rare high-grade records. Oh, my gosh. It's like I said, if you had a... You know, you can get a Velvet Underground and Nico that's scratched and bent with a banana peeled. But if you find one near mint and shrink wrap, a promo copy, you're talking between $100 up to $5,000 difference. Let's go ahead and take a drink of this monster. I'm about to get advanced hydration, electrolytes, reduced fatigue, and increased concentration, vitamins B3, B5, B6, B12, a little bit of coconut water, and some biotonicals. I love biocanonicals. Good stuff, biocanonicals. All right. That's from Seinfeld. He would take a sip of his coffee every time and do this. All right, Bill, we better get started over here. Baby Hugh and the Baby Sisters. I don't know, Robert. I've never heard of Baby Hugh and the Baby Sisters. All right, Ozzy's at 15, final call, and Noah Khan has a bid for 10. I got one more crate like that to briefly read through. We've already condensed one. And let's run through that one. Tonight, you're going to be hearing a lot of this. Half off and $6.99. A lot of vintage closeouts are happening tonight. We got 4 crates of new arrivals to go through. If it's check condition, we'll do those sticker. The other stuff will be best offer tonight. It's going to be vintage closeout galore. And I'm going to put up anything and everything I can for auction. One at a time. Let's go ahead and knock these out. And we have first, Jim Sullivan UFO. Y'all know my story on that. Really cool record there. $29.99. Really cool. When I first found out about it from Paul, I listened to it on repeat for about a week straight. You know, it's one of those deals. I almost listened to it too much. It was so good. $29.99. I actually got 2 copies there. I also have Vanilla Fudge. Have you tried Vanilla Fudge? It's in mono on blue vinyl for $33.99. Cool remaster of that. Mudhoney's $29. Rage Against the Machine, Testify, Gorilla Radio, $33.99. Blink-182, Enema of the State, $38.99 for Blink-182. We're going to put one copy right back up here if anybody wants one for $38.99. That's a very eye-catching cover, isn't it? Slipknot's $29.99. I think there was a claim for Slipknot. Was there a claim for Slipknot? No, there wasn't. I thought there was. Slipknot's $29.99. We have Goodfellas soundtrack for $29. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti $44.99. Moby Play $39.99. 2LP. Number of the Beast is $33. Nickelback All the Right Reasons is $33. Beck Odelay $34. Rush Test for Echoes is $39. All right, so Ozzy. Thank you, Scott Fellows. That's sold to you for $15. That's at a great price. That's about $20 below market on that Noah Kahan single. That's two big names right now, Noah Kahan and Olivia Rodrigo. That's sold for $10, and that is sold to Jeremy Bryant. We have Rush Presto for $33. Fugazi got sold, and that's sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Paul Peterson. That's sold to you. And then Megadeth Rust in Peace for $36, and White Stripes Greatest Hits is $36. I do agree. It's time to change some stuff out. Maybe we can get these sold. Can I convince somebody they need a puzzle tonight? We got Motley Crue, we got Kiss, and we got Def Leppard. Those are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. They come new and sealed from the United Kingdom. They're $24.99. $24.99. Okay, those are available. And maybe we'll sell at least a couple, get a new backdrop there tonight. Now, every once in a while, people get so tired of looking at the backdrop, they'll go ahead and buy something just so I'll change it up. And that's what I'm about to do over here with Ghost. I bet if I change up Ghost, we'll probably sell these Megadeths. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move Ghost up one more time, see if somebody wants to buy it. And Festicism, $33.99. And I'm going to move these Megadeths over here. And keep in mind, it's final call tonight for $8 in limited shipping. This is the final call tonight for $8 in limited shipping. Right now, there's two no bids. The Beatles is $35, a collection of Beatles oldies, and the 1949 Les Paul sheet music for $10. Wow. Or $19.59. 49 sounds too. Is it 49? Yeah, 49. 49. 1949. Yeah, I was about to say. $10 on that. Okay. Anybody else? Motley Crue, Kiss, Def Leppard, and Blink-182. All right. $8 in limited shipping. Rack up tonight, folks. Tanner has not pulled the flip video yet. By the way, Blink-182 has the hit song All the Small Things on it. I had to look up that hit song. Yeah. That's on that album right there. You need that. $38.99. Let's go ahead and sell this to, let's sell that to Karen Robbins, Jen Cass for $10. And then Karen wants to see the Beatles. That's a collection of Beatles oldies. That's a $35 buy now. With Obi, that's our only no bid tonight. And Scott Smith says he'll take the Ghost off my hands. Awesome. Now we got Megadeth sitting right over there. That's very eye-appealing. We got some very eye-appealing stuff back here. Very eye-appealing stuff. All righty, folks. Let's do this. Here we go. Here we go. Let's start with new vintage stuff. And, yeah, let's start with new vintage stuff. I'll probably show you all the new vinyl that's in stock at least one more time. You're also probably going to see them. You're probably also going to see them in a series of videos posted in the group the next couple nights. Karen says she'll take the Beatles. Clearing off the table. I love it. We got to keep this table empty. We got to constantly be changing this stuff out. Constantly. All right. Then I brought up a box of toys over here. I got a Friday the 13th board game. I got a Jaws board game. I got a Kiss CD box set. Everybody's ears just started perking up. Their eyebrows just started furrowing. Anybody ever furrowed their eyebrow? Highbrow society? Whoa, Chad's got some cool stuff tonight. I better furrow my eyebrow. All right, here we go. Let's do this right here. What could I possibly surprise you with? Surprise! Okay, next Japanese auction. We've already sold one. Let's give the backup bidder. Maybe somebody else wants to bid on one. The second of the night already, but it's the final one. Michael Schenker Group, self-titled. $35 start. 45s. Let me grab those right there. Michael Schenker Group is a $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start. I'm excited Monday and Tuesday when all the other new puzzles come in and whatnots. Right, Jake? Jake just said yes. Yes. All right, what's the first single I have? Where are they? Here we go. This is Upstab. I remember showing them before. Upstab. Somebody threw a gallon jug of Thunderbird wine at me. Upstab's going to go up for a $5 start. That's up for bid. And let's go ahead and show these. These are new vintage arrivals that have never been shown before. Check condition. Okay, check condition. Let's get started. Michael Schenker, $35 start. Upstab, a $5 start. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, an 82 PRC press, VG Plus, $49.99. This is an 82 pressing. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus, in shrink wrap, $49.99 for Kiss. Whitney Houston, Whitney, VG, $12.99. Full album, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody, first track. Jeff Beck is VG condition, $9.99, there and back. And we have Nazareth, Hair of the Dog, VG Plus. Nazareth is $17.99. Hair of the Dog, nice. That always gets grabbed. Yes, Tormato, VG Plus, $14.99. No bid on Michael Schenker, final call for $35. No bid on Upstab, final call for $5. Blink 182 is a gatefold, single LP, new and sealed, $38.99. Over here, we have Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. EX, $17.99. Travis Woods first on Nazareth. That sold. Upstab has one bid for $5, going once, going twice. Another claim for Nazareth, another claim for Nazareth, another claim for Nazareth, another claim for Nazareth. Also, Johnny Cash, Man in Black. VG, $9.99. And Nielsen Schmielsen, that's VG condition, $9.99. Nielsen Schmielsen. Over here, we got the Eagles. This is their greatest hits. Ooh, which a woman. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Desperado. There's the insert. Nice jacket. A little bit of a ding there. Just a little bit of shelf wear up here. $35 start. First on Cash. People always ask me why I dress in black. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Billy Humphrey second. Nice, another Kiss. A 1976 Santa Maria, VG Plus. 2 OG Kiss albums in the bin. There it is, Blue Casablanca label, $39.99, Kiss and Kiss. And then Queen and Not the Opera, Bohemian Rhapsody, VG Plus, $24.99. Upstab, sold to David Smith for $5. Who asked about Blink-182? You need it. You want it. Stephen Bender, you just got to say sold. And then Michael Schenker, a no bid. We just sold that exact record about 20 minutes ago for $47. Here's one for $35. Who wants it? All you got to do is put in MSG, and that means you've bought it. No bid on the Eagles. Going once, going twice. Looking for a $35 start. Best of My Love. Take It Easy. It's all on there. There's Michael Schenker. Queen. No claim. What? We have the Monkees. This is their self-titled debut. Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. It's in mono. It's in VG condition. It's $9.99. Rush, Caress of Steel. Rush is VG condition, $14.99. That one doesn't come through too often. Over here, Queen. That's so to Blaine Zapnick. Moving the Eagles to a final call. Let's grab another single. Neon Seville. Neon Seville. Look what I've got. High-heeled Schemer. Flick of the Switch. That's going to go up for a $5 start. It says responsive under black light. I think that cover does something when you put it under black light. Jamie Butler next on Queen. Travis Woods first on Rush. Dennis Daly second on Rush. Over here we got Bob Seger, Against the Wind. VG condition, $9.99. Jimmy Buffett somewhere over China. Somewhere over China. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Michael Reed in on the single. Kelly Vlodarchek has bid $15 on the single. And now the next Japanese pressing I have is the band, The Last Waltz. The band, The Last Waltz. And this is a triple LP, all disc are near mint minus and pristine. It has all the inserts. It has all 3 inner sleeves and the book with it. Wow, nice set here from the band. There's only one problem. It looks like the flap here, it looks like the flap, the top of the record got sun stained and it needs to be re-glued. So it looks like the sun hit the top of it and faded it. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think it's made like that, but it's definitely unglued. So we're going to say a VG cover because of that. That's an easy fix, and after you glue it, do not put the records back in it. Kind of a bad design to be storing 3 heavyweight LPs, a book, and 3 thick inner sleeves. So That's a $35 start. There it is. And now the final call on the singles at $15. Over here, we got the Mamas and Papas. This is an original album of theirs, If You Can Believe Your Eyes and Ears. California Dreamin' Monday, Monday. That was a big one. VG Plus $14.99. Steve Miller Band's EX $17.99. And Cab Calloway, Heidi Ho, a 60 Rockaway, VG Plus $19.99. Eagles is now a buy it now for $35. Greatest Hits, 71 to 75, one of the best-selling albums of all time. The Eagles had put out several albums, 3, 4, 5, and then David Geffen said, you know what? Let's compile all these into one. And it ended up being one of the best-selling compilations ever. There it is, Eagles' Greatest Hits. And then over here, we got Susie Breelove on the Mamas and Papas. We show that Eagles record about 3 to 5 times a night, and most of them get gone. Scott Fellow second on Mamas and Papas. We have Dire Straits Making Movies, VG $12.99. The 45 is Soda Kelly Vloddercheck for $15. That's done. Over here, we're going to do Hot Rockin' 60s, The Vikings in mono. This is 2 rave ups from Boston, Massachusetts. Nice. The Vikings, Blue Feeling and I Ain't Got You. And that is on the Star Rhythm label. It's in a picture sleeve, and the Vikings are going to go up for just a $5 start. Final call to get a bid in on the band. And the bid on the band, if you want it, is $35, and that's a final call. Over here, we got Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. That's VG Plus $14.99, and Alan Parsons Project, Eve. And Eve is VG Plus $14.99. Denise has the Vikings for $5. And the Police, Ghost in the Machine, that's VG Plus $17.99. Every little thing she does is magic. Oh boy, what do I have here? Early tonight, unadvertised, a surprise. I have Kiss Originals. Now, I have no research on this other than it came from Japan. I'm pretty sure it is Japanese. It is. This is a Japanese pressing of Kiss Originals. 3 LPs. All the discs are nice. Best of my memory when I bought it. Yeah. All the discs are nice. And then it has the Kiss Army sticker. I think that's a sticker. Yeah. Kiss Army sticker. The hinges are a little weak, but it's there. And then we have these cards, which somebody has cut out one, unfortunately. And then here's the original on the sleeve. So this is a repackaging of the first 3 Kiss albums. So Originals, basically, they decided, hey, let's take our 3 albums, our first 3, let's reissue them in one package with some cool bonus items. That's what essentially Originals is. It's got both books. The cover has quite a bit of wear. It's kind of like a file folder top style deal. Make sure there's no other like Gene Simmons autographs tucked down in here. And we're going to put that up for a $45 start, which is a value. This should bring close to $100, even not having the Obi and with some wear and some other issues like the card mentioned. Tough. Pretty cool set there. You're getting 3 Japanese quality Kiss albums, $45 start, going once, going twice. Over here, we have Denise on the Vikings at $5, and then William Howe on Jimmy Buffet, and I'm assuming you wanted One Particular Harbor, right? I also have Somewhere in China. Blaine Zapnick on Alan Parsons Project, sold. Blaine Zapnick, Alan Parsons Project. Bob Welsh, no, that's the Police. Over here, we got Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. That's VG Condition, $12.99. We have Bruce Springsteen Green from Asbury Park, VG $9.99. The Kiss Destroyer back here, we've graded it VG Plus condition. The cover's not that bad. It is a VG Plus record. Not much wrong with it. Couple scuffs here and there. It's been played. It's a played record. It's not trash, though. It's a 76 Santa Maria, $39.99 on that. Also, we have Zappa Zuda Lords, VG Plus $29.99, and ZZ Top Fandango, EX $32.99. Not a bad-looking copy of Fandango here, $32.99. All right, Denise, you get the Vikings for $5. And then Nobody Bid on the Band, Last Waltz, not bad for $35. Everything's nice. The cover has a bleach stain up here, and it needs to be re-glued. But you get all 3 inner sleeves, the book, and that's going to go up for a $35 buy now. I'm going to do all the advertised auctions starting in about 7 minutes because I don't even have them up here yet. I think Laura got them ready before she left last night. She's usually off on Saturdays, and Paul's out of town, so she had to get the auctions ready, or we wouldn't have anything to auction except Japanese. And at this rate, we've almost sold all the Japanese stuff in just about the first 53 minutes. Wow, does Kiss not have a bid yet? Can I retract it? Can I pull it back and save it for Monday night? There we go. Todd Kilgore, $45. Thank you. I was about to have to do a retraction. And then Freddie Milford got the band for $35. Next in here is Kiss Unmasked. Wow, another Kiss record. John didn't put a condition note on this one. It's VG Plus, though. It has a poster with it. VG Plus Unmasked, $49.99. Also, we have Santana. Let's see if it's on the first label, VG $12.99. It's on the second label. A great Santana there, $12.99. Wow, Kiss Originals. Here's something you're not going to hear me say. Kiss Originals, one bid, a Japanese pressing for $45, final call. Okay, so that's, you just remember what I just said. You're not going to hear me say that too often. Here is the next single, Play Hot Lava. Play Hot Lava is going to go up for a $5 start. Between this and that, Plaid Blimp TV show, numbered 76 of 400, $5 start on that. Also over here in the Japanese crate, I have the following. It's an Obi-less Led Zeppelin, song remains the same. Live from Madison Square Garden, The Mighty Zeppelin, The Hammer of the Gods. It's a 1976 Japanese pressing, no Obi. The discs are phenomenal. You even get a, look at this, 26 minutes and 53 seconds of Dazed and Confused. And it's one of the best things you'll ever listen to. He even does Going to California, or Going to California, or not Going to California, San Francisco. Epic guitar solo, Jimmy Page playing his violin bow, $35 start. There it is. All right, Michael Reed has a single for $5. Kiss is now at $60. That's more like it. ELO, a new world record. So many great songs on here. EX, $17.99. The Four Tops Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. I Can't Help Myself, Sugar Pie, Honey Bun. We have Saturday Night Fever. That's VG Plus, $14.99. And Supertramp, Crime of the Century, VG Plus, $14.99. And Queen Hot Space. Queen has the original on her sleeve. VG Plus, $29.99. Queen Hot Space. Nice. That was a great check condition bin. I think y'all might want to pay attention one more time when I read through those. That was some great titles. I don't know if that's the only check condition bin he has. If so, then the rest of them's going to be best offer. And like I said, tonight we're going to be doing a bunch of $6.99ers and other stuff like that. Oh my gosh. My knees just adjusted. That felt pretty good though. Let me adjust my neck while I'm at it. Oh, yes. Knuckles, back, spine, face, elbows. Whew. Monster. Quick timeout. So logical, magical. All right, so the last thing on my feed was the following. Kiss 45, Kiss 46, Kiss 49, Kiss 50, Kiss 46, Kiss 60. Kiss is at $60 with Scott Fellows going once, going twice. Michael Reed got the single for $5. Nobody's bid on Japanese Led Zeppelin. Final call for $35 if anybody wants in on that. Next is a big 60s classic. It's called Bubble Puppy. Hot Smoke and Sassafras. It's in about VG Plus EX condition. That's a very collectible psych label out of Texas. It's called International Artist, and that is the well-known Bubble Puppy, Hot Smoke and Sassafras. $5 start on the Bubble Puppy. That's now up for bid. Quick read through here. Did I pull Supertramp out? I didn't. Steve Worley wanted Supertramp, Crime of the Century, Bloody Well Right. And that's so does Steve Worley. There we have it. And now we have, can you get me a Page and Plant new LP? So put me on the list, please, and thanks. Susie, I'm going to be very honest. I have no idea what you're talking about, but if you give me some more information, I'll let you know. If Jimmy Page and Robert Plant have put out a new album, this is totally news to me. It'd be one of the biggest announcements of the year. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, a 1982 US PRC original. Kiss, it's $49.99. Led Zeppelin's a Japanese pressing. A song remains the same. There's no Obi. We're looking for a $35 start. Bubble Puppy has one bid for $5. Final call. And now Kiss. We're moving that. It's originals. 3 albums packaged into one. Just $60 with Scott Fellows. We are about to sell it. Over here is Whitney Houston. The name of the album is called Whitney. I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. VG $12.99. Jeff Beck, There and Back. VG $9.99. Yes Tormato. VG Plus $14.99. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. EX $17.99. Nielsen Smilson. This has the Lime and the Coconut song. VG $9.99. Amanda Darby on Whitney Houston. That is sold. That is sold. And over here we have the Monkees in mono. VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Had them a couple months back. You're talking about a bootleg. Okay, the way you worded that, I thought you meant something new coming out. I was like, not unless there's been an announcement in the last couple hours I've been here on Facebook. That would be the announcement of the century. Bob Seger Against the Wind. That's VG condition, $9.99. And then we have Jimmy Buffett Somewhere Over China, VG plus $14.99. Bubble Puppy's now at 10. Led Zeppelin just has one bid for 35. We're about to sell it. Kiss has a new bid for 61. I was waiting for a couple people to go out. One of those people just bid again at $61. Steve Miller Book of Dreams is EX $17.99. Cab Calloway Hottie Ho VG plus $19.99. These are sticker price new arrivals. Dire Straits Making Movies, VG $12.99. Did you do CDs last night? Not really. Not like a blitz of them. We just went through a rack over here I cleaned off. We showed some CDs. I sold a Kiss CD box set. I sold a Blackmore's Night CD box set. But yeah, we just kind of cleaned off a rack and we sold almost everything over there. And then we have Brent Robley on JB. And if that's for Jimmy Buffett, that's so to you. And then over here, Kiss has another new bid for 65. The Police. This is Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Ghost in the Machine. VG plus $17.99. Bubble Puppy's a final call for $10. Over here, we got Moody Blues. VG $12.99. Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Bruce Springsteen. VG $9.99. Bruce Springsteen $9.99. And then Mark Overton on Nielsen. That's so to Mark Overton. Over here, we have Kiss Destroyer, VG plus $39.99. A 1976 Santa Maria Smoking Man label, $39.99. Blaine Zapnick on DS, and if that's for Dire Straits, that's so to Blaine Zapnick. You can count on that being sold. And then Zappa Zoota Lures, VG plus $29.99. And then here is ZZ Top Fandango, and that's EX $32.99. All right, wow, Zeppelin with just one bid, but we are dropping the hammer on it. Jeremy Merck, M-E-R-C-K. That's sold to him, one bid, $35. And now Kiss is at 65. All of a sudden, still getting bids. And Bubble Puppy hammers up on that. Final call to Chuck Haley for $10. $10. Trying to clear off as many of these racks over here behind me because that's my Sunday project. In front of all these racks that I can barely get to are crate after crate after crate of road posters. Kiss, movie posters, concert posters, old advertisement store posters. It could be a little bit of anything. And we have kind of cleared out this room over here slowly last couple of days. We have an actual professionally built photo rig. Like we built a table. We ordered all the equipment. We have a perfect area to photograph posters, and we currently use it for a storage table. Y'all probably know how that is. Like your kitchen table, perfect place to store a bunch of junk, right? We do the same thing here. So we're going to try to get it cleaned off so we can get back to selling some posters as soon as next week. Because we have so many to get to. Kiss, I'm waiting to hear back from one person, Randy Klein. It's at $65. Over here, we have Unmasked. That's $49.99. VG Plus 1980 original with poster. Santana, VG $12.99. Their debut. ELO was EX $17.99. The Four Tops is VG plus $14.99. Saturday Night Fever, VG plus $14.99. And Queen Hot Space, VG plus $29.99. Queen Hot Space, Under Pressure. Chuck Haley's out. Let's go ahead and sell Bubble Puppy to Brent then for $12. That is sold. Oh yeah, if there's a flat surface in here, it gets covered quickly. I mean, because we have so much flat stuff like posters and prints and just autographs and photos and signatures, and we just have to stack them and layer them, and comics and books and guitar cases and all this other stuff. And my sister's waving by. She says, good luck with all that. I'm going home. She's like, I've had enough of it today. So, yes, this is a Japanese pressing. No obi. Japanese pressing, no obi. Has all the inner sleeves. It has the book. It does have the Kiss sticker. It does have the sticker. It has the cards. One of the cards have been cut out, though. Looks like the Gene Simmons card. Gene Simmons card's been cut out. It does have the Kiss Army sticker. And all the vinyl's beautiful. All right? All right, there's that. You should be posting all the stuff you want to sell as soon as we photograph it. That's why we got to get it all right. It's really hard to take pictures of road posters. You got to lay them out. You got to put paperweights on them. You got to get them flat. You got to photograph them real nice, because it's impossible to show them here live. I got to unroll them. Just like when I was trying to show Eminem earlier, I was having to unroll them, roll them back up, unroll them, roll them back up. It causes a lot of wear and tear on stuff. See, like when it's rolled, you can't just lay it out flat, and you don't want to damage it. You're talking about a $1,500 item here. So, and we have some posters that are $2,000, some posters $3,000, $5,000, and you just don't want to try to handle them too much. You got to get them in top loaders. You got to flatten them. You got to handle them with gloves sometimes. Okay, so let's go over here. And Rust and Peace is available right now, $36.99. It's new and sealed. Rush is $36.99. Next question, Kiss Japanese. Yes, complete. Does have something missing. And then right here, we have how much is Kiss Originals. How much is the high bid? I've been begging for somebody to bid more than $65. Freddie Milford has it for $65. It's going once, going twice. Randy Klein's out. We're about to sell it. James Davidson said, give me the Electric Light Orchestra. Tightrope. Nice. I can't believe no one bought Saturday Night Fever or the Four Tops or Santana or Queen or the other 3 Kiss albums or the Bruce Springsteen or the Police or this other Steve Miller Band or the Monkees or the Jeff Beck or the other Kiss. My gracious. Everybody still awake out there? James Davidson on ELO, that's sold. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity tonight, and then I'll be doing it again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. But tonight's a once-in-a-lifetime. And then Joe DeGaldo, this is EX Edition, $32.99. All right, let's go back over Kiss Originals again from head to toe. However, it is on the clock. But first, let me go ahead and grab another crate of new vintage arrivals over here. We got to go through and buy it now, best offer. Now Kiss has a new bid for $70. I'll give you a verbal description. The disc are near mint minus. It's Japanese. Typically, all that stuff is perfect. The cover is probably VG. All right, and now we're going to go through a crate over here. I think y'all are going to really like this one. We're going to go through it, buy it now or best offer. And unbelievably, these are new arrivals. Most of them, I think, should go ahead and just get grabbed. But if there is something you want to throw out an offer of, be my guest, okay? We're here to sell some stuff. But first, let's go ahead and get started with these. I think y'all are going to like them. Great new vintage stuff. Let's go ahead and introduce some new auctions. I got to walk around the corner to Laura's desk and find this other stuff. And let's see what's going on over here. Kiss is at 70. Kiss is at 75. Megadeth, who wants it? Who asked? It's new sealed, $36.99. You should grab this right now. If you want an original, you're going to be spending a truckload of money, also known as a buttload of money. And when those got out of print, that out before it was repressed, that same exact SKU, that same exact barcode was $100 anytime I would list one on Discogs. This boom, sold $99.99. It was like that for about a year until they finally pressed a bunch of them. Right now they're available. It's kind of like Alice in Chains records. When they sell out, there's not enough originals. The prices will rise. If you want to grab one right now, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. What do we have here? I told you I had a couple interesting little board games over here and stuff. I don't know if they're complete or what is this or what is that. What is the Kiss? Can you tell me more about Kiss? Information on Kiss, Kiss condition, and then Blink-182. Can I see it? Can I buy it? You can. First thing we have is this right here. Let me go ahead and scan this and see what's going on. First, I'll show Blink-182 again. Blink-182 is new and sealed. It's a gatefold. It's $38.99. All the small things. Kiss Originals. This is VIP 5501. No Obi. No Obi. Japanese pressing. The cover is probably VG or VG minus. File folder, ring wear, spine wear, creases, noticeable wear. VG, VG minus. It does have the Kiss book. It has the Kiss Japanese book. It has the Dress to Kill inner sleeve. It has the self-titled inner sleeve, the Hotter Than Hell sleeve. It has cards. The cards are missing one. The Gene Simmons card's been cut out. It does have the sticker. All 3 discs are near mint minus. You get self-titled, Hotter Than Hell, and Dress to Kill. Near mint minus vinyl. VG cover. Does have some of the inserts. Book, sticker, and cards. Missing 1 card. Over here, we have a high bid of $85. That is a high bid of $85 on Kiss Originals. I started it at $45. Now, that's an item that gets a lot of activity. It's something you don't see too often. It's something that everybody wants. It's something that everybody needs. That's why anytime I put it up, it gets a lot of questions. And now it's moving to a final call. You can bid on it right now, or when you wake up in the morning and look yourself in the mirror, you're going to be saying this: why didn't I buy that Kiss Originals when I had a chance to? Now my rest of my week is just going to suck because I didn't bid on that when I had the chance. Blink-182 is sold to Paul Catrich. I have 1 more left if anybody else wants one. Then there was another question, but before that, the other question was 4 Tops for best offer. 4 Tops is sticker price. No more, no less on that one. Paul Catridge got Blink-182. Price on Rust, $36.99. Trent, you're not the first one who's going to ask tonight. There's going to be several more until both copies. I have 2 in stock. Just say sold. It's going to be sold to you. That's all I need. S-O-L-D. Sold. I need 2 people to step up to the plate, and then I'll change out that record. They're going to sell tonight. It's in the danger zone over here. We call that the danger zone. It's going to sell. It's Megadeth. It's very difficult to get an original of. Another. Everybody wants one. You have an opportunity right now. I just scanned this Friday the 13th board game, and here's the prices I'm seeing. 60, 55, 60, 80, 88, 70. I don't know what's in here. I don't know if it's complete. I have no idea. I just grabbed it out of a box. It's a Friday the 13th board game. I have no idea, honestly. I hear pieces. I see a book. It's called Horror at Camp Crystal Lake. $20 start. 2-0, $20 start. Looks like it's a $50, $60, $70, $80 board game. Friday the 13th, $20 start. It's up for bid. Sold as is. Trent says he'll take a rest in peace. Awesome. Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes. Sold. I'm a first-time buyer, and then I need you to message our Facebook page. I need your email address, and I need your mailing address, okay? Can you send that to me right now as a Facebook message? I need your email address, and I need your mailing address. Send that right now as a Facebook message to Collecco. I will greatly take care of you. We'll invoice you on Monday. $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. You got to send us a message. We'll invoice you on Monday. Now, after you do that, come back. Anything else you buy, $8 in limited shipping until I say good night, which will be about 2 a.m. tonight. I'll say good night. That's it. That's the cutoff for $8 shipping. Unless you're in our private group, there'll be one more opportunity. Kiss Originals. Kiss Originals is sold to Mark Steele for $85. There's going to be a lot of people regretting that in the morning. There's going to be some people looking at themselves in the mirrors going, golly, why did I do that? It was right there in front of me, and I let it slip through my fingers. Friday the 13th has a bid for $20. It's going to cost $20 to ship it. Brandon has it for $20. Going once, going twice. It's like a $300 or $400 board game. $20. Final call. All right. Megadeth is a brand spanking new pressing. New and sealed for $36.99. OGs of that are quite expensive. A sealed one would be closer to $500 probably. Final call on Friday the 13th. One bid for $20. All right, let's put up another auction then. Scorpions. Nick Bargeron says, Chad, I'm going to be pretty straightforward with you. If you don't put up that Scorpions in the next few minutes, then I'm literally going to drive down there and demand you put it up for auction. So I better go over here and find these auctions on Laura's desk. I'm going to have to walk all the way back to the back. I'm walking through the shipping department right now. There's the peanut dispenser. Here's Ed's desk. Here's Ed's desk. Here's all my prop sheets. Here's a Pantera box set. Here's an autographed album from 10 years. Here's a Metallica Live at Grammys. Here's a Black Sabbath box set. Here's a Days of the New that's autographed. Here's a Van Halen. Here is a New Order. Here's a Tool poster. Here's a Black Sabbath white label promo. Here's a Wasp picture disc. Here's another Wasp picture disc. Here is a signed Avenged Sevenfold. What? That's already paid for. We got to ship it. Somebody's going to come pick it up. Now we got to ship it to them. That sold a long time ago. It's already been paid for. We just got to ship it. Y'all probably remember that. He was going to come pick it up, but we're going to ship it to him now. All righty. That was a walk through the back room. So, Scorpions. Don't get stung. Be careful. Don't get stung. Don't be the next bidder. Be the high bidder. I don't even know which one it is. I still don't know which one it is. Van Halen, Please No Smoke, David Bowie, Warrant, Stones, Michael Shaker, Miles Davis, Jimi Hendrix, Randy Travis, George Harrison, Van Halen, Big Joe Williams, Black Hole, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, Crocus, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, David Bowie. Scorpions, here it is. I found it. We have Scorpions, Love Drive, an original 1979 Keel, original cover art. EX condition, $35 start. She's nude. She's nude. There's nudity everywhere. $35 start. An original 79 US Keel OG. There's the original on her sleeve. Don't get stung. Don't be the last bidder. Be the high bidder. $35 start. Wow, Brandon, nice pickup there. You just got a great deal on that for $20. My goodness, that was a $50, $60, $70, $80 board game. Sold to Brandon for $20. All right, no more board games. No Kiss, no Jaws. That was a major letdown. Okay, what was picture disc? In the future. What Pantera box set? In the future. Scorpions is a $35 start. Nick Bargeron is in. He bid quickly. He says, you're right, Chad. I do not want to get stung. I want to be the high bidder for the entire time. Over here, we have Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Nair Mint minus and pristine. This has a Hard Rock Flexi Disc compilation with Rat, Dokken, AC/DC, Motley Crue, Raven. Look how cool that is. There's the book. There's the solicitation card. And there's the OB. There's the cover, a $35 start. This here is about to be a buy it now or best offer. I'm going to take this first stack. Do we got a place to put miscellaneous stuff tonight, Jake? Because I'm about to have a bunch of it right here. We'll start it right here. There's our miscellaneous for tonight. Awesome. There's one of Otis's toys. Looks like an alien or something. All right, there's that. All right, here we go. So first thing we have is Scorpions is at 35, 35, 36. If you're not Joe Delgado, you don't have the high bid right now. These are all buy it now or best offer. Kansas Monolith gatefold jacket, $19.99. Has the original on her sleeve, very nice. Kansas, $19.99. You can buy these now or make offer. There's one Megadeth left if anybody wants it. Boston, third stage, $34.99 for Boston third stage. Rush, moving pictures. It has a barcode on the back. It feels like 180 gram pressing. Very nice, $34.99. Mark Steele was also a first-time buyer. He was on the Kiss Originals. Thank you, Mark Steele, for the message. Nick Bargeron, you're about to get stung. You've been outbid on the Scorpions. I'm about to sell the Joe Delgado for $36. So far tonight, there's only been 2 no bids, and that's the Eagles for $35 and Michael Schenker for $35. Do what? Yes, those are still available for $35 buy it nows. They are still available for $35 buy it nows. Can you believe it? Honestly, I can't, but it's true. It's very, very true. Freddie Milford, first on Rush. Thank you, Freddie Milford. That's sold. Over here, we have Green River CCR. That is $34.99. Green River, blue and gold fantasy label. Superb copy of that one. Nice, $34.99. Is Facebook working? Can everybody hear me? There's no other bids on Scorpions. Final call for $36. Nothing's come through on Restream. If you're trying to bid and you don't see it pop up right here, then it's invisible. You probably want to try again, even though you think it's going through on Facebook. Final call on Night Ranger, $35. The next single I have, I honestly think it's quite rare. I think this is pretty rare. This is a white label promo, Red Vinyl Supreme, Stoned Love. I think if you check that, you'll find out that's a pretty tough to get 45. Red vinyl promo from the Supremes, a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Red vinyl promo. Final call on Scorpions. I've lost several people. Nick Bargeron, everybody. Haven't heard back. Timer's up. Time's ticking. Next record, these are buy now best offer. Alabama Roll On, $14.99. It's in shrink wrap. Alabama has the original on her sleeve, $14.99. Facebook is working, right? Nobody else is trying to bid. I don't think so. Sean Schaefer gets Michael Schenker Group for $35. Thank you, Sean Schaefer. That's sold to you. Over here, we have Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. That's $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Prince, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. An 85 Allied press with poster, $59.99. This has the poster, the original on her sleeve, $59.99 for that. Over here, we have Spanky and our gang's Greatest Hits, $19.99. This is on the Mercury label, $19.99. Information sent, thank you. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy for the rest of the night. Eagles OG, it's an OG Japanese pressing. I would think so. I can check the numbers for you. And then over here, we had Travis Woods, Alabama, $10. Have I pulled that yet? I haven't. This is sold to Travis Woods for $10. Can I see the Scorpions? Freddie Milford gets Linda Ronstadt. There's that. Alabama, 10. How do I bid? Just like you did in the comments. The high bid right now is $36. Nobody else has bid. There's been two $35 bids and a $36. And the reason I'm dragging it out is because the other people, I never did hear back from them. So over here we have Night Ranger. This is a buy it now. It's a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now on this. So sometimes there's glitches where we just don't catch bids. A Restream doesn't grab them. So we're using software to grab comments from Facebook and take it over to somewhere else. And that's what's going on. So let me run through this one more time, especially Nick Bargeron, who requested. I figured by now he would say out or bid again, something, but I lost him there for a second. And let's show the Scorpions. This is Love Drive. It's going to be the auction of the night. This is it. This is the marquee item, an original 1979 U.S. Keel OG, original on her sleeve. She's nude, she's nude, she's nude again, she's nude on the back, the front, everywhere. And this is a final call. There is some cover wear. It's OG. It has the inner sleeve. It has 3 bids, 35, 35, and 36. That's it. Final call for the 9th time to Joe Delgado. He's probably like, my goodness now, any minute. Supremes has a bid for 15. Now, that's the high bid on that. And then this is Eagles. And Eagles is sold for $35 to Brian Connors. Thank you on that. Now the Scorpions. One of the other bidders at 35 has officially bid 37. Dean Martin, the Lush Years. Dean Martin is $9.99. Over here we have Paul Revere and the Raiders. Revolution. That's $9.99. I said the magic word. She's nude. Everybody's like, goodness gracious, let me start bidding. And now, 37, 38, now 40. Just next auction. I'm about to put it up right now. Here is Renaissance. Nick Bargeron, glad to see you're back, man. You almost got stung. I lost you there for a long time. I was getting highly concerned. Renaissance Live, Carnegie Hall, 1999. Scorpions is now at $40. We have Get Your Yayas Out. The Rolling Stones, $34.99. The Supremes is at $20 with 007 Platinum. Over here, Dean Martin is sold for $7 to John Durden. And then we have 3 questions on Prince. Is it OG? Can I show the poster? And how's the cover? So let's go back over here to Purple Rain. This is Prince and the Revolution, Purple Rain. It has the original inner sleeve with like the lake design and lyrics. And then it has a poster. And Susie asked first, she wants to see the poster. So let's see what's going on with this. Here's the poster with Prince. This is $59.99. Here's what the poster looks like. Good top aerial coverage of it there. This is from the Collectibles blimp. Thank you, Collectibles blimp. There's that. And it looks like it has one dog ear here. It needs to be refolded and creased out there. There's the Prince. This is $59.99. It's OG. The Supremes is now at $20. I'm about to sell the Scorpions. Nick Bargeron has it for $40. He tied William Thornton. Nick, you're still out. William Thornton has had it for a couple minutes for $40. I'm about to sell it to him. He's had it for $40, okay? He has it for $40. Just saying. There's this, there's that. That's going back in the crate. Susie has first dibs. And then next is Craig Proper. Over here is J.J. Cale. Really? J.J. Cale is $29.99. Final call on the Supremes. Shane Devers has that for $20. This is Roy Acuff on radio, $9.99, 1953. And T.G. Shepard, Gold Stamp Promo, in for the money, $14.99. Next auction is Van Halen 2. Van Halen 2 is a 1979 U.S. Winchester OG. VG with the original on her sleeve. Van Halen 2, Dance the Night Away, a $40 start. There's the original on her sleeve. Van Halen's OG VG, a $20 start. Next thing over here, Nick says he's back in on the Scorpions at $42. Now Nick has it for $42. Now Todd Cole bid $41. So now Nick Bargeron has it for $42. Everybody else is out. Stephen Parton gets TG Shepard for $10. If somebody wants to go ahead and bid $100 on the Scorpions, I bet that will wrap it up. I mean, if you want it, I would just go ahead and bid $100. That would be my advice to win the auction. Frank Sinatra, All Alone, that's $19.99. Frank Sinatra, All Alone, Gatefold Reprise, $19.99. Van Halen's at $20. Also, Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, Bob Dylan soundtrack, $34.99. Shane Devers gets the red vinyl white label promo of the Supremes. And that's sold to Shane Devers for $20. Thank you on that. All right, Van Halen has bids for 2021. Now Scorpions has a bid for 43. My advice would be go ahead and bid 100. I bet that might win the auction. It's up to you, but if you want to go ahead and bid 100, that's my advice. We have Smoke at George's Coffee Shop, a 1969 pressing, $44.99. Smoke at George's Coffee Shop, $44.99. Frank Sinatra sold to Peter Mazzoliniano for $15. Big Daddy John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. And CCR Pendulum is $34.99. Van Halen 24, Van Halen 25, Van Halen 26. What is the Jaws item? We're about to find out right now. I honestly don't know. I've got a whole book here, a whole tub of board games, horror books, all kinds of stuff. It looks like it's a Jaws board game. I'm about to find out. We're going to scan it. The last board game sold for $300 below market value, so that had me kind of concerned. We must have some anti-board gamers on here. That's a whole cult out there, people that's against board games. No board games. They protest and everything. This is Jaws, suspense and strategy game. It's going to go up for $20. I have no idea. I've scanned it. I see about 100 different price comps here. So this is Jaws, a game of strategy and suspense, sold as is. I don't know if it's complete. I have no idea. It looks like it's never been played. No, this thing's unpunched. It's brand new. It's still sealed. Unpunched, Jaws board game, $20 start. It's now for bid. Let's put it right back there where everybody can see it. All right, there's that. Next thing I have over here, Scorpions has a bid of $45. Going once, going twice to Nick Bargeron. Van Halen 25, 26, 27. And then over here we have Jaws at 20. We have Van Halen at 29, Van Halen 30, Jaws at 25. Brad Waite's offered 12 on Cougar. That's sold. And then here is Phil Collins, no jack required, $19.99 for Phil Collins. Also the Who's Odds and Sods, that's $24.99. Are we really done on the Scorpions? Final call, Nick Bargeron, $45. He has it. Everybody else is out. If you want to bid, now's the time. Van Halen's at 30 with Trent Peasley. Now Jaws has bids for 2020 and 25. Bluest to Coil, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. This is a Gatefold 2 LP for $29.99. That's a live BOC album. Next is Jerry Jeff, and that is $19.99 for Jerry Jeff Walker. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits is $24.99. And Neil Young, Comes a Time. Lot of Love, $34.99. Very clean, original on her sleeve. Phil Collins sold to Scott Dwallow for $15. That's sold to Scott. See how easy that was. Kansas Song for America is $19.99. And over here we got Bad Company 10 from 6, $24.99. Now we got Van Halen. We have another bid for $33. Now Jaws is at $30. And I think there was somebody who already bid $30. So I think that's a tie. But I'm not really for sure. I'll double check in just a second. Jason Thomas first on Waylon Jennings. That's sold to Jason Thomas. And we have The Who, Face Dances. And this is $19.99. Chaw says we have too much stuff on our tables. We have John Cougar Mellencamp for $24.99. I don't know if he's talking about our tables or his tables. Next is Blaine Zapnick on Neil Young. That's Comes a Time. That is sold to Blaine Zapnick over here. And then this is Blues to Cult Secret Treaties, $24.99 on that. First thing is Bad Company, which is this hits compilation. It is in shrink. It has a standard inner sleeve. It is beautiful in shrink wrap. Travis, you got first dibs on that. Nick Bargeron gets the Scorpions. He did not get stung. Everybody else did. Everybody else got stung by the Scorpions. That's so to Nick Bargeron. Thank you, Nick. That's so to you. Probably one of the biggest Scorpions collectors I know of. There it is. Over here, Van Halen. The last bid on Van Halen that came in was a high bid of Van Halen, a high bid, Van Halen, a high bid. Last bid on Van Halen was a high bid of $33 with Todd Coe. He put BH, but I think he meant VH. He has that for $33. It's a VGOG. Next thing over here is Travis Wade's on Bad Company for $20. Sold. That was the other offer we had. Okay, and then over here, Kansas, and we have Kansas Monolith. Peter, I need you to double your price and add $3, and we'll be able to sell that to you. We have 38 special strength and numbers, $24.99 on that. This is the best of Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Freddie Milford on JCM, that's sold to Freddie Milford. Sold. My Bad Company wasn't first. No, he was first asking the condition. Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, that's $14.99. And Huey Lewis Smorts? How about S'mores? Sports. Jaws is a board game, a game of strategy and suspense. It appears to be new. It's all unpunched and everything. And the last bid that came in on the Jaws board game was Peter Mazzoliniano at $30. That's going once and going twice. Going once, going twice. Alan Parsons Project is sold to Blaine Zapnick. That's sold. And now we're about to sell that for $33. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction is David Bowie. It is a 1984 USOG Club. No condition notes, original under sleeve. David Bowie's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Paul Revere and the Raiders. That is $9.99. Hard and heavy with Marshmallow. Willie Nelson, The Promised Land is $14.99. Over here is Hank Williams Jr., Major Moves for $24.99. Also, Ted Nugent self-titled. Wow, no cover wear. It is an early 80s pressing. That has Stranglehold on it. And that is $14.99. Moody Blues is sold to Larry Smith for $10. That's right here. Now Van Halen has a new bid for $38. Another Moody Blues, this time the Days of Future Past. Nice Durham OG looking copy there, $19.99. Willie Nelson is sold to John Durden for $10. And Steve Earle, Copperhead Road, an OG pressing with the original inner sleeve, $49.99. We don't need the inner sleeve tucked in there like that. $49.99. That's Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. All right. So whoever was the high bidder on Van Halen, you've now been outbid. Trent Peasley has it for $38. First thing we have is the following. What was the Purple Rain again? Moody Blues 10 sold. Van Halen 38. Willie Nelson 10 sold. David Bowie's a $35 start. And then was there a BOC in here? We have a $10 offer on Ted Nugent, an offer on Purple Rain. We have another offer on Ted Nugent. Ron Mustaine wants the Moody Blues. We'll go ahead and do that right now. And then we have a claim for Ted Nugent. We have a price for Blue, and we have Chad's in turbo mode. Okay, so to clarify what just happened there, the first question is Prince, okay? Now, this should have already sold 4 or 5 different times, and it's still in here. Everybody should be ashamed of yourself. This is Purple Rain, Prince and the Revolution. OG with poster and inner sleeve, $59.99. We've got an offer for $56. Now, the reason I'm not going to take that offer is because somebody else, I think, have already claimed it, and I am waiting for somebody to just say, Chad, I'll take it. At this point right there was 3 questions to begin with, and then the other time, there was 2 more questions right in the middle, and now we're at the end of the crate, and 3 more people have asked about it. So, I guess I'm just waiting for somebody to say, boom, I'll take it, Chad. Give it to me. Let's set it out, or I can put it up for a $35 start, and it's going to sell for $72. So it's up to whoever. Jason Thomas says, I'll take it. There we go. So did Jason Thomas. That's done. Now, Matt Marco was second. David Bowie has 1 bid with Kelly Vlodarchek for $35. Van Halen, we got Todd Coe. He has it for $39. The other new bidder is also bidding, and that other new bidder was Trent Peasley. He had it for $38 over there. Van Halen is an OG first pressing. It is on a high bid over here. And it's on a high bid with Todd Coe for $39. Kelly's in on Van Halen $35. That means Peter Mazzoliniano, you've been outbid on the Jaws board game. The most recent high bid with this was with Brent Robley, and Brent has it for $35, and we're about to sell it to him. Making sure Peter's done bidding on that one. Now, we had a question about Blue Oyster Cult. I'm going to show that one right now. This was a great new arrivals bin. If anybody wants it, anything in here, they're all available. And it's buy it now, best offer, and these are no condition notes, which means you can buy these right now or you can make an offer. BOC's the first opportunity. That is $29.99. $29.99. Blue Oyster Cult. Kansas Monolith. I've actually already told somebody I would take $15 for it. I'm assuming they're passing. It's near mint, gatefold, no cover wear, original under sleeve. Kansas, $19.99. I've already told somebody I'd do $15 on it. Next was Boston Third Stage, another OG, $34.99. And Green River, that's $34.99. Steve McGee says, give me the BOC. He got that. Van Halen is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $35. And the Jaws board game just got a new bid for $36. $36. This is a board game, yes. Game of strategy and suspense. I did open it earlier. All the pieces are unpunched and unplayed. Yeah, all the pieces are unpunched and unplayed. And now Peter has bid $36. So there's a new bid on that. Now, there's another blue. What's the price? The blue? Is there 2 David Bowies? Are you talking about blue? Blue? Blue. David Bowie. What did I just sell? I'm not for sure. What's blue? Okay, and then over here we have Warrant Cherry Pie. This is a 2018. This was the pressing that was in print before the Music on Vinyl press. It's on red vinyl, a $35 start. Jaws is at $37. Now, earlier was Ted Nugent. That's something I skipped over. Ted Nugent is $14.99. Now, let me go back up to the top, okay? Let me go up to the top, okay? Up to the top. No, Boys to Colt in the bin, and you sold me David Bowie for $35. I'm going to have to go back and figure out what I just said. So Ted Nugent. Earlier, Ted Nugent was marked $14.99. Scully Mack offered $10, and then Joe DeGato offered $10. And that was during all that blitz of questions and concerns. So Scully Mack gets this for $10. Joe DeGato, you were in fact second. Now, the next question was this. We have Steve McGee got Blues to Colt. And then there's another blue. What's the price? You're referring to Blue Oyster Cult. Blue Oyster Cult. Blue Oyster Cult. Okay, I didn't know what blue was. This was Secret Treaties. It's also still available, $24.99. So is CCR, Boston, and Kansas, okay? Now, Jaws has a new bid for $40, and Van Halen is a final call, and the most recent bid is with Trent Peasley, $45. The other bidder that's new tonight, if you're done, let me know, and if so, I'll go ahead and sell that to him. $35 start on Warrant Cherry Pie. If anybody wants in, now's the time. Also, we have this. We have Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits. Sunday Will Never Be the Same, $19.99. Parvere and the Raiders Revolution is $9.99. And Renaissance, and this is live, and we had an offer for this. I was waiting to find it. This is sold to Topographic for $14.99. Jaws has a new bid for $45. Brent's out. Peter Mazzolino, you have it. Okay, then over here, we have Get Your Yayas Out, live Rolling Stones, $34.99. No one's been on Cherry Pie. It's on red vinyl, $35 start on that. Ryan Mustaine says he'll take Boston. Yes, that was right during all the David Bowie and Blue confusion. I thought we were talking about a David Bowie album. Boston is sold to Ryan Mustaine. That is sold. About time for me to bring over a new crate because this one's full. I'm not talking about this crate. I'm talking about that crate. Now details on Warrant 3535, details on Warrant, and what is the Warrant? Warrant Cherry Pie is a 2018 U.S. reissue, limited edition red vinyl, near mint gatefold jacket. That is an official pressing. It's on red vinyl. Now, BOC, Vladarchuk offered 20, Charles Owens offered 17, Vladarchuk offered 20 again. Let's go ahead and sell this to Vladarchuk for $20. And now this crate is really full, and now let me swap out crates. Let me put this right over here. Let me grab this, and let's start a new crate. First thing we have is Van Halen. I never did hear back. He said Todd Coe is done and thanks. All right. So our new buyer tonight has picked up another one, and that's Van Halen. So to Trent Peasley for $45. Thank you. Jaws Details. It's a board game. It's called A Game of Strategy and Suspense by Ravensburger. A lot of activity here recently on Jaws. Everything just hit a 50th anniversary. Reissues happening, this happening, merch happening, Funko's happening, Lego's happening. And this is a board game, practically unplayed. It has a high bid right now, Peter Mazzolino for $46. It's Ravensburger. It's new. It's been technically open, but it looks like all the pieces and stuff are unpunched and unplayed. There's all that. Yep, very nice. And this has a high bid right now of $50 with Charlie Marks, okay? There's that, and there's Cherry Pie, which now has bids for $45. CCR was $34.99. Now, this was real and spectacular. I mean, it's on the blue and gold label, and it is beautiful. A classic album, $34.99. Now, I see McGee got BBC. He got the other BOC. He got another BOC. That was on your feet or on your knees. Wow, I can't believe no one's bought this. J.J. Cale, this is like an auction item usually. $29.99. Charlie Marks gets the Jaws board game for $50. That is sold to him. I'm going to go ahead and lay it right over here. Thank you, Charlie. That's sold to you. Now, we have Warren at $45. This is Roy Acuff on radio. That's $9.99. Randy Klein on Steve Earle for $40. OG Steve Earle. I was waiting for an offer on that, too. Hopefully, the offer will come next on J.J. Cale or a claim. Bob Dylan's $34.99, and then Smoke is $44.99, a 1969 press. What's the high bid award? Amanda Darby has that for $45, and next CCR $34.99. J.J. Cale, Nick Bargeron right over here. J.J. Cale, I will sell that to you $29.99. I will sell that to you for $28. That is not worthy of a discount in my opinion. That should go for auction where it would sell for $45, $50, $60, $70. You should probably go ahead and say, okay, you're right, I'll take it for $28. Next is Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain, a 1961 mono repress, VG minus condition, and this is going to go up for a $5 star. Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. The Who, Odds and Odds. Odds and Sods with the original die cut cover. That's $24.99 on that. Jerry Jeff, $19.99. That's known as Jerry Jeff Walker. And Kansas, Song for America, $19.99 for Kansas. The Who still available. Face Dances. That's $19.99. 38 special strength and number, $24.99. And Huey Lewis and the New Sports. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Paul Revere's $9.99. And Hank Williams Jr. Major Moves, $24.99. All right, so Warren is sold to Amanda Darby for $45. That's sold. Miles Davis has bid for $5 and $6. As soon as I said that, Todd Doris just bid $49 on Warrant. I just sold it to Amanda Darby. I thought we were done on that one. That's very unfortunate. I would have loved to take more bids on that. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is an OG top copy of Bad Company's debut. This would be the one you want to have here. Goodness gracious, look at this one, shrink wrapped. It's a gatefold, OG with the hop sticker, the other hop sticker, the original price tag. No condition notes, original on her sleeve. Wow, a beautiful Bad Company. Look at that one. That's what you want to see. Hop stickers, $25 start on that. Don't worry, Music on Vinyl is repressing Cherry Pie for the third time on colored vinyl. I think y'all already know our deal with Cherry Pie. It's kind of a cursed record for us. I ordered at one time over 500 copies. It just took us earlier this past year to finally sell them all. They are repressing Cherry Pie for a final call, hopefully, on a third different color. It is coming out later this month, I think, or maybe first of next month. I still got to post it. I guarantee I'll be able to sell a bunch because it's one of those albums. OGs are very expensive. They're rare. You never see them, especially a true first press. So everybody needs a copy of Cherry Pie. It's on colored vinyl. I'll be posting more. They've pressed it on 2 different colors, and then they pressed it on black, and they made a bunch of black vinyl. So many, I think they had to clearance them. And now they're sold out of those again. And now they're pressing it on a third cover. And so I'll be posting a pre-order for that tomorrow, and I guarantee I'll sell some more. So anybody interested in a new copy, pretty much the same thing we just sold, it will just be pressed from Music on Vinyl on a different color. Let's go back up here and see what I missed. The first thing I had over here was Miles Davis at $5. And then I missed Todd Doris's bid on Warrant. I'd already sold it. Miles Davis, $6. Todd Coe says Kansas price. If you're talking about this right here, Song for America, Todd, that's $19.99. And then right after that, Charlie Buck made an offer. Todd had made inquisitory request for the price earlier. So that's pending to Todd Coe right now. And then Charlie Buck was second. And then David Tate got Hank Williams Jr., and then Todd said he will take Kansas, so that's sold to him. Information on Miles Davis. Stand by. Dave C. on Huey Lewis for $14.99. Who is Dave C.? Who is Dave C.? You buy from us on a regular basis? Yes, no, yes, yes, no, no. Dave C. Sell this to Dave C. for $14. Let me pull up YouTube and verify your account. That looks familiar. Are you normally on here? I got to make sure. And if you are and you're like, yes, Chad, I spend thousands of dollars a week with you, let me know. And okay, yeah, I think he's good to go. Sorry, my brain just went kind of blank there. So that's sold to him for $14. And then Miles Davis 8, Miles Davis 10, Miles Davis 10, Bad Company 25, Bad Company 30, Bad Company 25, bundle deal, Miles Davis 12, Bad Company 25, Bad Company 25, Bad Company 31, Miles Davis 15, Bad Company 35, Bad Company 26, Bad Company 28, Bad Company 35. You've had enough cherry pie. That's what my mom says on Thanksgiving. She says, enough cherry pie for you, Chad. That's it. Go to your room. You're grounded. You've had 3 cherry pies already tonight. Bad Company 40. We have Bad Company 35. And then J.J. Kill. Nick said he would do $24.99. Sold to Nick Bargeron for $24.99. Bad Company 40. Miles Davis 16. And then Miles Davis out. And then Dave Seretna. Okay, Dave Seretna. You're on YouTube. Dave C's Dave Seretna. Miles Davis out. Miles Davis 18. Spent hundreds. You've spent thousands. Thank you. Bundle deal on the rest of the crate. If you take everything that's left in here, I'll add it up and do 25% off. There's still some great records in great condition. And I've got 2 more. Robert Vladerchek, I'll do 25% off. I'll add them all up. We'll do a straight percentage discount. Straight percentage discount. Straight percentage discount if anybody's wanted. That's the only way I would do that across the board. Bundle deal, 25% off, okay? If you're a first-time buyer, welcome. Just make sure you've contacted us. We need your email address and mailing address. You only have to do that after you buy something. Only if you buy something. There's my mom. She's watching too. She said, ha ha. She knows what I do about pies. I have an addiction. I've ate she'll bring two or three pies in, and they're gone. Just give me a gallon of milk. Just give me a gallon of milk, and I can do it. Oh my gosh, I could do it. I could eat a cherry, a chocolate, and a pineapple. Okay, so let's see what we got going over here. Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain, a 1961 repress mono, VG minus. We got to keep this pace going. We got to keep this pace going. So this is a 61 US repress mono, VG minus, VG minus. My mom's probably like, slow down, Chad. You're literally going to have a heart attack. But right now we have Blaine Zapnick at $18. I do not have a pressing plan on this one. I literally just pulled it out of the bin. John said you might want to auction this. And I said, good idea. It's a beautiful OG copy. I don't have a pressing plant for you, PRC. It looks like it's a PRC. It looks like it's a PRC. It's in shrink wrap with hop stickers. And that's a high bid on that, okay? There's that, and then we have an offer on Dylan for $25, so to Randy Klein. Now that's gone. There it is. Anybody else want anything, or does anybody want it's the 25% bundle deal on everything? There's that. Going once, going twice, going three times. And here we go. New crate, new auctions, new this, new that. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Chess pie, yes. Chess. Great board game, and it also turns out to be a great dessert. They doubled up on that. The Chess Association, they make some great pies at those chess tournaments. Chess pie. Fantastic. All right, let's see what else we got over here. This is this. Here we go. PRC Richmond. Miles Davis. Miles Davis. Final call. $18. That's US. That's greenbacks, as we call them here in the States. $18. Bad Company just got another bid for $52 and another bid. We're talking OG shrink wrap hop sticker near mint minus gatefold jacket inner sleeve. A top copy is what we call that. A topographic copy. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, including the Kinks Greatest Hits, $29.99. That's the original tricolor Steamboat label, and that is in fantastic condition. It is also a stereo press. Nice. Billie Holiday, laid in satin, gold stamp promo, and 80s repressing for $24.99. Spencer Davis Group. Great Steve Winwood here. Give me some lovin'. Somebody help me. $24.99. Also, Eric Clapton, Journeyman. Eric Clapton, $34.99. Vlodarchek on the Kinks. Nice. Bad Company, $60. I think we're done on Miles Davis. No, there's a new bid with Romelu for $20. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Metallica, hardwired, box set, deluxe edition. This is the OG Metallica 2016 Deluxe Edition on blue marble vinyl. It has a lithograph set and 8 buttons, and this thing is sealed. Sealed Metallica, $55 start, now up for bid. Wow, it's about to get really busy. Jamie Butler, second on Kinks, and now we have another bid on Bad Company for $65. Great Eric Clapton there. First track's called Pretending, great song. Doobie Brothers Cycles has the original on her sleeve, $19.99 on the Doobie Brothers. Johnny Cash, America, nice, $19.99. These are new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. New arrivals. We've got Frank Sinatra, A Swingin' Affair, $14.99. $14.99. Roxy is Twitch. That's John Robb. Thank you. Bad Company, $65.75. Now Miles Davis, $22. Metallica, $55.55. Vlodarchek, first on Johnny Cash. Vlodarchek, first on Johnny Cash. Metallica, $60. No, another bid just came in on Cash. And now this and now that. And then over here we have Carly Simon. Somebody wrote right on her forehead. HLB. He said, I'm going to write right on her forehead, $9.99. We got the collections, the Young Rascals, $26.99. Now, let me ask my mom a question since she's on here. Mom, you've got an option, okay? I will take a large portion of capital, and I will open you up a pie factory here in Lebanon, Julie's world-famous pies, and you can be the main baker every day. Or you can continue to work here at Collecco. Your choice. Do you want to go into the pie business, or do you want to continue to be part here of Collecco? You'll still be a part of Collecco. But who thinks my mom should open a pie factory? I'm talking about around the clock, she's just making pies, and we're shipping them in with your orders. You can get right at checkout, you can say, Chad, go ahead and give me a pie. Put me down for a pack of inner sleeves and a chocolate pie. Go ahead and put me down for a pack of a couple cleaning cloths and go ahead and slip me in a chocolate pie, okay? Julie's world famous chocolate pies. That would be amazing. Be like, yep, Chad, give me that new copy of Megadeth there and go ahead and put me down for a pumpkin. Throw in a can of whipped cream and some strawberries, okay? Pie Factory. Oh, they make stuff. You get like a box and it's like cardboard and you put it down in the stang. It's like zero gravity. Okay? Amazing. Look at all these pie requests. We have just sold $4,000 in pies. $4,000 in pies. 5,000. Look at the claims. Your orders are already back. $6,000 in pies. $7,000 in pies. $8,000 in pies. 9,000, 10. The orders are still coming in. We're already at $10,000 in pie orders. We hadn't even opened the doors. They're still coming in. Look at that. Peanut butter, all the above. Boom. They're still coming in. Still rolling in. I can't even sell records anymore. Everybody's buying pies. Look at all this. We've already pre-sold tonight $20,000 in pies. It's been 30 seconds. It's been 30 seconds. $25,000 now in pie pre-orders. Unbelievable. Holy moly. They're still coming in. Look at all this. Okay, let's go back up to the top and see what happened. So the last thing on Miles Davis that showed up over here, the last bid on Miles Davis, I remember he had a bump of 20 with Romelu, and then Blaine came back in at 22. Blaine came back in at 22. Bad Company has took off to the moon. It has left us. It might be even in Mars by now. It was at 55 on Bad Company, and now it was at 60. Then it was at 65, and then we sold Kings. Jamie Butler was second. This is buy it now, best offer. Miles Davis, Blaine came back in at 22. Blaine came in at 22, so you were outbid. Romelu on the Miles Davis. I'm sure there's bids since then. Metallica opened at 55. Bad Company 65. Bad Company 72. Metallica got another bid for 55. Vladarchek got Johnny Cash. 007 was second. Now Metallica's at 60. And now Bad Company 70. Now Bad Company 75. And then Peter Mazzolino wanted to know Frank Sinatra condition. There's no condition notes on this, Peter. No condition notes. $14.99. Bad Company 80. Metallica 65. Metallica 65. Metallica 65. And then Todd Coe said he sold on the Doobie Brothers. Todd Coe, you get the Doobie Brothers sold. And now Metallica 70. And now Metallica 75. And then over here, we have Bad Company 85, Bad Company 95, and then over here, Bad Company 100, Metallica 80, Bad Company 100, Metallica 80, Bad Company 80, Metallica 100, 100 on Bad Company, 80 on Metallica. And then over here, was there any other bids? There's a lot of requests for pies. Bad Company, $105. Bad Company, $105. That's a new bid. Bad Company, $110. Bids are still coming in on that one. Over here, and then over here, Bad Company, $120. And now Miles Davis, $25. Now Bad Company, $150. Now we have Peter Mazzolino on Frank Sinatra. That is sold. And then next is Bad Company, $160. Wow. Okay, so let's get back down to the bottom. We're at the bottom, okay? So the first thing we have is this. We got Miles Davis, just got a new bid and Blaine's out. This is a final call to Romelu for $25. It's a 61 US repress mono VG minus. And Miles Davis, the last bid was Romelu at $25. Bad Company, till the day I die. John Robb has it for $160, now $180, now $165. And then the last bid I said on Metallica was $80 with Brandon Jones. This is a sealed deluxe edition, blue marble vinyl, sealed deluxe edition. Kelly Vladarchek already has Johnny Cash. This one's, in fact, going to go back to Shane Devers. So thank you, 007. That's so to you. That's so to you, 007, okay? Now, let's go ahead and do some buy it now best offer. Next thing we have is Jake's going to come over here and do the rest of the show for tonight. He says, I'll pass. He's leaving. We have Diamond Head soundtrack. Nice. $19.99. Diamond Head, Charleston Heston movie. The soundtrack to Diamond Head, $19.99. Brandon has Metallica for $80. Going once, going twice. Olivia Newton-John, Kierley Love, $9.99. This is A buy it now best offer crate. New arrivals, fantastic. We have Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $39.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $39.99. Focus Live at the Rainbow, $19.99. No condition notes on anything in here. All the discs for everything in here should be EX Plus or better. $9.99 on Poco. Sticks, pieces of 8, $19.99. John Luke Ponte, $9.99. And we have Lines and Ghost Wild Garden, $12.99. Scott Dwallow, Diamond Head sold for $15. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. Miles Davis sold to Romelu for $25. And then Brandon Jones, the Metallica is with you at $80, and I almost sold it, but Shane asked what the price is. It's at $80. What about Bad Company over here? If y'all want Bad Company, you're going to go through D-Kong. D-Kong has it for $180. Ryan Mustaine, you're out. Guy, I've already sold Diamond Head for $15. Now Bad Company, $181. Wow. Harper's Bazaar, anything goes, $14.99. This is Mott the Hoople. Mott the Hoople is $19.99. And Mountain Twin Peaks, a Gatefold 2 LP, $29.99. Whoa. Metallica just took a big jump, now at $100. Now Bad Company's at $181. Next thing I have is Frampton by Peter Frampton. Frampton by Peter Frampton is $9.99. What is the name of the album? Frampton by Peter Frampton. Cinderella, new and sealed, $38.99. Cinderella, new and sealed, $38.99. There it is. It's available. It's new and sealed from Music on Vinyl. The Firm, Paul Rogers, Jimmy Page, Radioactive. It's not on that album, though. $24.99. Bad Company, $185. Sticks, sold for $15 to Rich Krulak. Bad Company, $190. Mountain, $15. Charles Owens. Charles, we're a little bit too far apart on that one. I'll do $25 if you want it, though. We have the Best of Firefall for $9.99. Nice. Hot Rocks. It is an early 80s pressing, $39.99. On this London remastered label, $39.99. So Metallica's at $100 of 00 Platinum, 007 Platinum, going once, going twice. Metallica, $100. Now over here, we got Bad Company at $190 with D-Kong. A beautiful top copy. Live Cream Volume 2, $34.99. John Robb, it's up to you. John Robb, it's up to you. Out of Metallica, next is the Chambers Brothers, Shout. That's $24.99. Michael Wood says, give me a Cinderella. I've got another one if anybody else wants it. $38.99. 25 great instrumental hits by the Challengers. That's a Gatefold 2 LP for $19.99. Ryan Mustaine says, Chad, I need that Jean-Luc Ponty. Here it is. That's so to Ryan Mustaine. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Bob Dylan Slow Train Coming. That's in shrink, $34.99 for Bob Dylan. And that is actually a German press in shrink wrap of Dylan, $34.99. Bad Company, $191. We have Cinderella. Kathy Webb says, I'll take one too. Luckily, I had another one. That was a great window item, Chad. I know. Thank you. I'm talking to myself. Chad's a little thirsty, honestly. I've ran out of Monster. I got to go up front and get a bottle of water. Bad Company's at $195. Bill Salmon says, I'll take the Chambers Brothers. Done. Did I get the Focus too? Ryan Mustaine, you also get Focus. I never did even see that come in. Focus at the Rainbow. That is sold to Ryan Mustaine. Freddie Milford on Bob Dylan. Sold. Blaine Zapnick second. 007 Platinum gets Metallica for $100. Mott the Hoople sold to Leslie Silverly for $15. And then we had an offer over here on Firefall. Firefall. I'll do $7 on Firefall. Who has that? James Rayner, $7. $7's the price. Ryan Mustaine also wanted Focus. I never did see that even come in. Oh, Focus, $15. Let's change the price. He made an offer. Focus for $15. Change that to Ryan Mustaine for $15. Ryan Mustaine for $15. Sorry, I was reading all the comments about pie. I thought that was a flavor, Focus flavor. That's what I need. I need some of that every night right before I go live. Focus flavor. Bad Company. We have about 300 bids on it. I think it's about to hit $200. It's an unbelievable top copy. We sold Diamond Head. We sold Sticks. Did I sell Sticks for $15? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I've already pulled that out. That's done. And then Mountain, I countered Charles to $25. He offered $15. It's marked $29. Firefall $7. We post so both. So that. That's got that. Cinderella. I'm out of Cinderellas, but Paul Catrich, I will put you on a waiting list. Put Paul Catrich on a waiting list for Cinderella Night Songs. That will be back in next week, okay? Steve Worley said $15.99 on Billie Holiday. Sell it to Steve Worley for $15.99. Sold. And then Bad Company, $199. Bob Dylan, $25. Already sold. Bad Company, $199. And then we have Blueberry Cheesecake, $22. Bad Company, $200. Wow. Okay, next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and Bad Company's at $200. Bob Dylan sold. Yep, first person to grab that was Freddie Milford as sticker. That's sold to him. We got a wait list for Cinderella. We got a wait list for Cinderella. My mom has officially started arguments over pie. This is the kind of entertainment we need. She is officially engaging in pie. This is going to be like the Soup Nazi episode, but it'll be pie. No pie for you. Okay, next auction. Going to go up right now. The pie Nazi. Next thing we have is this, U2 October. Well, U2 October is going to go up for bid, and this is a 2008 U.S. reissue, 180 gram of book, original sleeve VG, a $15 start. Now, Todd Coe, I don't know if you can hear me, but somehow you are commenting, but it's not popping up here. I think you're commenting, Todd. Let's see, Todd, you are watching, but you're commenting on last night's video, okay? So if you can hear me, you're making claims, but you're not on the right video, okay? Frampton, the reason those aren't showing up, you are watching, but you're commenting on the wrong video, okay? Just FYI. The last bid on Bad Company was $200, and Bad Company at $200. $200 on Bad Company, and that is with John Robb, okay? Track list on Firefall. You are the woman. Just remember I love you. Strange Way, Cinderella, staying with it. Goodbye, love you. Headed for all. So long, love got away in Mexico, okay? And then next over here, we have Melissa Bailey, Lines and Ghost, $8. Lines and Ghost is sold to Melissa Bailey for $8. The Firm is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $20. Sold to Blaine Zapnick for $20. Show the label on Mountain Twin Peaks, Christopher Yoakum. Here's the label on Mountain Twin Peaks. Very clean copy. I said I would do 25 on it. Bad Company out. Rage Against the Machine Renegade. I can put you on a waiting list, okay? And then over here, Firefall, he said he will do it for $7. All right, that's sold. And now, Frampton sold. Yes, you're on the right feed now. Peter Frampton sold to Todd Coe. So one more time on U2 October. This is a 2008 US 180 gram with book, original sleeve VG October, $15 start. Final call on Bad Company, $200, and that is with John Robb. We're about to sell it. Next is Argent, all together now with Hold Your Head Up, $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. And then next thing we have is Christopher Yoakum. He said he will take that for $25. And then The Birds, the Ballad of Easy Riser. The Birds is $26.99. What is the 25 instrumentals? That's the Challengers. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $19.99 on that. And Johnny Burnett, the Rock and Roll Trio. Man, that's got some good stuff on it. Honey Hush, Train Kept a Rolling. That is a very instrumental music there, $19.99. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Welcome to Collectco. We need a couple bits of information, though, from you. If you're on YouTube, click on the link that's in the description of this video. That link will take you to our website. Our website is known as shopcollectco.com, and that can fill out from there you can fill out the first-time buyer form, okay? Bad Company is sold for $200, and that is sold to John Robb for $200. That was a U.S. original top copy, near mint, shrink wrap, hop stickers, inner sleeve, gatefold, the works, okay? It was like going to Julie's Pie Factory and saying, Julie, I'll take everything. I'll take everything. That was the works. A for $15. Argent sold to MT Matt. That's done. Next thing is we need another window album over here. That's what I'm going to work on right now. Another window album. And you may say, wow, Chad, what else could you have to put over here in the windows? The window album. What's going to be the window album? The corner. Here I am in the corner. And that's Winger. It's on green vinyl, new and sealed for $33.99. Folks, there it is. Now, final call on U2. No bid yet. Al Stewart, The Early Years. Gatefold 2 LP compilation, $19.99. Chicago 17, $14.99. We have Frank Sinatra for $14.99. Also over here is Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion, $9.99. Alabama, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, The Touch, $14.99. Supermax, Pop, Funk, and Disco Remixes. Wow. A German press from 1983, yellow vinyl, $26.99. Supermax 2, Haunted by Launch, Shaman by Grandmaster, D-Train, yellow vinyl, $26.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is Mastodon, live at Brixton. Mastodon, live at Brixton. Mastodon. This is a 2014 USOG Record Store Day. Out of print ever since. Limited 2,000 numbered copies. Numbered 1196 of 2000. No DVD. Mastodon's going to go up for a $50 start. Ryan Mustaine got Jean-Luc Ponty for 7. Kathy Webb got Alabama for 10. Over here we got Savoy Brown, Ross Sienna for $24.99. We got Status Quo for $19.99. And the Police in Yada Mandata, 2008, $34.99. 2008, 180 gram, $34.99. $34.99. U2 is called October. It is a 2008 U.S. reissue, 180 gram. It does have a book that comes with it. It has the original on the sleeve, VG, a $15 start. It's October. And I think those are, even though it's a relatively new pressing, they're stored in these really bad, rough, coarse inner sleeves. And so, like new from the factory, they look like they're VG. New from the factory, okay? Cake. Heath Bar. Mom's going to make a Heath Bar cake tomorrow, right, Mom? Todd Doris says he'll take Winger. Nice. So did Todd Doris. Winger is sold. That was my last copy. Anybody else want one? It will be a waiting list. We also got a waiting list going for Cinderella. Cinderella. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. The stars fill my dreams. I am the traveler of both time and space to be where I have been. The secret elders of a gentle race. This world is seldom seen. Cashmere 2LP remaster, $44.99. There it is. Mastodon is a $50 start. U2's at 16 with John Durden. Going once, going twice. Let's read through these one more time. B-I-N-B-O. 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 Chess pie. Everything in here is B-I-N-B-O. I've got another crate to do right after this one. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go. U2 has a bid for 15 and now 16. Spencer Davis Group, Greatest Hits, $24.99. Over here is Eric Clapton Journeyman. Wow, we don't get this one too often. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Pretending. And that one's not in print, actually. I don't think it is. I've never seen new copies that I've been able to order. There it is, though. I also have another single to put up for a $5 start. And this is from 2001. It's called Riff Randall's. And Riff Randall's is going to go up for a $5 start. Now up for bid. And what is the Riff Randall's, you may say? The Riff Randall's is on lipstick. It's called What About Romance? $5 start on that. Next is Mastodon. Does have a bid for 15. Joe DeGatto gets Steve Winwood for 19. Spencer Davis Group. Carly Simon has some writing on her forehand. $9.99. She said, no way on the Heath Bar cake. You ate the whole cake by yourself last time. That's true. About 2 weeks ago, my mom made a cake. It was about this big. It's about that deep. It's chocolate cake. It's got whipped cream and Heath Bar and condensed milk, whatever all that is. After I left the sale that night, I went home. I stopped at Walgreens. I got a gallon of milk. I ate the entire cake and drunk about half a gallon of milk. And then I fell asleep for about 14 hours. I went into a coma. It was very rewarding. Clapton is $34.99. U2's at 19. Collection, The Young Rascals, $26.99. Olivia Newton-John, Clearly Love, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $39.99. 2LP with all the inserts, no condition notes, $39.99. 19's the high bid on U2 over here. Mastodon's a final call for $50 of Ryan Mustaine. We have Poco Live. That's $9.99 on Poco. Harper's Bazaar is $14.99. Fleetwood Mac sold to Peter Mazzoliano. That is sold. And then Jeremy Burke, your second. Nice. Hot Rocks. 2LP, $39.99. We have Time Is On My Side. Heart of Stone. Play With Fire. I Can't Get No Satisfaction. As Tears Go By. Get Off My Cloud. Mother's Little Helper. 19th Nervous Breakdown. Painted Black. Under My Thumb. Ruby Tuesday, Let's Spend the Night Together, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Street Fight Man, Sympathy for the Devil, Honky Tonk Women, Gimme Shelter, Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Brown Sugar, and Wild, Wild Horses, $39.99. Johnny Burnett is available. Some of the most influential rock and roll music ever made. Some of the most influential rock and roll music ever made. Johnny Burnett, $19.99. Tear It Up, 17 wild rockabilly classics. Mastodon is at $60 right now. Riff Randall's has one bid for $5, and then U2 all of a sudden got some new bids. John Darren has it for 19. Peter Moss, you're out. Jeremy, you were second on Fleetwood Mac. Mastodon 55, and then let's sell Kathy Webb Clapton for 25. How tall am I? I'm about 6'2". maybe 6'3" with shoes on. 6'2" approximately, maybe 6'3". 6'2", probably 6'2". 6'3", maybe I put 6'3" on my license just to make me look taller. Probably 6'2". All right, and then over here, Riff Mastodon 60, Mastodon 61. Went to coma. Yeah, my mom couldn't get a hold of him. She was like, I thought we were supposed to go out to eat tonight. I was like, we did. You just wasn't here. I ate all of your cake. I slept through everything else. There's that. And over here, we have Live Cream Volume 2, $34.99. Peter Mazzolino on the Stones. There we go. The track list. All I got to do is read the track listing. Track listing is all I got to do. My build weight. Well, if I was going to be like on a football team, they'd probably build me a 6'3", 350. If I had to go to a doctor, they would probably say 6'1", 300 pounds. You know, if I was on a football roster, it would say 6'3", 350. The doctor would probably say 6'1", 300. Next thing is The Birds, The Ballad of Easy Riser, $26.99. The Ballad of Easy Rider, 25 great instrumental hits. The Challengers, $19.99. Any Japanese tonight? You've already missed about 35 or 40 of them, but I'll put up some more. Al Stewart's $19.99. The Early Years, Chicago 17 is $14.99. And we have Frank Sinatra, $14.99. That's a compilation. Wow, no one got Supermax 2. That's on green or yellow vinyl for $26.99. Savoy Brown Raw Sienna's $24.99. And then Status Quo, $19.99 on that. And we have The Police in Yada Mandata, $34.99. Riff Randall sold one bid for $5. The Riff Randalls sold to Amanda Darby for $5. Thank you. That is sold. U2 October. This is officially sold to John Durden then for $19. Mega Blast. That's a great there. There's that there. And then this is Mastodon. Mastodon's tied at 65 and 65. Ryan Mustaine, 65 and 65. Mark Steele, you're out. Ryan Mustaine's bid came in first. 65 on that. 65 live at Brixton. All right, there's that. Here we go. New auctions. Oh, man. Holy moly. Steve Miller to Tim Morrow for $15. SM. Is that for, what was SM? SM. SM. Supermax. Tim, what was SM? Because I had some Steve Millers earlier. I just want to make sure that wasn't a lag comment. All right, let's get back to the top. Crocus, everybody. Headhunter. Crocus is an 83 USOG with the original on the sleeve. No condition notes, a $35 start. Crocus, 83 OG with the original on the sleeve. The cover is nice, just a little bit of sign of wear. Black cover, it shows a lot of wear typically, but that's a nice copy for $35 Supermax. I'll do 20 on it. I'll do $7 off. That will be $20 on that if you want it. And then let's go through another crate like that. We got nothing but discount crates. I'm probably going to bring out some like crate up some stuff and do stuff for $6.99. We're talking about blowouts, discounts, this and that. We've got it, okay? Here we go. My doctor said he didn't want me getting taller. That's a Jerry. That's what he told the Miss America pageant. He offered her a hot dog. She said, no, I'm watching my weight. And he said, I'm watching my height. My doctor doesn't want me getting taller. Oh, my gosh. How funny. Okay, let's go over here and go through another new crate. Brent Robley, you need that Johnny Burnett. Just throw out an offer, Brent. All you got to do, throw out an offer. Just do it. Nike. That's why that motto is so successful. Just do it. Speaking of blowouts, my knee feels a little weak right now, so if I go down, I'm going to be like, my knee. And then that'll be the end of the show. Okay, if you hear me start screaming and then the feed ends, I've either been shot, assassinated, or my knee has blown out. Final call on Crocus for $35. I'm very disappointed nobody bought Cashmere, physical graffiti after I even sung some bars of Cashmere. Come on. You got to be joking me. All right. I better not put that there. I usually stack all my sold stuff right here, but if I leave this here, I'm going to get asked a lot what Jaws is. So I've got it stacked over here in a precarious position. Let me put it over here behind me. I'm trying to sell some more singles, so but if we don't move that, then we're going to we'll get wore out on it. That's a hot commodity right now. Tanner says I don't know if John Griffin's still watching, but John Griffin, yeah, the division bell got pulled for someone else during the live video because I missed a claim. So John Griffin, but I'll make sure one gets in, okay? Let me see what this message says here. All right, here we go. So Mastodon, the last bid that came in on Mastodon over here was a final call to Ryan Mustaine for 77. Mark Steele, if you're done bidding, just let me know. If you're done, I'll go ahead and sell it, and that means you're done. You can't bid again. Any more 80s Nights Thrash, need some Anthrax. Trent, you're about 24 hours too late. Thursday night, we do a show called Thursday Night Metal Nights. Last night, for about 7 hours, I auctioned nothing but metal, hard rock, thrash metal, death metal, black metal. You missed about 7 hours of auctions. There tonight, if we have one, it will be a surprise. Those are sold on Thursday nights. It's a big night. I do non-stop metal auctions. Crocus, just one bid, $35 sold to Aaron Civic. That is done. Let's put that over here. And now Mastodon's about to sell. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I've got a whole crate of stuff over here. I read a bunch of them off earlier. We're about to put up some more. And the first one I have is AC/DC Powerage. AC/DC is a 1978 U.S. Specialty OG with the company inner sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start. Ross, you are very late on Crocus. And then there is the original Atlantic inner sleeve. That's going to go up for a $30 start. John Griffin, I'll have you one though on your order though. Because what we'll do is I'll go ahead and bill you for it, and I'll order them tonight. They'll be in Monday or Tuesday, and we'll just slip it in with your order. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if they're in stock, okay, if they're in stock, because by the time your order ships and gets ready to in queue to ship, by the time it's ready to ship your order, we'll have them on hand, okay? They'll be here. So you'll still be getting one as long as I still can get them, okay? I won't put you on a waiting list, but I'll make sure you get one if they're in stock, because I can add it to your invoice even though we don't have it on hand. I can order it. I'll know it's on its way, and by the time your order gets ready to ship, it'll be here where we can put it in, okay? Usually what I'll do is I'll tag it. I'll take it to the back. They'll put it in with your other stuff from the prior week when something like that happens. Sometimes if we're short something and somebody definitely wanted it this week, we can make sure they get it. And when it comes in, we don't have to bill it again. We'll just slip it in with your stuff, okay? All right, Mastodon still getting bid. What year is AC/DC? This is OG, Bon Scott era, 1978. This is an OG pressing. Okay, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. AC/DC already has a bid for 30. Mastodon 82. We have Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider, $24.99 on Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider. Alabama 40-hour week is $14.99. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing, and that's going to be a Japanese pressing of the Eagles live. Very nice. The Eagles Live is a 2 LP. It's a $35 start. The vinyl over here is near mint minus and pristine. Very clean, very nice. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LP, there's the original inner sleeve, there's the other original inner sleeve, there's one insert, there's the lyric insert. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Mountain, Mississippi Queen, $19.99 for Mountain. That's available. Mississippi Queen. Over here, Mata Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen. That is $19.99. Next is Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger, $9.99. I bought Spreading the Disease. We just sold one. MT Matt bought one. There it is. There it is. There it is, okay? We have Mastodon at $85. We've already sold that. So if you're new to Collectco, Thursday night is a staple for us. It's called Thursday Night Metal Night. We actually have our buyer out. His name's Paul. He's out on the road buying stuff right now. He sent me pictures. I showed a little yesterday. All kinds of cool stuff. He's out buying metal, Britney Spears and metal. What a mix, you know. But he sends me updates. We have a shared text note where he updates what we're buying, how much, what kind of genres, and and everything, and they are buying the heck out of stuff, okay? Ryan Mustaine on Jean-Luc Ponty, that's sold to Ryan Mustaine, thank you. Over here, we got Alabama sold to Brad Waits for 10. Eagles already has a bid for 35 with Dave Retina. Bobby V, Golden Greats, that's $9.99. Mastodon still getting bids. Wow, no other bids on ACDC. Hammers up. We're about to sell it to Scott Arnold for $30. Living in John's Greatest Hits is $9.99. Here is Point of No Return, not Kansas this time. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. The Kinks, Word of Mouth. The Kinks is $14.99. Pete Townsend, another scoop. I don't get this one as often. It came out in '87. Another scoop. Pete Townsend from The Who. That's a 2LP, $24.99. Starland Vocal Band with their big one-hit wonder, Afternoon Delight. $9.99. We have Leslie West, Mountain. Leslie West from Mountain, his solo album, $19.99. Charlie Daniels, Honey in the Rock. Earlier, Charlie Daniels there, very cool. It's on Karma Sutra. Does have a saw mark. That is $24.99. John Durden got Frank Sinatra for 10. That's sold to John Durden. We have Savoy Brown Lion's Share. That's $19.99. Now, ACDC has a new bid for 31. Mastodon is up to Mark Steele if he wants to bid again. Ryan Mustaine over on YouTube has it for $93. And now Eagles has one bid for $35. Now that's a final call. Now Scott Arnold's bid 32 on ACDC. Now Trent Peasley, you've been outbid on that. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, including Gamma 1. Gamma 1 is $16.99. Todd Rundgren, Initiation. $19.99. Todd Rundgren, Initiation. Merle Haggard, Willie Nelson. This is Seashores of Old Mexico. Wow, that one doesn't come through as often. Willie and Merle, $14.99. Neil Young of the Blue Notes, this note's for you. That is $29.99. And going to Memphis, $9.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, $9.99 on that. And the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, $39.99. It's about time for Paul to get on here and say they're checking into their hotel for the night. He's on the road with Tyler and Henry. They're out buying. They're on the road eating beef jerky and probably, well, no, if Henry's with them, they're probably eating at Longhorn Steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Cracker Barrels. They're probably eating at places like that. I think a lot of times, if it's just Tyler and Paul, they make quick little stops. If I know Henry well, he's probably eating fine dining. We got Merle Haggard and Willie Nelson sold to Michael Freiberger. Mastodon has a new bid for 100. Willie is already sold. Blaine Zapnick on Neil Young, and the Kinks is going to be $10 to Travis Woods. Let me go back and find that one right quick. This one right here, sell that to Travis Woods for 10. All right, Dave Seredna, only bidder on the Eagles. Another Japanese record gone. Thank you, Dave Seredna. Let me get that over here pressed and sleeved in a new little jacket. We got about 15 or 20 more Japanese pressings to run. Chad's about to go up front and get a bottle of water, though. I've been trying to get something to drink for about the last hour, but I can't stop talking or selling stuff very quickly over here. Very, very quickly over here. Very quickly. Things are moving quickly, fastly tonight, very quickly. Mastodon's out with Ryan Mustaine. We might have found our high bidder. Are we done on ACDC? It was really up to one person, Trent Peasley. Trent, I have not heard back from you. Scott bid $32. It's all up to you. You can say out or you can bid again. Charlie Marks on the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Charlie Marks. He's out. So this sold to Scott Arnold for $32. Thank you, Scott. Nice. OG ACDC. Nice. Very, very nice. That is sold. Let's put that thing away. And then Mastodon. Last bid on Mastodon, Mark Steele 100. That's now moving to a final call. That was a big auction. Two more records. Nice. Rush Power Windows, $34.99. And Kansas, there's another point of no return. And this time it is Kansas, $19.99. Gamma 1. The lineup on Gamma 1 is Gamma 1. Gamma 1. I don't know if I can help you out. There's no information on people on this one. I see pictures. That kind of looks like them, but I'm not for sure. I know Phil Collins played on one of those too. Let's go ahead and grab another auction from over here. And I do have another pretty pricey record here. It's an OG Pearl Jam from 1996. This is OG Pearl Jam from 1996. No code. It's a 96 USOG E-photo set. Has all 9 photos. A 4-panel gatefold jacket. Original sleeve VG condition. Pearl Jam's a $50 start, okay? Mastodon is officially sold to Mark Steele for $100. That's gone. Let's put that away. And then over here, we have UFO Misdemeanor. These are all new arrivals. Buy it now, best offer. UFO, $29.99. Iron Butterfly and Agata DeVita. Iron Butterfly is $19.99 in Agata DeVita. And then over here, we got Hank Williams Jr. Live, $24.99 on Hank Williams Jr. Live. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be a Japanese pressing of J. Giles Band, Showtime, the historic live album. Jay Giles is near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. That is near mint minus and pristine. And there's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. That's now going up for a $35 start. And I have got to step front and get a drink of water right quick. So let me go up to our cooler and get a bottle of water out. Thank everybody for joining. Thanks everybody for joining us on this Saturday night. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Got some people here asking to join our group. All right. One time out, please. Okay. Whoo. La-di-da-da. Ooh-la-la. Let me touch my toes while I'm at it. Make sure everything's still working. Yep, hamstring is still connected. It's not ripped or torn. All right, that's working. I can move my toes. My fingers are still going. My brain, I hope, is here. To my knowledge, I'm in reality. Is this a dream or is this fantasy? Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality. Okay, so I introduced a OG Pearl Jam, which is OG. It's an OG pressing, okay? And then we have Jay Giles for a $35 start. And William Howe offered $17 for Kansas. And that's sold. Thank you, William. Now, let's keep going right here. I've drunk that water really fast, so now I've got the hiccups. We're right in the middle of a buy it now best offer crate, okay? And the next thing I have is another Kansas, this time Audio Visions for $19.99. Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog, $14.99. Oh, yeah. This next crate I'm going to do, I think it's something Paul marked that I never did go through before. And when we go through it, it's going to be buy it now best offer. So I basically have a Paul crate, or maybe Laura, that's never been gone through. We have, a nice looking copy of Fragile. Oh, man, I love this right here. Let's see what we got here. It is a 70s reissue. It's a 5-digit, so it's probably 75, 77. But what a spanking copy this is. Nice. You got to get this, okay? That doesn't need a discount. Just go ahead and say yes. Did you tag? No, it hasn't. It's right over here next to me. I might have to do that. Tanner had to leave early. I may have to do that live a little bit later tonight, okay? Pearl Jam's OG, VG. And the thing about the No Code album, so Laura's got everything so nicely packaged in here. I really don't want to pull it all out. But the no code had Polaroid photos. Okay, and there's different sets you can collect. And this is set E, and it has the 4-panel gatefold. I think that opens like that. So it is a true 96 with the photos, and they're all there. And that's something I don't get to say too often. OG Pearl Jam. Especially for 1996, that album mostly sold on CD, maybe cassette. Nobody bid on Jay Giles. Jay Giles is a buy now for $35. Now, Blaine, is yes a claim for yes, or is that yes because you're excited for what's happening tonight? You might have to let me know there. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We only have 2 Japanese no bids, and that's Night Ranger, and Jay Giles just sold to Bill Samus, okay? So that's sold. Let's keep rolling here. Ooh, gosh. That's like, John did that on purpose. That's like 2 of my favorite albums. Ooh, it's OG too. What 2 nice copies there. Hey, if you want some of Chad's favorites, these would be in my top 25 right here. Oh my gosh. That's like, he staged that on purpose probably. Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures, $19.99. The Bangles, different light. This has Manic Monday on it. Walk Like an Egyptian, $32.99 on that. And Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, $34.99. All right, and next auction is Duran Duran. This is 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Very nice looking Duran Duran here. That is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert, and there is that. $35 on that. Pearl Jam is at 103. Ryan Mustaine, great decision there on Elton John. There is sold. And then Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock, $24.99. Next is Bobby McFerrin. This is $19.99. Simple Pleasures on Bobby McFerrin. Blaine says he will take the yes. Awesome. I'll be the roundabout. South Side of Sky. Another really nice looking Ted Nugent for $14.99. Jerry Jeff Walker's $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker. Also, we got pronounced Leonard Skinner. Gosh, there's some clean. That's the early pressing there on Black MCA. Not a first pressing, but what a nice copy of that. Pronounced. James Taylor's $14.99 and Alan Parsons Project Pyramid $19.99. Yes, Duran Duran's a Japanese pressing with insert. Nice, $35 start on that. Let's go ahead and introduce something else. Let's go back over here to my box of mystery. Okay, I've got a box of mystery over here, and oh my gosh, that hurt. Let's see what this book is. I got some cool looking stuff. I'm either going to straight price some stuff. or put them up for auction, depending on what comps look like, okay? But if you like horror type stuff, you might want to stick around for just a few minutes as I get back to some of this. This is definitely worthy of an auction. I'm seeing comps a lot overseas for $30, $35. Let's put this up for a $15 start. 100 American horror films. Let's put it up for 10, 15, something. Let's get it started for 10, 15. Very nice looking book here. 100 American horror films. That's now up for bid, okay? Auction number 3. Pearl Jam was at 105. Lou Reed was 34. Duran Duran was Japanese. Pearl Jam 108. Ted Nugent, was there any other bids? There wasn't, so go ahead and sell this to Aaron Civic for $10. Henson on Elvis Costello. Let's go ahead and sell that to Henson over on Twitch. And then Night Ranger is a Japanese pressing of 7 wishes. It's OG Japanese, near mint minus and pristine. It includes the FlexiDisc sampler and FlexiDisc Hard Rock sampler, $35 on that. And then next was JK picking up that very nice Leonard Skinner. Blaine Zapnick on Alan Parsons. And we have next Pearl Jam 116. Also, Warren has the Werewolves of London Silver Bullet Hop sticker. That's pretty cool. And Shrink Wrap, $39.99. And Toto is $19.99. Over here, Bobby McFerrin. You must have just missed it. Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures, No Condition Notes, OG Pressing, $19.99. Pearl Jam 116. Leonard Skinner's already sold. Start price, condition, Horror Book. Horror Book is in like new condition. Let's say a $15 start. It looked like a lot of them go for $25 and $30 from what I just seen. $15 start on that one. I might have said 10, whichever. I'll take either. I have a feeling it's going to get to at least 15 though. From the scan I just did, Lou Reed was $34.99, and from the scan I just did, I mean, there's a lot in here listed for Canada, $33.80, $35.95, United Kingdom. A lot of them are overseas, it looks like. Lou Reed's $34.99. All right, Pearl Jam still getting bids. Duran Duran did not get a bid, so let's go ahead and end that for a $35 buy now. Leonard Skinner's already sold. He got grabbed fast. It got grabbed fast. It was poof and it was gone. That's usually how that happens. Right, so the book has two bids for $10 and $10. JK has it for 10. Brandon Lack bid 10. JK came in first. He's also the one who grabbed the Leonard Skinner, right? He also is the one who grabbed the Leonard Skinner. Now the hard book has a bid for 11. And now I have over here Pearl Jam is still at war. Dave Seretna got Duran Duran for $35. This is sold to Dave Seretna for $35. And then JK gets Lou Reed for $25. All right, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Everything in here is new arrivals, buy it now, best offer. We're going to have to breeze through these one more time. Some really good looking stuff in here. Really good looking stuff in here. Fantastic looking stuff in here. One second, please. All right. Here we go. Still some great selections here. Sorry, I had to double check. I was trying to figure out the whereabouts of some stuff. And then we're about to go through another crate that possibly has never been shown all buy it now best offer. Last night, one of the last things I did, I tagged all the metal church box sets. And all the metal church box sets got tagged. And then I brought out a box set that had never been shown before. And this is $329.99. And I want to make sure everybody's had an opportunity to see it. And maybe we can sell it because I was hoping it would come in for Thursday night metal night. Sometimes they delay these box sets, and then it came in Friday night, and I forgot to show it. So now here it is Saturday night, and maybe we can find a buyer for it. This is Dio, the Ultimate Album Collection, the early years, the classic stuff. Dio is $329.99. It's a UK import, and this is really about the only way you can get a lot of these albums right now. Not in print, not in print, not in print. These are all imports. This is in print as the Joe Barresi remix, but there's that, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's a 9 LP total. One of them's a double. I think Strange Highways has always been a double album. So $329.99. I pre-sold a bunch of these when they first kind of started coming around or came out, and I have one available. Dio, the complete albums. I might lay that in the back. I might replace that with Led Zeppelin if nobody wants Led Zeppelin. Really trying to get this one sold for this week. And if anybody's interested in other box sets, the other box sets I have are Ride the Lightning, which is $325, and then I got some Led Zeppelin Super Deluxe. I don't have Led Zeppelin 1, I don't have Led Zeppelin 2 or Led Zeppelin 3. Those are a little bit tougher to get. And this is a great Dio box. Yep, I'm going to put it back here. I'm going to give Zeppelin one more chance at $44.99. It's a double LP remaster. Let's read through these again. Let's put up some other new auctions. Stones. Oh, I was just joking. That was just to get you watching, Carol. Or maybe I do have it later. Who knows? I may have some later. No, I was just joking. Stones. Do I have anything Stones that I could make Carol or Brent Robley or any other Stones collectors not? Let me think about it. Stones, Stones, Stones. Do I have anything Rolling Stones around here? Anything at all? Just something to say, boom, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Anything that these guys don't already have. That's the problem, is finding something they don't already have. Gosh, surely I got a poster around here or something, but I just don't know where. I bet I can sell one of these right now. I bet I can sell one of these right now. I hadn't shown one in a while, and somewhere I got a bunch of them, but they've gotten lost, or not lost, they've gotten mixed up. Okay. Bad Religion, I think, was last night. Led Zeppelin, $44.99. Okay, first let me show you the damage. Okay, see the damage right there? Oh, man. I just got a terrible message from my DoorDasher. They didn't have any cherry turnovers. They gave you an apple. Gosh, I hate their apple turnovers. Okay, here is this. There's the damage. This is an original movie poster of Batman, the Val Kilmer one, Batman Forever. $55 buy it now. When you put it in a frame, that little edge wear will go out. This is an original, rolled, official, real movie poster. Batman is $55. That's a real, let me try to get to the overhead camera. I went over there to find the Rolling Stones and I found Batman instead. This is a real movie poster. $55, it'll come shipped in a tube. Batman Forever. Nicole Kidman, Tommy Lee Jones, Val Kilmer. $55. Comes shipped and rolled in a tube. It does have some edge wear here. $55. Okay? Movie poster number 1. Who wants it? Next, let me update what happened. Sorry, got a little distracted. If I don't stay focused and go into Chad Turbo mode, that's what happens. I've got the attention span sometimes on here of a squirrel. Pearl Jam is at $135. Charlie Marks bid $150. Charlie Marks $150. The horror book is a final call to JK for $15. JK has that for $15, final call. Ivan R gets the Warren Zevon for $25. That's sold to Ivan R. Led Zeppelin, $44.99. Alan Smith said, how much for Led Zeppelin? $44.99. And then come in the middle, what was the info in Led Zeppelin he just showed? It's a 2 LP sealed remaster. It was over there on the corner forever. I was trying to get 2 copies sold tonight. I have 2 copies. Who wants it? $44.99. All right. The book has a new bid for $20. There was a Bad Religion for tonight. Okay. I will find it then. I promise I will locate it right now then. And we have a Led Zeppelin we have a Led Zeppelin here to auction. Is this Bad Religion? No, that's a Van Morrison bootleg. I don't see one. Let me pull up the picture. I am going to go ahead and show this. This is Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains is the 2009 USOG on clear vinyl. This is the OG pressing on clear vinyl from 2009. I love those words. OG Alice in Chains, $95 start on that. Okay, this book is now at $25, and Charlie Marks gets the Pearl Jam. Charlie Marks gets the Pearl Jam for $150. That's sold to him. I'll take Zep 2 if you bill me for next week. I can't do that. Let me explain why, because we'd have everybody wanting to be billed the next week for something. But if you ask on Monday, I'll go ahead and sell it to you on Monday, and it'll start a new week. But right now, it'll only be for tonight. All right, thank you, Charlie Marks, on that. And now, let's go over here. So nobody on the new Led Zeppelin. I'm about to put up an OG then. Let's run through these one more time. Buy it now, best offer. Charlie Daniels Band Knight Rider. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. And this is Mountain Climbing. Mountain is $19.99. No Bad Religion tonight, I'm being told. It was in last night's hot picture. Martha Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen. Martha Hoople was $19.99. Bobby V's Golden Greats is $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Olivia Newton-John's $99. Fred comes in on Zeppelin. There we go. Now I feel better about my window item. There we go. There's one left if anybody else wants one. Okay, there's that. And then in here, we have Pete Townsend, another scoop. That's a 2LP, $24.99. Starland Vocal Band's $9.99. And then Leslie West is $19.99. Also, Charlie Marks on Mott for $15. Now, Paul, you did not put a number after your Allison Chains. Be sure if you want to bid, you put 95, okay? That's a 2009 OG. That's a 2009 OG there. Let me put the horror book over here. It's sold to Kelly Vladerchek for $25, right? That was a sold for $25 to Kelly Vladerchek. That was sold. Yes, Kelly Vladerchek got the horror book for $25, all right? Zeppelin, we sold Moth the Hoople. And now, my crate's full. Let me go ahead and swap these out right quick so we can start a new one tonight. Fantastic. There's that. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate your help doing that. Just a quick, simple like. Boom. Hit the button. Boom. Just a little hit. That's all you need. A little hit of it. We have Mountain, Joe Delgado, $15. Sold to Joe. No. Who was first? Our new buyer tonight, Christopher Yoakum, for $15. He was first on that one. Joe Delgado second. Allison Chains has one bid for $95. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Nice clean copy of Honey in the Rock. Our next auction is another Duran Duran, and this is a self-titled debut album from Japan. It's near mint minus and pristine. Now Allison Chains has a bid for $100. Duran Duran is near mint minus and pretty. Near mint minus and pretty. A $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Savoy Brown is $19.99. Lion Share, Todd Runninger Initiation, $19.99. Paul Revere and the Raider going to Memphis, $9.99. Rush Power Windows, it's available, $34.99. Nice, $34.99 Power Windows. The Big Money, Grand Designs, A to Z, different degrees. Gamma, $16.99 for Gamma 1. UFO Misdemeanor, $29.99. Allison Chains, $95. Allison Chains, $100. Allison Chains, $100. Allison Chains, $105. Allison Chains, $115. Duran Duran, $35. Iron Butterfly and Negata DeVita, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Hank Williams Jr. Live, $24.99. Kansas Audio Visions, $19. Over here, Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog. I wish I could be Jesse's Girl, $14.99 on Rick Springfield. The Bengals, Walk Like an Egyptian. Another Manic Monday, $32.99 on that. Jerry Jeff Walker's $19.99. Also, we had James Taylor, $14.99. That's why I'm here. Toto, Hold the Line, $19.99. And Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures, $19.99. Brent Robley on UFO, and that is sold. John McPatriot on Gamma, that is sold to John McPatriot. What happened to it? Sold. Dennis Cole, you were second. Kelly Vladerchek on Rick Springfield, sold. Kelly Vladerchek on Bengals, sold. Allison Chains, $120, high bid. Bengals, Duran Duran, one bid, final call, $35 on that. Final call, $35. Next thing is this. Oh, wow. Is this another board game? I told y'all there'd be some cool stuff coming. What is this? Ooh, sealed. I like that. Holy moly. This word here always gets everybody a little bit flustered, okay? You show this guy right here, and it's like, okay, Chad, take it easy, please, all right? Please, just chill, all right? Just take it easy. Be careful showing stuff like this on a Saturday night, okay? Because this kind of stuff might get everybody a little bit flabbergasted. You might get a little bit flubadoobered, okay? And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is sealed. Halloween, a hidden movement game. Whoa. Ooh. Wow. Halloween, a hidden movement game, sealed. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Ooh. Looks pretty interesting. $35 start. Dio is $329.99. Right now, he's going to get blocked by Halloween, which is a $35 start. Kiss Dynasty poster. Kiss Dynasty poster is sold. Puzzle, that's sold to Jamie Butler for $24.99. Over here, we have Trey Murphy on the Rush album. Sold to Trey Murphy. Thank you. And then over here, Allison Chains, $125, $125. Dynasty Puzzle sold to Jamie Butler. Duran Duran 36, Duran Duran 40. Dio's 329. Chad also claimed Rick Springfield. I've already pulled it for you. And then the Halloween game has bids for 35 and 35. Dio box set. Dio box set is $329.99. $329.99. All right, there's that. Next auction is Stevie Ray Vaughan in 1 second, okay? Let's go through this other crate I was telling you about. I need to sell somebody the Dio box. I explained last night on this. So $329.99. These are all new sealed. I think they're remastered. But here's the deal. So if you wanted to go right now and get nice OG copies, especially of these two and this one, like right now, top shrink wrap, beautiful copies, that's going to cost you $300, especially for these two. Those are pricey albums. This one's obviously cheaper. Some of them kind of get cheaper as they get older because they've sold more copies. They're more made on vinyl. As they got later, less made on vinyl. That's a rare album. That's a rare album. I mean, we've sold that for big money before. Then you get the rest of the Dio discography. It's all sealed, $329.99. So, I mean, if you don't have them or you do have them and they're maybe not top copies or near mint, one price there for that entire classic discography. Boom, there you go. All right, so we need a new puzzle to replace. We sold Dynasty. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss puzzle then, unless somebody buys it right now. This is a 500-piece puzzle of Kiss Destroyer. It is new. It's sealed. It's $24.99. Let's put that right there. There it is, Kiss Destroyer. There's another Kiss puzzle, $24.99, okay? Alice in Chains, Halloween 3738. What about Duran Duran? Duran Duran has a high bid of 40 with Peter Mazzolino. Dave Seretna, you're out. All right, Dave Seretna, you're out. Dio is available. And next is, how much was Power Windows? That was $34.99. Bobby McFerrin is available. Yes, $19.99. And don't worry, be happy. First track. Don't worry, be happy. All right, let's go through another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. BINBO coming up right now. BINBO. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I need everything else left in there. Go ahead and give me the rest of the crate. I'll be like, you dog. Okay, sold. Here we go. Everything in here is going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. I think you're going to like this crate. Alice in Chains is at $135. What about the Halloween board game? It's at $38 with William Thornton right now. $38 with William Thornton on the Halloween game. Brad Waits was at $37. Duran Duran was at $41, and now it's at $46. Everything in here is BINBO. Let's get started with Futuristic Dragon. Whoa. It's a 1976 UK copy. I think Paul marked most of these. It has the original on her sleeve. T-Rex, Futuristic Dragon. T-Rex, $39.99. We have Trapeze, and Trapeze is a 74 promo marked. Promo marked label. Promotion, not for sale. $19.99. And Bob Seger, Against the Wind. That's in shrink with the hop sticker, original on her sleeve, $24.99. Halloween games at $40. Who has it for $40 then? Who has it for $40? Peter Mazzolino has it for $40. Peter has the Halloween game for $40. He has Duran Duran for $46. And Alice in Chains is with John Kaiser at $135. Charlie Marks is out. Final call to John Kaiser for $135. Bob Seger is sold to Travis Woods for $20. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer again. We started with T-Rex. Here's Patti Smith Group, Wave. Patti Smith Group is $19.99. Right in front of that is Gail McCormick. And this is One More Hour. A 1974 U.S. promo, $24.99 on that. And ABBA's Greatest Hits is $19.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $19.99. Also, The Knack, Get the Knack, $19.99. And Denny Lane, Japanese Tears. Denny Lane played in the Moody Blues, but also mostly well known for playing as Paul McCartney's guitarist in a band called Wings. Denny Lane, $19.99. Or hear that lick of Band on the Run? Also, we have Tim Kirkle, Crazy Me, a 79 U.S. rock album. That's $9.99. And Huey Lewis in the News is $19.99 for sports. So, Dave Seretna, let me know if you want back in on Duran Duran. It's at $46. Let's go ahead and sell Alice in Chains to John Kaiser for $135. And the Halloween board game is sealed. And the Halloween board game is sealed and sold to Peter Mazzolino for $40. You got that? Thank you. I got other stuff coming up like that, like The Thing, John Carpenter, some kind of board game over here maybe. What's it? It's called The Complete Albums. Dio, The Complete Albums, 83 to 93. There it is, $329.99. Think about it. Think about it. Dave Seredin, it's up to your word on that. Let's throw up another single right quick. This is a punk oi record known as Niblick Membrane, maybe. What's Your Deal? It's on clear vinyl. I think it's like a $35, $45, $50 record. I'm going to put it up right now for a $5 start. Niblick Membrane or Membrane, $19.99 punk oi clear vinyl, $5 start on that. Our next auction is going to be Stevie Ray Vaughan, and it's going to go up for bid right now. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1984 USOG Pitman, EX condition, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Duran Duran, He's Out, always single, 45, 45, 45, 45, or excuse me, 55555, and that almost adds up to 45, but Duran Duran is officially sold now to Peter Massimiliano for $46. Thank you, Peter M. That's sold to him. Peter M. sold to him. Let's go ahead and put this away. And then over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's now up for bid. Patty, I also missed an offer on that. Jared McLaughlin offered $15 for Patty. Let's sell it to him. Patty Smith Group sold to Jared McLaughlin for $15. And now over here, we got Toto, Hold the Line. Sold. We had a claim and it's gone. Toto, Hold the Line. Sold, and that's sold to John Bobing. You got it. Classic Toto album there. Back to this crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Alex Corner's All-Stars Blues Incorporated. Blues there from Alex Corner, $19.99. We have Drop Everything. This is called Lady Pink. It's an 85 New Wave album. VG Plus, $19.99. And T-Rex, Electric Warrior, Bang a Gong, Get It On, VG Plus, $24.99. Gatefold Jacket, $24. Well, you're dirty and sweet, Clyde in Black. That's Electric Warrior. Bang a Gong, Get It On. Klaatu, Sir Army Suit, VG Plus, $14.99 for Klaatu. And Lavender Hill Mobs in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Santana. It's called Super Pack 20. And Santana Super Pack 20 is a compilation of Santana music, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the inserts with it. Gatefold jacket with Obi, a $35 start. Also has book with it. Nice. Santana. Now up for bid. Also in here we have Bob Seger Mongrel, a 75 US, VG Plus, $19.99. Bob Seger Mongrel, VG Plus, $19.99. If I can get the disc out. What's it hung on? Aha. It's got a... This needs to be put behind the jacket. VG Plus, $19.99 on Bob Seger Mongrel. There it is. John McPatriot said 10 on Klaatu. So did John McPatriot for 10. This is a BINBO best... It's a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. That means you can go ahead and buy them, or that means you can go ahead and make a best offer. So... totally up to y'all. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for 30. Next is P.F. Sloan, Measure of Pleasure. P.F. Sloan's a 68 US. He was in a band called The Grassroots, $24.99 on that. Final Call on Santana for 35. Where are we on the single? David Smith has it for 15. David Smith has Niblick Henbrain on Headache Records. He has that for $15 on that. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 30. Bob Seger is sold for 15 to Jared McLaughlin. See how easy that was. Also in here we have Faces, Long Player, a white label promo. It is VG minus though. We had a reissue last night on with the non-die cut cover. We sold for 40. That's a white label promo original. VG minus though, $14.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid for 31. Music by Martin Knopfler from the film Cal. That's EX $12.99. And Yardbirds Greatest Hits in mono, VG Plus in mono, $24.99. Shapes of Things, Over Under Subways Down, and of course it does have the song For Your Love on it. For Your Love, there it is. Fred's back in on this at $16. Niblick Henbrain, or is it Minbrain or Henbrain? I think it's Henbrain. And then Trickster, back to zero. No, this isn't that Trickster. This is a different Trickster. This is a different Trickster than that Trickster. $14.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 32. Some people just fell out of their chair because they heard the word Trickster. It's not that Trickster. No, it's not that Trickster. Big Wreck, But for the Sun. Big Wreck is a 2LP, $49.99. Big Wreck is a hard rock album from 2019. It's a gatefold, $49.99. Brent Robley, 18 Yardbirds, sold. Also, we have Curtis Mayfield, Back to the World, $29.99. Curtis Mayfield. Santana's a buy it now for $35. Santana, a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants it, This is it. It's a Japanese compilation. Very nice. And let's put that up for a $35 buy it now. Okay, it's available. Let's go back over here. First thing we have is Stevie Ray Vaughan 32, and now another bid for 34. Now, Fred, it looks like that dollar bump may have be getting you that single for 16. Next in here is Raw Ashcroft, Richard Ashcroft. These people, that is sealed from 2016, $29.99 on that. And the Fugees, the score, the Fugees is on clear with white swirl. It's a Gatefold 2 LP for $34.99. That is available. Travis Woods on MK for 10, and MK was Mark Knopfler. Go ahead and sell that to Travis for $12. Let's get another auction going right quick, and that next auction is going to go up right now. It's Van Halen, Diver Down. Van Halen is OG. It's a 1982 Jacksonville original in VG condition. Diver Down with the original undersleeve, a $20 start. There we have it. Martin Knopfler already sold Jared. Kelly Vlarchek on the Fugees. Didn't expect to see that in a bin. Richard Ashcroft is called These People. It's sealed from 2016, $29.99. Fred Carnell gets that single. He gets that for $16. Thank you, Fred Carnell. That's sold to you. Next thing over here is this. We have Queens of the Stone Age, Lullabies to Paralyze. That is sealed for $34.99. Art D. LaSchmidt has the Van Halen for $20. And the Fugs is Fugees. Fred, I've already sold it. And then over here, Richard Ashcroft is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $25. Now Van Halen has 2 bids. Melissa Bailey on Queens of the Stone Age. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan has a high bid of $34 with Todd Coe. And one more look at that before I drop the hammer on it. Stevie Ray Vaughan's an 84 USOG Pittman, and it's at $34, and we're about to sell it. Van Halen already has multiple bids. And we have Fat or Eating Raoul, and that's a soundtrack, $14.99. Carol says, so you're going to be like my wife and ignore me. Okay, let me see if what Carol asked me. Carol must have asked me a question a while back. Did Carol ask me a question? Am I ignoring you? I don't know if I should be like your wife or not. Should I be like your wife? Or are you talking to me? Was Power Wish Runner an OG? Yes, it was. Van Halen 22, Van Halen 25, Van Halen 25. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another game, and or whatever else is next in this tub. It looks like another board game from Mondo. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Some cool stuff over here. Let me see what I got going on. Let me do this right quick. Let me do a quick scan just to get a relatively good comp on it. Right here. Ooh, this is pricey. This looks pretty pricey. Offer 10 for faces. I don't think that showed up. I don't think that showed up. Wow, comps 90, 78, 45, 75, 90, 85, 65. This looks like a pretty good board game based on prices and probably collectability because it's the thing. Infection at Outpost 31. It's a board game from Mondo. There's the board, it feels like. It's definitely been played with. However, there's some cards that are still sealed. I'm going to say everything's here, but I don't know. So it's sold as is. Complete, and I hadn't even looked at it. No, I'm assuming it's good, but I don't know. It's got a nice board here with it. Based on what I just seen, it's a pretty dang pricey board game. 75, 100, 85, 90. Let's try it for a $45 start. I'd rather sell it to y'all than having to do the rigor war known as eBay. Okay, so $45 start. Plus, I have no idea. I'm trying to figure out how they had that board game tucked in there. It's got like a little lip. That's pretty amazing how they had that tucked in there. Maybe it slides in here like this. No? All right, we'll just lay it there on top. But that's up for bid. I'm going to say a $45 start, the thing, okay? $45 start on that. Can y'all see it right there? You can. Okay, $45 start on that. Now, let's go back to the top and see what I left off. Carol, I'm going to make sure that didn't come through. That didn't. That never did hit Restream. Yeah, it did. Faces, $10. Okay. So what was Fred's N16? That was a bid. Okay, Carol Puckett, I see you. I did ignore you. Carol got faces for $10. I didn't ignore you. I never did see it. It's on my phone, though. You got it for $10. Thank you. Okay, Van Halen 22, Van Halen 25. Aaron Civic has Stevie Ray Vaughan for $40. Okay. $40 on Stevie Ray Vaughan with Aaron Civic. Van Halen's at 26, Van Halen 27, Van Halen 27. And then Calvin asked, what's the details on Curtis? And then we just had an offer. Okay, Curtis Mayfield is Back to the World. That is the original label for that release. It looks like it's very clean and very nice. It's a gatefold, $29.99. So Calvin, that's 29. We got an offer for 22, Van Halen 30. And then we have Van Halen at another 30. And Scott Arnold was first. And now the other bidder on Stevie Ray Vaughan was our new buyer from tonight. He's out. And right now, Aaron Civic has it for $40, okay? Aaron Civic has that for $40. Next thing I have is St. Vincent, Strange Mercy. St. Vincent is $22.99. The Thing is a board game. Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians Rocket. That is sealed for $19.99. Calvin Ward got Curtis Mayfield for $25. And Trickles, Steve Lacy, Roswell Rudd, Kent Carter. This is an original 76 Italian import, $49.99. I should have one Led Zeppelin left. Yes, should have one Led Zeppelin left over here, $44.99. If not, then I took it up front last night, which won't be a problem because I need to go up there anyway and grab another monster. Not right now, maybe in about another hour. I need another monster, though. I'm ready to go into extreme turbo mode. I'm talking about yippity yap yap bebop kind of stuff. Y'all going to have me wore out. We're not going to be able to go late tonight. I've been going so fast for so long. By 11 o'clock, midnight, I'm going to be like, yep, that's it. I am out of it. We've went so hardcore tonight for the first several hours. All right, so this is sold to Jeremy Merck. I'm now sold out of physical graffiti. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Edie Brickell, Javi Soto. Let's sell that to him for $15. All right, and then over here, this is Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Aaron Civic for $40, and now Van Halen is sold to Scott Arnold for $30. And if anybody wants the Thing, it's at a great price for $45. It's a board game. We'll get all that packaged where it's not sliding around like that. I just literally pulled this out of a tub. That's from Mondo. It's a board game, Infection at Outpost 31, and it sounds like that's probably half of retail. So $45 on that. Chad, you need an Otter Pop and a Little Debbie snack. That is, well, I had half of a zebra cake earlier, and we've blasted through those cosmic brownies. I mean, we have obliterated the cosmic brownies you sent, so thank you on that. Getting us good and getting me good and chunky for the winter. Over here, we have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Led Zeppelin's a 75 US OG with insert. It's VG, mostly LP1. The other disc is okay. How about an OG Led Zeppelin for just a $25 star? That's now up for bid. No stream tomorrow. Yeah, Paul's definitely out of town. We're either not going to have anything or I'm going to be on here like really late. Like if I do something for a few hours, like from 9 to midnight. But I doubt we have anything tomorrow at all. Probably won't be one of the few Sundays nothing are going on. I plan on just taking it easy and posting pre-orders, and probably later that night, maybe trying to get with my mom and take her out to dinner again. We went to a new restaurant here. It's relatively new, Aubrey's. That was really good. But yeah, I plan on just kind of Sundays is like literally my only day off. Okay, here we go. Next is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, a 1978 pressing near mint. Look at this. $35 star. That's now up for bid, okay? Next thing is Laura's new vinyl. Well, we've already sold a whole crate this week. She's got about 10 back there right now. She's saving up for everything to get back in. But she's already ordered a a whole crate, and we sold everything but like 2 records. We still got to find a buyer for Chat Pile. Nice. Blondie the Hunter. Back to the Bin. Seal 2015. Blondie is $19.99. Earth, Wind & Fire Spirit. Shrink Wrap and Hype Sticker. Earth, Wind & Fire. VG Plus $19.99. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth. Pat Benatar is in VG condition, $9.99. Asia Alpha, VG Plus $14.99. Over here, we have the Isley Brothers, Go All the Way. Isley Brothers is in VG condition, $9.99. Over here is Airborne, AIRBORN, a 1980 US classic rock, southern rock album, VG Plus $16.99. And Hard Rope and Silk and Twine DJ copy only, a 74 promo, EX $12.99. All right, so back over here. First thing we have is Zeppelin, $25. Zeppelin, $27. Joe DeGaldo, you're out. First bid on Black Sabbath, $35. Henson said he would do $15 on Blondie. Blondie sold to Henson for $15. Black Sabbath, $37. Black Sabbath, $35. Black Sabbath, $40. Black Sabbath, $40. Over here, Rob Grill, Uprooted. Rob Grill was also in a band called The Grassroots. $14.99 for Rob Grill. The Incredible String Band, I looked up, EX $12.99, 1970. And the Eastern Moves of Muhammad Abdul Malik, Vinyl Me Please, 2024. Vinyl Me Please, $44.99. Black Sabbath, $43. We've had 3 questions about Black Sabbath, so let's go over that again, and a couple questions about Led Zeppelin. So Black Sabbath, originally in the United States, they were on an album called a label called Warner Brothers. U.S. pressings are not on Vertigo for whoever asked. Those are U.K. pressings. This is U.S. This is the first album that was not on a green Warner Brothers label. It was originally on the Burbank Oasis Trees label. This is a second label. It's a 78 pressing, but what's really good about this one, unlike most Black Sabbath albums, it is near mint minus. Near mint minus. Near mint minus. Vertigo or UK pressings. Vertigo Swirl is only for the first 3 Black Sabbath albums. That is Black Sabbath Debut, Black Sabbath Paranoid, and Master of Reality. Those are now hundreds of dollars. The first album on Vertigo is like $1,000. Very rare and expensive Black Sabbath Vertigo pressings. This is a 78 reissue, near mint minus. It's in beautiful condition. Vertigo or just UK pressings. What is good, though, about Black Sabbath, they carry a premium, any kind of vintage pressing, if they're near mint. Black Sabbath were party albums. They were trashed and thrashed. They're always beat to death. That's why if we have a Paranoid, if we get a copy of a Paranoid, it's like we look at it, VG minus, G plus, poor, fair, G plus, G plus. We rarely even put them out for sale. They're always beat to death. That's why if we do have a near mint Paranoid, it's 100, 200, 300. Very expensive. Black Sabbath is now up for bid. Now we're at $60. This is an OG Led Zeppelin. Laura says disc 1 is VG and the other disc is EX plus near mint minus. And I think it's just mostly due to sleeve scuffing. These sleeves are not the best thing they could have stored these in. They're very thick. They're very coarse. And if you use this a lot, this is like sandpaper inside of it. So really tough to find a high-grade Led Zeppelin physical. Believe me, I've had hundreds, if not thousands of them. We rarely get them where I say this thing is a spanking near mint copy. Very tough to find that one too. That one's in VG. Bad inner sleeves came with that one, so it's tough to find one off the shoot. But that one's pretty dang nice. That one's not bad, and the high bid's at $39 right now. Okay, back to the bin. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. So, OGs or VGs, I'm happy to have them. Yes, high-grade OG Black Sabbaths are rare, and now they're getting very expensive. We looked up the other night, Vertigo, UK, Swirl for that debut album, $1,000. I mean, if I had one, I wouldn't take $1,000 for it. It's way too rare. I wouldn't sell it. Way too rare. And the last 3 Vertigos that came through here, you know who bought them? Paul. I had Master of Reality. I was going to keep it. And he talked me into it. I gave him a great deal on it, but I was like, man, we've had like 2 of these ever come through here. Paul talked me out of it. He collects Vertigo label. Very, very collectible label. All right, let's go back over here. We got Black Sabbath 65, Led Zeppelin 40, Led Zeppelin 41. Next thing we have over here is what? Hard Rope. Hard Rope was right back here. That was EX $12.99. EX $12.99. Next is Tio Maserio with the Prestige Jazz Quartet. This is unopened. Another Vinyl Me Please mono remaster, $39.99. $39.99. This is Miles Davis Bitches Brew. 75 copy, super clean. 75 copies, super clean. $49.99 over here. Ada Bernardi, Hard Rope, $10. That's sold Ada Bernardi for $10. Sold. This is Sunny Boys, Get Some Fun. An original 84 Australian alternate rock power pop, $44.99. Alice Cooper, Pretties for You, a 2009 pressing on red vinyl, $34.99. Pretties for You. Pretties for You. Okay, next thing over here, we had Led Zeppelin at 42, Led Zeppelin at 45, Romelu on EO for $30, and this right here is sold to Romelu for $30. And we have Black Sabbath. The last bid that came in on BS was JK at 80. Da-dun-dun-dun-dun, run-dun-dun-dun-dun. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Nice. $80 the high bid right now. Killing Yourself to Live. That's a good one. Looking for Today. Sadabra Kadabra. Spiral Architect. Classic Aussie there. Tony Iommi. Geezer Butler and Bill Ward. Nice. Alice Cooper. Sold to Fred Cardinale. No. Sold to Henson for $30. Sold to Henson for $30. Then Fred and then Jared McLaughlin. Grinder Switch. $19.99. Grinder Switch. We have Groundhogs. Hogwash. 72 US. VG Plus $29.99. And Gun Hill Road. EX $12.99. One of the most influential bands of all time. I mean, look at that. Look at that last concert they just played. That last concert that just played, all those people that were there playing tribute to them. Just absolutely amazing. One of the most influential bands ever. Black Sabbath. Unbelievable. Their reach. Led Zeppelin's now at $46. Speaking of influential, we got Led Zeppelin right here next to it. The two giants of rock. Up for bid right now. Amazing. Led Zeppelin's at 50. Next in here is Johnny Jenkins, Tun Tun Makute, an early U.S. reissue VG condition, $19.99. We have Grease Band, and that's EX $17.99. I think they were Joe Cocker's backing band at one point. You hear their name announced at Woodstock? Joe Cocker and the Grease Band. Did we have an offer on the thing? I forgot to say yes. I forgot to say yes. Who offered something on this? I turned around. I forgot to pull it. Steve McGee. This is sold to you for $40. Thank you, Steve McGee. That is sold to you for $40. Thank you on that. So all the board games so far tonight are gone. What was next over here? What was the question I missed? Where we haven't did to station to station. No, it has not sold yet. Next is... we have the Marachi Bass with Chet Baker, EX $17.99, Black Sabbath at $85, Led Zeppelin at $50. We're going to some new bids now. We have the Wheat Straw Sweet, the Dillards. The Dillards is a 70 repress VG $9.99. Over here, we have Jackie Reynolds on Gun Hill Road for $9. Sell that to Jackie Reynolds for $9. You got it, Jackie. Thank you. Also, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, Warren Zevon, a white label promo, EX $22.99. And Buddy Rich at JATP, VG Plus $11.99. Chet Baker here. Chet Baker, double shot. That is EX $17.99. And that is OG 66 stereo. And then the Jayhawks, Back Roads and Abandoned Motels, a 2008 Barnes & Noble exclusive on orange vinyl, $24.99. Hammers up on Led Zeppelin. Ryan Mustaine at $50. Aaron's went out. Black Sabbath at $87. Great bidding going on that one. Let's see what I've got over here in my tub of Miscellaneous. We'll put David Bowie up next. I got interesting. I got a book. Maybe I can just scan some of this stuff and price it. Probably be better in auction. I do have a Kiss box set here. We actually sold one of these last night. And as soon as I sold it, there was a million questions on what it was. And I was like, y'all got to be faster than that. So let me put all the discs back in here. It's complete. I know exactly what we sold one for last night. So here we go. Here's our next auction. Let's do it. And if you were watching late last night, you just saw me sell one of these. Here's another one. Here's another one. So here is Kiss. And it's a 6-disc CD box set. Okay? So everything's nice, clean, jewel cases. It comes with a book, and it comes with a merch insert. The box is torn right here. See that? Box is torn right here. Nice Kiss. Flap down here is ripped. It's okay, though. 6-disc. 5-disc? 5-disc. 5-disc, 120-page book. Kiss is a $45 start. Now up for bid. $45 start. He's going to block Dio for a second. Let's go back to the top. Chad sold me a quad copy of Paranoid. I did. That's a good one. Romelu asked about Chet. Romelu made an offer on Chet. Let's sell that to Romelu for $13. JATP is Jazz at the Philharmonic. Thank you, Grog. Black Sabbath 87, Black Sabbath 88, Black Sabbath 95, and Led Zeppelin has officially sold to Ryan Mustaine for $50. The Kiss CD box set is a $45 start. It is now up for bid. You wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land, Mendudo. Y'all remember that band? Menudo? We love us some Menudo. Alrighty. I think that crate's worthy of another quick read-through. Not before we put up, as advertised, David Bowie. David Bowie, Station to Station. 1976 U.S. Hollywood OG. It does have cover damage and wear. EX condition. $20 start. So 1976 OG. The vinyl's EX. The cover is looks like an old sticker residue there, and it's got a little bit of color discoloration and wear. Bowie's now up for bid, but it is OG. Okay, Black Sabbath still getting bids. And Kiss does have a bid for $45. Here we go. And I'm going to browse these again quickly one more time. It looks like it was a Paul crate that I honestly don't think I ever made it to one night. So I think that was the first time showing some of those. There's that. Okay. Give me 1 second before I do anything else. All right. Here we go. T-Rex, how about I read through some of the titles if you need a price? That way we can get to more stuff faster. T-Rex Futuristic Dragon, $39.99. Jayhawks details. Jayhawks is a Barnes & Noble exclusive on orange vinyl, $24.99. Back roads and abandoned motels. Black Sabbath is at $105. Brian Berger, you're out. Kiss is a final call for $45, and David Bowie has bids for $25, $20, and $25. Kelly Vlodarchik bid first. She has it, going once, going twice. Also, Trapeze was a promo copy. Gail McCormick, if you need a price, let me know. Some, I'll remind you, these are all best offer. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $19.99. We have Jayhawk sold to Adam for $18. Brent gets T-Rex for $13, or excuse me, for $30. Wrong digit, wrong letter, wrong everything. T-Rex for $30. David Bowie, $27. Now David Bowie, $40. Also, Get the Knack, My Sharona, Denny Lane. We had Tim Kirkle, Huey Lewis and the New Sports, clean copy, $19.99. Alice Corner's All-Stars was $19.99. Lady Pink was VG Plus, $19.99. T-Rex again, this time Electric Warrior, VG Plus, $24.99. Jared, you were second on T-Rex, 13. No, 30. 30 on that. Brian Berger, are you done on Black Sabbath? Now it's a final call to JK for $105. And now we have Alice Corner, and that is sold for $14 to Brent Robley. Now there's a new bid on the Kiss box set over here. New bid on the Kiss box set over here, $46. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Next thing is Lavender Hill Mob. That's VG Plus, $19.99. Dennis Cole on Electric Warrior. I'll do $20 on it. $20 on Electric Warrior. PF Sohn, Measure of Pleasure. VG Plus, $24.99. Trickster, also Big Wreck, but for the Sun. 2009 Hard Rock, that's $49.99. Eating Growl soundtrack. St. Vincent, Strange Memory. Strange Mercy. Strange Mercy. $22.99 on that. We have Trickle. We have Earth, Wind, and Fire Spirit. Benatar Live from Earth. There's your nightly dose of Asia. Asia's available. VG Plus, $14.99. Dennis Cole says he's going to bang the gong for $20. That's sold. JK gets the Black Sabbath for $105. I'm assuming we're done on David Bowie, too. Vlodarchik has it for $40. Going to once, going to twice. Got other stuff to get to over here. Now, Kiss has a new bid for $48. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. Also, the Isley Brothers go all the way. We have Airborne. Over here is Rob Grill, the Incredible String Band. The only Vinyl Me Please left, Ahmad Abul Malik, Eastern Moods of Ahmad Leak, all analog Ron Smith, Vinyl Me Please, $44.99 on that. Miles Davis still available. Unbelievable. Bitches Brew, a 2 LP classic jazz album there. It's a 75 pressing. Paul has the grade as super clean. So EX Plus near at minus. St. Vincent, so for $19 to Fred Cardinal. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to be Judas Priest Stained Class. Judas Priest is a 78 US Terre Haute OG, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. The Kiss 5-disc box set has a high bid of $48 of Matthew Sherrick. It's going once, going twice. Next is Sunny Boys Get Some Fun. Sunny Boys is $44.99. Over here is Grinder Switch, $19.99 on that. Also Groundhog Hogwash. Johnny Jenkins is still available. So is the Grease Band and the Dillards and Warren Zevon and Buddy Rich at the JATP. Jazz something. What was that? JATP. JATP. Jazz at the Philharmonic. Yes. Jazz at the Philharmonic, JTP. Okay, David Bowie, this is sold then. No more bids, sold to Vladimir for $40. Kelly Vladimir, that is. Judas Priest, $35, and now $40. Now Kiss box set has a new bid for $50. Folks, we're still rolling on that. Next thing over here is what? We have Kiss at $50 and the Isley Brothers. The Isley Brothers is right here. The Isley Brothers was right here. The Isley Brothers is right here. The Isley Brothers are right here. The Isley Brothers is VG $9.99. Buddy Cordova, you may be getting Kiss for $50. Now Matthew's out. Now Judas Priest is going over here. Let's go through another buy now. We have a question about modern bands. Natasha, I'm about to go dig out some other crates that hadn't been gone through in a while, and we're going to try to show as much as we can for the rest of the night. Buy it now, best offer. Next is a 72 OG sealed of Blues from the Mississippi Delta by Big Joe Williams, sealed for $20 on that. First thing we had was another question on Lady and Trapeze. What was Lady? Lady. And then Ahmad, I had this at 44. Let's make it 35, Romby Lou. That will be $10 off. I'll sell it to you. Miles Davis was $49.99. Of course, OG 2 eyes of that can get really expensive. That is a different pressing on that. And then the Buddy Rich at the JATP was VG Plus $11.99. VG Plus $11.99 on that one. And then Jackie Trapeze back here. Here's Lady. Lady Pank was a new wave album from 85. VG Plus $19.99. Romelu said he would do the mod for $35. And then Trapeze. Trapeze is a 74 promo, $19.99. So here's the way the cookie crumbles on Buddy Rich. Michael Freiberger says he wants it at sticker. Grog, you've got first dibs, though. Let me know if you do want it. Miles Davis is still available for $49.99. Isley Brothers is still available. Lady's still available. Trapeze is still available. And now Judas Priest is a final call, and that's at $42 with Steve McGee. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss, and that's sold for $50 to Buddy Cordova. Thank you on that. Buddy for Cordova on that. Thank you. Let's see what else is over here in this tub. That's pretty nice there. Next over here is Grog said he would do Buddy Rich at sticker price. Okay? Nice. Give me 1 second over here. Let's find a new crate. My mom just texted me and said, we have no electricity. That's not good. Now she can't make pies. We have Jackie Reynolds Trapeze. Sold $13. Donna on Isley for $7. Donna, sold you for $7. I'm assuming the other person was passing. Priest, I never did hear back from Michael Freiberger. Michael, you're out on Priest. I was going to make sure you're done before I sell it to Steve. $42. Nobody bid on sealed Big Joe Williams. $20 buy it now. All right, new crate. Let's find something. Sorry, I had to check my phone right quick. Make sure my mother's okay. She can't cook pies. I'm going to be upset. Now the prices are about to go up. Prices are going up. No pie. No. I don't have anything that rhymes. Next thing I have. For my next trick, we're about to do something that you've never seen me do before. Could be a first time here at Collecco. So if you're watching for the first time, you've caught us on a lucky night. And I mean lucky. We are about to go through, and this is rare, a buy it now or best offer crate. Hold on. Change that. Changing. We're about to go through a half off crate. You may have never seen that before. Let's do it. Okay? Judas Priest auction info. 1978 U.S. Terre Haute, no condition notes. OG, no condition notes. Final call for $42 to Steve McGee. All right, next claim over here was Blues 15, Blues 15. Scott Arnold first, so did Scott Arnold for $15. There's no Hatchet Ed crates this week. Nope. We'll probably have several then next Friday. That's good. That's good that we don't have any. That's honestly good. Next is a Disney album. Black Hole soundtrack, sealed, never been opened before. 1979 USOG, out of print ever since, sealed, $20 on the Disneyland label. Sealed, $20 on that. I'm just joking. We do have off quite often, especially late at night, which is relatively early, but no Laura, no Paul, so we just had John crates. We've gone through those. But now we're going to do half off, no more, no less. Very simple. I've got other cool miscellaneous to show first, and I'm going to chug the rest of this water. Done. And now we got Judas Priest. Sold to Steve McGee for $42. Disney sealed Black Hole, $20 start. No bid yet. Going once, going twice. Back to the Japanese bin, because I know David's about to ask. We got Japanese Eric Clapton, another ticket. Near mint minus and pristine. I can't stand it. This is a $35 start. On this, $35 start on this. That's now up for bid. There's that and there's that. Dio for half off. No. I will do, what did I say, $329? I'll do three and a quarter on it. That's one of my favorite prices, $325. I'll do $325 on it though to get it sold tonight, so I can order another one for next week. I want to sell one so I can order another one. I love ordering stuff. Let's go ahead and sell Dio for $325, and then you can buy another one. I'll buy another one, and then there'll be another opportunity next week. And I guarantee somebody's like, I wish they'll hurry up and buy that so I can go on a waiting list so I can get billed the next week, because I've already bought too much this week. So you probably will be doing somebody a favor buying that one at $325. That way you can get somebody else on a waiting list. That's why I'm always trying to sell out. I'm always trying to sell that last one, because there's a lot of people who want to go on waiting list at the end of the week because they know they're not going to be billed until the next week. It happened just a moment ago with Led Zeppelin. He's like, I want it, but I want it next week. And I'm like, well, wait until next week. But if we can sell out tonight, I can order more. Let's keep going. Half off, no more, no less. I love John crates. John's my OG record pricer. Me and him probably have the most alignment in the same kind of music too. Laura stuff, I think there's a lot of people out there who love it because it's different, unusual, like Paul prices. But most of it, I don't know what it is. That's why I'm like struggling. I'm like, what is this? Here we go. This is half off, no more, no less. Joe Cocker, I know him. This is $12.50. So the price I'm telling you is the final price. It's very simple. You can take them or leave them. $12.50 for Joe Cocker. If I don't say anything about grade, it's EX or better. Wow. The best of Leonard Cohen and shrink wrap, now $25. Shrink wrap, $25 on that. Brewer and Shipley, welcome to Riddle Bridge, $9 on that. Over here, Climax Blues Band. Climax Blues Band is $10. Gatefold, no condition notes. Another Climax Blues Band, $7.50. The Beach Boys MIU album, $10. Mark Farner is $7.50. Great buy then, or Leonard Cohen. That is sold to Brent Robley for $25. Black Hole's a $20 start. It's up for auction, Brock. So if you want to bid, make sure you put 25. And then no bid yet on Eric Clapton. Final call on that. Let me get another Skippy-Doo-Dah over here scanned. And I'm going to scan these other Skippy-Doo-Dahs and figure out what the doopity-doop-bop the price on. I don't know what some of these are. They look like books, I'm assuming. They have hard jackets. They have pages with whiting. That's typically the definition of a book. I don't know if Craig can get me the Merriam-Webster, what the definition of a book is, but this says the type of barcode of your scan does not work. Okay, let's move on to something else. Let's scan this right here. This book right here, I'm going to price for just $14.99. It's called Hidden Horror, a celebration of 101 underrated and overlooked fright flicks. It's a book about 101 underrated horror movies. $14.99. It's available if you want it. Next over here, Brock Hanna is in on Black Hole at 25. Fred Cardinal second on Leonard Cohen. Book, a rented or printed work considering pages glued or sewn together along. That's what this is. It's a book. It's a book for $14.99. Thank you for that definition. Just making sure we all was on the same page. No pun intended. Next thing is Climax featuring Sonny Geraci. Climax is $5. Over here, Malachi, Holy Music. This is now $32.50. Wow, big discount on Malachi. Blue Verve. That is from 1967, now $32.50. We have The Love Generation, $10. Mark Farner, great album from the Grand Funk Guitarist. There we go. Thank you, Derek Clark. Be looking for comments from Derek Clark. He's our friend north of the border up in Canada. He's always posting insightful views on some of these albums, so be looking for his. $10 on that. And we have this, the Little Richard Story. It's a 2 LP. That is $20, Little Richard Story. And Locust, this is Plague. I think those are Y's and G's, P-L-A-Y-G-U-E. Wow, what a cool label that is. That is Locust, and that's now $10 on that. The Hidden Horror Books is $14.99. The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday, now just $12.50. I think Derek was a rock DJ up there in Canada, right, Derek? I know one thing, his knowledge on music, he's not Googling this stuff, folks. That stuff's coming from his brain, okay? That's coming from his noggin. That's coming from his brain. Henson on LR, and that was for the Little Richard Story. Nice pickup there. Some kind of German press. Adam Bernardi picks up The Birds. Black Hole is sold for Brock J. Hanna. A Disney record sealed for $25. Wow. And now Eric Clapton can be picked up for a $35 buy it now. A $35 buy it now on that. 3.5. Eric Clapton, another ticket sold. Whoop. The solicitation card just fell out. It's not sold till somebody says EC35 or I'll take Clapton or something happens. Let's get some other auctions going right quick, though, right quick. A lot of horror-related books. That book looks pretty interesting back there for $35. There's that. Let's go over here. That's Derek Clark Wiki. Derek Wiki. We have The Magic Show, another interesting one here, $10. I think it's literally The Magic Show. $10 on that. There we go. Clifford coming in on that, $35. Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford, on that. Also over here, we got Bachman Turner Overdrive, $750 for BTO, and Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, $750. Let's put up some new auctions. Whether you're here every night, or whether you're new, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. We've had another great week. You know what Tanner told me? He's like, dude, we have sold so much this week. He said, we're going to have people come in Sunday and probably early Monday morning to get all this just keyed in. We're not talking about shipping. We're talking about just trying to keep up with what we've sold this week. We've averaged 10 crates of sold items every night, plus like tables full of miscellaneous, all the stuff we sold the other night, the trinkets, and then all the autographs we did last night. He's like, this is a big week for us. So thanks, everybody. And if you're new, we do this every week. And I want to thank everybody who tunes in night after night. I see some of these names. People are watching every single night. It's amazing supporting us over the years as we continue to grow. We are basically about to bring 2 more people back on board to help us get caught up with shipping and logistics. We're trying to get Tanner freed up. You know, he does have a kid on the way. Seth's not here much anymore. He's had a kid, so we're having to get more people, different people that don't have kids, or people that their kids are maybe a little bit older. So, but yeah, it is like the last couple rushes we've had at the end of the night. CDs, oh my gosh. I've kind of pumped the brakes. I'll get excited selling stuff, and literally my staff, they'll kind of drop some hints nicely. They'll be like, you're not doing CDs tonight again, are you? They'll be like, Chad, you're not doing CDs again tonight, are you? And I'm like, yeah, I plan on it. And they're like, we have a problem. We don't even have anywhere to put these anymore. You should see these racks of CDs, and they're shipping just every day. Thousands of CDs sold collectively. And they're like, dude, we might need to just, can you just chill, okay? Take a deep breath. Let's sell some stuff that is not CDs, okay? So I've pumped the brake last night. We might have to do it again tonight. I'm going to try to, because we've already had such a big week, we probably should take it easy. Seth showed up this morning at 4:15 a.m. to key in CDs. So, and I had left at 3:30. And so if y'all don't know, this is almost a 24-hour operation here. Probably one of the few collectible stores in the nation that is operating 24/7. There's usually something going on here. Led Zeppelin Coda is a 1982 specialty OG. It does have some cover writing. I'll show you that right now. The vinyl's near mint. It's a $25 start. This is the writing. D. Love wrote his name. It is a cutout. So it is, where is the cutout? Is it a cutout? Did she say cutout? She said saw mark. Boy, it must be thin. Where the heck is it? I don't see a saw mark. Wow. I don't think there's one on here. I can't see one. Led Zeppelin, it's OG, very nice, $25 start. And then over here is Randy Travis, and Randy Travis is also a $25 start. Now this has a saw mark. It is an 86 OG specialty. That is a $25 start on that. All right, let's go back up the top and see what happens. So Todd Coe on Marshall Tucker Band. That sold to Todd Coe. And thanks, everybody. Chad Clan out of Hippie's van sold the contents. Beer cans, buttons. I know, it was wild. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They're like, dude, take it easy on us. I was like, no, our customers demand excellence. They want stuff. We got to get it to them. We can't stop. Next, collectibles currency. No, Paul's not here. I've got to have a day off basically to work. I've got to take tomorrow off to work, if that makes sense. I can't be here streaming. I've got to work here at the store. I got to clean up. I got to organize stuff. It's my day off of streaming. I don't have a day off from work. I've got a day off from streaming. Good chance nothing happens tomorrow night. Led Zeppelin has bids for $25.25. Okay, so the last question, you know if you guys come out more chili pepper stuff. I'm sure, but I don't know what he's bought, honestly. Okay, back to the half-off bin. Half-off records, no more, no less. Let's keep piling it on the shipping department. They're going to assassinate me one day. The Association, $7.50. Chet Atkins, stay tuned. $8 in limited shipping. Orders close tonight when I say good night. When we say good night, orders close. Chet Atkins, stay tuned. Chet Atkins is $5. We have Ian Hunter, short back and sides. Ian Hunter's in shrink wrap for $10. And Chris Kenner, Land of 1,000 Dances. Nice. A 66 mono from Atlantic with no condition notes. Beautiful copy for $25. So Led Zeppelin Coda is OG. This album came out right after Led Zeppelin broke up, after the death of John Bonham. It's unreleased music, finished tracks that they didn't put on any of their albums, which is actually a pretty solid release. It's an 82 OG. John Bonham died in 1980. This was it for them. It was their Coda. It's a 25. They basically said, folks, this is it. And they really have never released anything since then as far as studio material except for box set stuff. That was it for Zeppelin. They shut the book and that was it, except for live and compilations. They never did do anything else again. Randy Travis is another OG. His catalog is pretty much OOP. His studio albums. We do have a Randy Travis Greatest Hits coming out. It's up for pre-order in the group. This is OG. This album is in print through MoFi. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab has that in print, but that's a true OG there. Also a $25 start on that. Led Zeppelin 25, Led Zeppelin. Yes, and I have to take my mom out to eat. That's usually what I do on Sundays. She works here for me 5 days a week, so the least I could do is take her out to eat once a week. I rarely see her. My mom's here 5 days a week, and I never see her. I never see her because she's gone before I get here. Chet Atkins is sold to John Durden. Chris Kenner is sold to Brent Robley. Peter next on Chet Atkins. These are half off, no more, no less. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $30. And we have Led Zeppelin at $35, okay? Out of print. Randy Travis is pretty much out of print. That one's not, but his other albums are. So, and that one's OG, Led Zeppelin 35. And Randy Travis, no bid, looking for a $25 start. Half off crate. Back to Chet Atkins again. Plays Back Home Hymns. Nice. RCA Victor and shrink wrap. $5 on that. We have Genesis 3 Sides Live. Genesis is $17.50. Somebody asked, is Job remote? No. about everything we do, you have to be here on the premises to take care of. Yep. You kind of have to be here on this. We have Cassidy Live, shrink wrap, $12.50. Also, Jay Giles Show Heart. Jay Giles is $7.50. And Resurrection Band Colors, Res Band for $10. Spyro Gyra is just $5. Great titles in here for half off. Mahogany Rush is just $10. That's in shrink wrap. Randy Travis does have a bid for $25. John Durden picks up another Chet Atkins. That's so to John Durden. We'll definitely read through this crate again. These are half off, no more, no less. Final call on Led Zeppelin for $35, right? Yep. We have Mason Williams Ear Show. Mason Williams is $5. Time and Charges, the Buckinghams with their big hit, Don't You Care. $5 on that. Next over here is Michael Wood Genesis. Michael Wood on Genesis, that's sold. John McPatriot on MR, and MR was Mahogany Rush. Brent Robley was second on that one. And then Sunshine Company, this is $10. It's in shrink wrap, $10 on that. And the Fiend John Group, Cafe Fiend John, that's now $10. He's out on Led Zeppelin. I think we're done on Zeppelin then. Yeah, Paul Catrich gets that for $35. We're Gonna Groove, that's a good one. I like Poor Tom. That's a cool one. 1970. Yep. I Can't Quit You, Baby. Nice. Walter's Walk. Bonzo's Montreux. That's a John Bottom drum solo. Wearing and Tearing. That's with one of the later tracks on here. Yep. And Darlene. You can kind of tell. You can listen to those three and know they were 78. And then you can listen to We're Gonna Groove and Poor Tom and know exactly those were early tracks if you're a Zeppelin head. Harold, you just missed it. I already sold it for $35. Mahogany Rush is already sold. SG Spyro Gyra, so to Troy Robinson. Greg Beddinger on J Giles Showtime. I love doing half off. This is titles that we've already shown they didn't sell, so we mark them down to they sell. And Randy Travis, Harold, you are going to get that though for $25. So if you're kind of new to how we work here, I price records, they price records, what we think we can get for them. We price records for what we think we can get for them. And then if we don't think we can get that, we mark them down till we do sell them. You'll see stuff 19. Sometimes they sell immediately. There's some new arrivals that we've been marking for $34.99 that I've never had to discount. As soon as they're shown, they're grabbed. There's some records that might sell for 10. You might can see the same record the next day for sold for 7 or 5. Some of these records are pretty common. They come through all the time. Some of them I see like once every 3 months. You just never know. We do have Platter Pack Stacy. I'll send you some pictures and I'll let you know. I'll let you pick one out. Here's two classics. The Doors. And this is their self-titled album, a 67 U.S. Terre Haute OG company inner sleeve, VG condition, and this is going to go up for $15 start. So it is an OG copy. It is an OG. It's not in mono, though. The monos get kind of pricey. That's an OG stereo, $15 start on that. Chad, can I get a pack of inner sleeves and a pack of outer sleeves? Troy wants a pack of inner sleeves, and Troy wants a pack of outer sleeves. Packs of inner sleeves are packs of 50 anti-static inner sleeves that look like this. If anybody else wants one, they're $26.99. If you want a pack of outer sleeves, they look like these. It's what we use, $29.99 for a pack of 100. So packs of 50, $26.99 on inners. Packs of outers, packs of 100 are $29.99. Here's another OG record. I'm on a highway to Collecco, and this is a 79 USPRC Richmond OG with the company inner sleeve, and this is in VG Plus condition. And AC/DC Highway to Hell is a $20 start. $20 start, AC/DC Highway to Hell. Chris Bryant says he'll take a pack of inner sleeves. Next in the half-off bin is Tango. Tango is now $10. It's a white label promo. I don't know a lot about that, but there's Tango for $10. The Sherbs, Defying Gravity. The Sherbs is $5. We got Chi Coltrane. Chi Coltrane is $7.50. And the Beach Boys Friends, a 68 Scranton press. The Beach Boys Friends, that's $20. AC/DC 20, AC/DC 20. The Doors is at $15. Over here, Justin Heathcliff. This is a sealed Japanese pressing. Paul says it's a psych rock album. A 71 OG. Justin Heathcliff is $25. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. Slade is $10. And Huey Lewis in the News, Laura marked it as a top copy in shrink wrap of Hop Sticker. Original on a sleeve, $24.99. That means that's $12.50. And that means Slade was just $10. And that means Justin Heathcliff was just $25. I want to make sure I said the half-off prices on those. So AC/DC 20, 25, 25. Romulu on Coltrane. Chi Coltrane sold to Romulu. My crate over here is really full. Let me go ahead and actually swap these out right quick. I want to make sure I said the half-off prices on a couple of those. Let me grab another empty crate right over here. Thanks everybody for joining. There's always one thing I ask, whether you've been watching for the last 6 years or whether you've been watching for the last 2 minutes for the first time. Please hit the like button. If you do that, it helps us out, and it also means that you see more Collectco content when we post hot pictures, when we post collection purchases. You'll get to see cool stuff, and you'll be like, wow, didn't know they had that. Wow, look at this. And then Coltrane. So this is Cheap Coltrane, and this is sold to Romelu C. Susie Q wants a pack of inner sleeves. Nick Dahmer wants Friends. And Friends was the Beach Boys. That's so to Nick Dahmer. And then John Durden says he'll take a pack of inner sleeves and outer sleeves. John McPatry gets Slade, and that was $10. That was the half-off price to John. AC/DC 2830. Travis Waits gets the top copy Huey, and that's for $12.50. And Justin Heathcliff, that was a sealed Japanese pressing from 1971. Don't see a lot of sealed Japanese. Price is $25. Wow, just one bit on the doors, and it's sold to Scott Arnold for $15. However, AC/DC still getting quite the activity. Let's see what we got left in the Japanese crate. How about we throw up a Christmas album? Yes, you heard me right, a Christmas album. This is a very special Christmas. With Obi, this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Has the original inner sleeve and insert. Christmas in July, folks. There it is. A very special Christmas. $35 start. Nick Dahmer gets the Heathcliff. Fred Carnell second on that. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Silverstein. Misery Made Me. This is sealed. Post-hardcore. $15 on that. And the Judds, Why Not Me? VG5. 69 likes on YouTube. Yeah, that's weak. It should be 100 instantly over on YouTube, and Facebook should have instantly a couple hundred. Instantly for a couple hundred, like easily. Very, very easily. Just like boom and boom. Done and done, okay? Over here, we have a repercussion unit in need again. EX for $9 and 87 German experimental jazz. $9 on that. We have Freak Beat Phantoms. That's a Psych Beat Garage Comp from 2003. Wow, just $7.50 on that. AC/DC's at $38. Christmas has a bid for $37. Glitter from the Bitter Litter Bin is Silverstein. That's Jeremy Bryant. Thank you on that one. Fred Carnell second. Van Morrison Wavelength is VG plus $7.50. Van Morrison Wavelength. John Prine, the best of John Prine, Prime. John Prine, $10. Also, the Songs of Leonard Cohen. Another one with a note on the back from Laura that says Essential. It's in VG condition. Now just $12.50. Now just $12.50. Michael Freiberger on Freak Beat. That's sold to Michael. Robert Warner was second. Then Fred Cardinale. Henson on John Prine. AC/DC New Bid 40. Also Blondie, Auto American, VG plus 9. And Born in the United States of America. It has a very light warp. Does not affect back play. VG $12.99. Born down in a dead man's town. There it is. It is available for $6.50, okay? Next was Brent Robley picking up the other Leonard Cohen, Clifford Umstead second. Todd Coe gets the Van Morrison. And a very special Christmas. Very special Christmas. Final call for $37. The OG AC/DC is at $42 with Josh Brown, okay? And Ramniak wants Blondie. Let's sell that to Ramniak. Done. All right, and now I'll scan this other book and see what it is. I've got it. Let's try it. I don't know about these. These aren't one to show up. Yeah. I don't know why. Let me just do a manual search. They look looks like something printed underground almost. Yeah. Is this one signed? Happy birthday to me, Armando Mundos. Yeah, I don't understand this. I'll have to think about this one a little bit longer. I don't understand what's going on. So I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second. Blondie, Greg Bendinger second, Melissa Bailey on Judd's. That's sort of Melissa Bailey, okay? Now, AC/DC is at $42 with Josh Brown. Greg Bendinger second on Blondie. This is sold to Troy Robinson for $37. Excellent pickup there. Thank you on that one. There's that. Oh, so just asked the high bid on this. I just sold it. Okay. And now let's put up another Japanese pressing. This is called 24 karat purple. The very best of deep purple. It's a great Japanese compilation that's going to go up for a $35 start. 24 karat purple, deep purple, $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi, a $35 start. Let's keep going through this crate. Half off, final call on these. Joe Cocker, $12.50. Brewer and Shipley was $9. Welcome to Riddle Bridge. Climax Blues Band was $10. Climax Blues Band again, this time $7.50. The Beach Boys MIU album was $10. Climax again, featuring Sonny Garachi is what it says on the front, $5. Malachi Holy Music is $32.50. $32.50. I'm assuming we're done on AC/DC. It was at $42. Chad Van Horn went out. This is sold to Josh for $42. Deep Purple, great compilation there. And then over here we have the Love Generation. That was in shrink for $10. Mark Farner is $7.50. Locust, Plague was $10 for Locust. The Magic Show was $10. BTO was $7.50. Sunshine Company, that's coming up, I think, for Clay. The Association is $7.50. Ian Hunter Shrink is $10. Short Back and Sides Cassidy Live, David Cassidy, $12.50. Resurrection Band is $10. Mason Williams Ear Show was $5. And we have the Buckinghams for $5. We have the Sunshine Company sold to Clay for $10. Next is the Fiend John Group, Belly Dancing at the Cafe Fiend and John, $10 on that. Also over here we got Tango, 1974, $10. The Sherbs is $5. Defying Gravity, Repercussion Unit EX $9, and Bruce Springsteen, VG $6.50 on that. Fred Carnell on Mala, M-A-L-A. Let me figure out what that is. Mala, M-A-L-A, Mala, Malachi. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Eric Van Leuven on Repercussion Unit. Sold to Eric Van Leuven. Anthony Godley on BTO. Anthony, have you filled out the first time buyer form? I got to make sure I have you down for that from yesterday. BTO is sold to you. Michael Rudolph on David Cassidy. Anybody else, because I'm about to offer this as a bundle. We don't leave behind half off records. We're about to offer this as a bundle. Just saying. If anybody wants anything in here, let me know. Final opportunity. As soon as I stretch. Let me text my mom. I just clicked on Facebook to see. Is it still off? Luckily, their signal still works. All right. Okay, and then Todd Coe on Black Sabbath sold. Resurrection Band, sorry, I'm having to communicate with a couple people on my phone tonight in between crates. Resurrection Band is called Colors. No condition notes, $10. That's available. The Beach Boys is called the MIU album. Also a clean copy, $10. And we send invoices through Square. Deep Purple's a buy it now for $35. We send invoices through Square. That's with PayPal. Or excuse me, that's with any kind of credit or debit card, bank wire. It's all done through Square payment processing. Deep Purple's a $35 buy now. That is available if anybody wants it, okay? Let's slide this right over here. And this is available, okay? And I still got to send something. Sorry. I'm going to make sure y'all pass on these two. Wasn't there other Beach Boys? Other Beach Boys. That was the only Beach Boys left. There was some the first time around, but there's others. Those are gone. Okay. Climax Blues Band album with Couldn't Get It Right. Not on here. And not on here. I don't see those any of those tracks on here. Friends is gone. Yep, somebody claimed that the first time around. Jackie on Resurrection. Let me introduce the next auctions. I'm going to make sure nobody else wants anything in there before I bundle them together. Because when I start offering them as a bundle, they're probably going to get grabbed. We have a Van Morrison unofficial. It's called Please No Smoke. This is a live Van Morrison unofficial. No, it's not. It's studio stuff. Side A is Van Morrison backed by the Blizzards from QB and the Blizzards. Side B is QB's B set recorded. Hold on a minute. Let me restart. Okay. Van Morrison. Side A is Van Morrison's backed by the Blizzards from QB and the Blizzards. Side B is QB and the Blizzards set recorded March 1967, Netherlands. Lots of information there. Van Morrison unofficial. Looks like rare tracks. $35 start on that. Adam, these are half off, no more, no less. So they're already bundled. One's $10 and one's $7.50. They were originally $35. You're called on those. Over here. Anybody else? Okay. There's that. And then Van Morrison has a bid. Now, our next auction is the Rolling Stones. It's a 1964 USOG mono. It does have the company inner sleeve. It's 12 by 5, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. There's the original inner sleeve, and there is the Rolling Stones 12 by 5 OG mono VG. The condition of these, there is no condition notes on either one. EX Plus near mint minus, EX Plus near mint minus, VG Plus covers. Just a little bit of wear and a little bit of wear on those. Okay? I have a feeling Adam Bernardi's about to bomb. And then I'm going to count everything that's left in here. And then we're going to do another half-off crate. I'm going to go ahead and pull these out because I know he's going to say sold. So, and I'm assuming he didn't want the Beach Boys, but I'll go ahead and pull it out. Maybe he'll just go ahead and buy all three. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 14 records left. Who wants them? The bundle price is going to be $55. 55 divided by 14, that is going to be $3.92 a piece. Anything that's left there, everything that's left there, $55. Climax Blues Bands are sold to Adam Bernardi and sold to Adam Bernardi, half off sticker. Van Morrison has no condition notes. The disc was near mint minus. John McPatriot put MF. I'm assuming that was for something in the bin. I've already sold. Here's what I'll do. I'll pull Mark Farner out for him, and I'll put the Beach Boys in the bundle then. So nothing changed there, except you get a Beach Boys album instead of Mark Farner. Same price, $55 for 14 records. Somebody just say bundle. What's the other Climax? There's one in here just called Climax, featuring Sonny Garachi. I don't know if that's even the same band. It's called Climax, featuring Sonny Garachi. Everything left is part of the bundle. If it doesn't sell here in a few minutes, if it doesn't sell here in about 2 or 3 seconds, I'll start selling more out of there. I was hoping after the 4th read-through, everybody would have got what they wanted, but some people just joined the chat, and they're like, hold on, what was that? What was this? What was this? John, I got you down for Mark Farner. So this Climax is still available, and if you want it, Adam Bernardi, I'll pull it out. I mean, I might stop the show if no one buys the bundle. I have to start making threats this time of night. I don't like making threats. I'm usually an easygoing person. But, you know, if we don't get this bundle sold, Chad may go home, pop some popcorn, and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Okay? So, it's up to y'all. I mean, surely we have at least one bundle. We hadn't done many bundles. Where's the bundlers at? Look at all this different music you're acquiring. Holy moly. 14 records, $55. Van Morrison, $42.45. No bids yet on Rolling Stones. A final call. If you want to lock in a bid, a 64 Mono OG coming to your sleeve, VG Plus, $20 start. Couple big Van Morrison buyers, couple big bootleg buyers. Everybody's bidding. I'm going to start making more threats. Carol says $100 bet. He says I don't stop if no one buys the bundle. What songs are on that climax? The pass on the climax. The climax is Life and Breath. I've Got Everything. Postlude. Picnic in the Rain. Face the Music. Precious and a Few. It's Coming Today. Rainbow Rides Are Free. It Feels Good. Do It. Merlin. Prelude. Child of December. 1972. $5. Well, Vegas would probably put odds more so somebody would buy the bundle or make an offer on the bundle rather than me stopping the show. Very slim odds. So you'd get a better payout per Vegas on me not stopping the show. However, the positive money would be on definitely, you know, the odds would say somebody's going to make an offer. I'm just waiting for that to happen. The clock's ticking. We could already be halfway through another half off crate. I mean, it's really just up to the viewers at this point. It's up to at least somebody to save the show. We've been live streaming now for a total of 4 hours and 13 minutes. We got 282 people on, and we're just waiting for, you know, somebody to say, Chad, I'll take the bundle. What the heck is $55? You can't even go down the road. You can't even go down the road and get a pizza. You can't even go down the road and get a pizza and a 2 liter of Pepsi for $55. I'm selling you hours of entertainment, collectible ability here. Think about what is going on. The Stones is still technically up for auction. If no one does the buy it now on it, then I'll consider an offer. But right now, it's still an active auction, so I can't take an offer on it right now. The clock is ticking, though. I'm looking for a $20 start. Van Morrison over here is at $45. Somebody says, can you go through? I'm going to have to get this sold. I mean, surely. I'm just waiting for somebody to comment one bundle sold. That's all I need. Climax, the Beach Boys, the Sherbs, Tango, the Finjon Group. We have the Buckinghams, Ian Hunter, Mason Williams Ear Show. Behind that was the Association, the Magic Show, Locust, the Love Generation, Brewer and Shipley, and Joe Cocker. Just need a bundle. Bundle sold. Chad, I'll take them. This price, it's a 14 records, $55. 14 records, $55. 14 records, $55. We could already been through half of the next half off crate. 14 records, $55. Final call on the Stones. I got to go over here and get some more sticky notes. Hopefully someone's about to bid. You might want to grab it for the buy it now price. If you 100% want it, I would recommend bidding so you don't lose out on it. All you got to say is, Chad, I'll take the bundle. 14 records, $55. $4 a piece, $3.92. We might be here all night looking at them. Sold to Sherry Darnell. I was already putting the sticky notes. Sold, Sherry Darnell. She's like, I'll take them. Do something else. There you go. All right, Stones is a buy it now for $20. The Rolling Stones 12x5 has an original London inner sleeve. It's a mono VG condition. $20 buy it now on that. Van Morrison's at $55 with Sherry Darnell. There we go. All right, next half off crate. See how easy that was? Sherry Darnell's like, okay, I'll step up to the plate. No one else is. Everybody else is asleep. People snoring on their couch. Potato chip crumbs all over their chest. Their dog is barking because it wants to go outside. They don't even know where its leash is. Unbelievable. Have y'all seen the prices lately for dog leashes? $50, $60, $70. Some places $100, $110. It's like, golly. This is why you should be buying Collectibles a bundle. Dog leashes, $200, $300 for some of these things they're asking now. I'm like, goodness gracious. All right, here we go. Van Morrison, $55 with Sherry Darnell. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Jimi Hendrix. All Along the Watchtower, which is a Bob Dylan song. 1970 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, $20 start on Jimi Hendrix. That is Electric Ladyland. It's a 1970 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, a $20 start. 1970, that was the year he passed. It originally came out in 68. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. See what's going on over here on the old Facebook. We're going to do another half off crate. No more, no less. It's up to one person on Van Morrison. His name's Charlie DeFrank. Sherry has it for $55. Hendrix is our next auction. He says he's out. We're about to sell it to Sherry then. The Bundler. Sherry the Bundler. Same thing. Half off, no more, no less. Let's get started. I'm probably going to regret this one. I think it has really good titles in it. So let's let the regret begin. But it's Saturday night, and people are tuned in for deals. The band, Rock of Ages. Price is now $20. Was $39.99. See, I've already shot myself in the foot. Purple Capital label, very nice copy, $20. My foot has been shot once. The Association Birthday, $7.50 on that. Dennis Hopper, The American Dreamer, $25. That was $49.99. Gene Clark appears on here. The Hello People. I think it's a little bit more desirable album because a lot of Gene Clark music's on here. Dennis Hopper movie. It's a soundtrack. It's $25. Over here we have Kensington Market, Avenue Road, 1968. Sorry, details on Van Morrison. That is right over here. This is a Van Morrison bootleg. It's actually early Van Morrison being backed by Cubie and the Blizzards and a live show from Cubie and the Blizzards, 1967 Netherlands. It's a rare tracks. Van Morrison, Cubie and the Blizzards. It's a final call to Sherry Darnell for $55. Brent Robley on DH for Dennis Hopper, sold. Larry Smith on the Association, sold. Susie on the band, sold. Now we just need somebody on Kensington Market. I can't believe Jimi Hendrix doesn't have a bid. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself, and that's now at $20. I was waiting for Carol Puckett to make an offer on the Rolling Stones. I guess you don't want any more, or maybe he was just waiting to make an offer. We have Norman Greenbaum back home again. Norman Greenbaum is $10. Over here is Joy of Cooking. Joy of Cooking is $5. Also over here we have James Gang Thirds, $10. There's Carol. Where are we on the Stones? I was waiting for you to make another offer officially. I was waiting for you to officially get in line in the correct sequence for an offer. All right, now, next is Early Frost. That is $10. We had one the other night. There was like a radio station copy. It's a Frost compilation called Early Frost. Don't forget about the James Gang and Joy of Cooking and Norman Greenbaum. Also, Thornsfield. That's always been a desirable record. 1967 Phillips pressing. $17.50 on that. Also, we have 10cc Rubber Bullets. $12.50 on that. And we have Wishbone Ash locked in. Over here, we have $10. All right. Had to go shoot a skunk. Wow. What a night that's been at the Puckett household. Skunk assassinated. Over here, we have Stone sold to Carol for $15. And over here, Van Morrison is sold to Sherry Darnell for $55. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. That's gone. Let's put that away for Sherry. And now let's see what's going on with some of these claims. Some of these claims, half off bin. This one's going to get pretty busy, folks. You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to get these Collectibles deals. Actually, got to wake up pretty early in the night. I have some people on at like 8 o'clock, and they'll be like, all right, I'm taking a nap. I'll be back at midnight, Chad. That's sold over here. We got Adam Bernardi on 10cc. 10cc. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Over here, Brent Robley on Early Frost. Sold to Brent Robley. Kensington Market is a Canadian Psych Gym from the Toronto band. There we go. Over here, Jimi Hendrix, a no bid. VG Plus 1970 pressing. $20 on that. That's a buy now. Sorry, I'm stretching. And then over here is our next auction. Let's do Dark Side of the Moon and Marilyn Monroe. Dark Side of the Moon and Marilyn Monroe. Over here, this is 1973 U.S. Jacksonville OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It has both posters, but only one sticker. Both posters, but only one sticker. Wow, this sticker still has the printer's proof on the edge. That's pretty cool. 1973 Jacksonville OG, original inner sleeve, both posters, but only one sticker. VG Plus, a $30 start. That's now up for bid. And this is Marilyn Monroe, Ives Montan, Frankie Vaughan, Let's Make Love. This is a 1960 OG, a true original Marilyn Monroe soundtrack record. $25 start on Marilyn Monroe. Over here, Denise says, how much on Kenningston? And then Jackie claimed it. Kenningston is $10. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Possibility of CDs tonight? Possibility. Possibility of CDs tonight. A CD Blitz possibility, I'm going to say 25%. Oso Adventure on JG, and JG was James Gang. That's sold to Oso Adventure. Over here, we have Marilyn Monroe at 25. And then Scott Arnold gets Jimi Hendrix for 15. A bargain. A bargain. Jackie Reynolds gets Kenningston Market. Marilyn Monroe, 26. Pink Floyd's up for bid. Wow. And then over here, we have Willow. Willow's a 1973 pressing, $20. Willow, that's on the 20th Century label. $20 on Willow, 1973. Over here, we got Music, and that's by Mason Williams. $5 on that. And then this is Roger Taylor's Fun in Space. That's Roger Taylor, a solo album from a band called Queen. You may have heard of him, $12.50. The Who, Join Together Rarities. The Who is $10. Join Together Rarities with The Who. $10 on The Who. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. Be doing a lot of vintage discount stuff tonight for the next couple hours. All right, if you're going to sleep, then he's for sure not going to sell CDs. Yeah, it's really up to you, Donna. If you come back about midnight and say, are we doing CDs? Then you might want to go to bed then, because if you come back and say, Chad, are we doing CDs? And you're here, I might say, you know what? Let's do a CD Blitz. Or if you're asleep and I was like, is Donna here? Are we going to do CDs? And I don't hear from you. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Next thing over here we have is Marilyn Monroe, 25, 26. Marilyn Monroe, 27. Pink Floyd is got a bid for 30 with Jared Inc. Carol Puckett on Who, that's sold. And then Rick Barron second. What was the Roger Taylor? It's called Fun in Space. And then over here we got Sean Cassidy, Wasp. Sean Cassidy, $7.50. Sean Cassidy, Wasp. Elvis, His Hand in Mine. Elvis is $7.50. And then Roger Taylor, the price on Roger Taylor was $12.50 over here. And this is Magic Christian Music from Badfinger. That's $15. Dang it, I forgot about, you know what? I ordered Arby's. Hold on a second, folks. Speaking of pizza, I ordered Arby's about 3 hours ago. I hope some homeless guy hadn't grabbed it and took off running down the road with it. Let me see if it's out here on my barrel. We got these big old wooden barrels out here. I should be able to see it on our security monitors. Yeah, I think I see it. Is my Arby's out here? Gosh, I hope so. Otherwise, I got to go to Plan B. Hello, world. You out here? There it is. Arby's. Oh, it's hot out here. Gosh, it's humid. Holy moly. Tornado weather. Golly, it feels like I just walked into a sauna out there. I got roast beef, I got cherry turnovers, curly fries, french fries, beef cheddars, loaded baked potatoes, cherry pies, apple turnovers. Yum. Shooby-doo-bye. Okay, Arby's is secure. Package is secured. That's my supper tonight about midnight. When Donna comes back to ask for CDs at midnight, I'm going to be like, yeah, right. I got to go. Don's gonna be like, CDs tonight? I'm gonna be like, yeah, right. I'm going to eat my Arby's, Donna. Next thing we have over here is this. We had Pink Floyd at $31. And then over here, Cyclone Doug on Roger Taylor. Let me make sure David Johnson doesn't want it. David, it's yours if you want it. If not, it is sold to Cyclone Doug. Marilyn Manson, 28. Romy Lucille on Elvis Presley, sold. 3-hour-old Arby's. It tastes great after you warm it up. And then over here, we have Eric Van Leuven on Wasp by Sean Cassidy, sold. And then over here, and Adam Bernardi on Badfinger, sold. Was Led Zeppelin OG auction earlier? Yes. And then this is this, and this is this, and this is this, and this, and this, and here, and here, and this. And so this is sold. Roger Taylor is sold, and that means this is sold to Cyclone Doug. Okay, there's that. Over here, we have the Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. That is $10 on that. How do you bid? As easy as how you asked, okay? So if you want to bid on Marilyn Monroe, you put MM and you put your bid. If you want to bid on Pink Floyd, you put PF and you put your bid. Also, in If you want to make a claim, like if you want the Chambers Brothers, you put Chamber or Chambers Brothers, or you type out the Chambers Brothers greatest hits, whatever you want to do. Right now, we're going through a bin. The price I'm saying is the final price, no more, no less. $8 in limited shipping. Let's go over the Pink Floyd and Marilyn Monroe. Over here, we have Pink Floyd, a 1973 U.S. Jacksonville OG with the original on her sleeve. Both posters, but only one sticker. This is OG Pink Floyd. This is it. This is the true OG pressing of one of the most important albums in rock history. A 73 US OG Jacksonville. Both posters, only one sticker. VG Plus condition. And the last bid that came in on this important album today in rock history, The Dark Side of the Moon. Marilyn Monroe, Fred Cardinale, $28. That's the high bidder. Brent, you're out. And this is a 60 US OG mono. No condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. Superb disc, a 6-eye mono, Marilyn Monroe, okay? Was there writing on the Who? Over here, let's take a look at the Who record that Carol Puckett claimed. This is the Who joined together. There's like a blue mark right here on it, and then there's some like a dot staining right up around the side here. There's this right here. Looks like a blue X on the front of the Who album. Okay, next thing over here is this. Now we have latest bid on Pink Floyd, $45. It just came in. Let's keep going through the half-off records. If anybody new's watching, all you got to do is just comment whatever you want and bid whatever you want. You don't have to be pre-registered until you buy something, okay? Until you buy something. So, next thing here is, what is this? It's now $15. It is Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead by the Fifth Estate. Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead, $15 on that. Over here is Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe, the last bid on this was Fred Cardinale at $28. I'm about to sell it. $28 on that, okay? Over here is this, Woody's Truck Stop. That's now $20. It's a 1969 press. Woody's Truck Stop is $20. Woody's Truck Stop is at $20 over here. And Donna says, Chad, I would like to know what your HGB A1C3 is. Is that a Star Wars character I'm not aware of? Chad, I'd like to know what is your HGB A1C. C3PO, R2D2. Next thing over here we have is Pink Floyd 45, Pink Floyd 50, and then we have Hard Meat, Through a Window, a 1970 prog album, Hard Meat, Through a Window, $20. Warner Brothers, $20 on that. And Chili Whack, just $5. If you want some good chili, go right down the road to Waffle House. Tell them you know Chad. Say, do you know Chad at Collectibles? And they will give you a big bowl of chili at the old Waffle House, okay? Old Waffle House chili. Next thing, Honeymoon Suite, big 80s album here, $11.50. And we have Hoodoo Rhythm Devils, and Hoodoo Rhythm Devils is $7.50. And Marilyn Monroe is sold to Fred Cardinale for $28. Lab Test. I was just trying to be funny. Yes, I had people ask me about my A1C3H47, and I was like, well, I really don't know. Probably won't go find out. Fred Cardinale on Hard. And that was Hard Meat Through a Window. What a title. What a title over there. And then over here we have Pink Floyd. And this was a final call to Janet Gray for $50. A going to once and a going to twice. Next is Priscilla Coolidge Jones. That's $5 on that. And Donnie Iris, King Cool. Donnie Iris is $9. Donnie Iris is $9. Let's go back over here and see what's going on with this. I got Miles Davis Tutu. Miles Davis Tutu. Miles Davis is going to go up for sale. An 86 US Allied EX condition with the original on her sleeve. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. There's the original on her sleeve. And there's Miles Davis Tutu. Okay, next thing we have over here is the Ding Dong sale. Ding Dong did not sell. Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead is still available. Ding Dong is only $15. No condition note, Stacy. HS have New Girl Now. Probably. That's a big hit. This is a big album. It's the first track, Brian. Yes, $11.50. Dennis, the prices I'm saying are the final prices. So if I say $11.50, it's $11.50 no matter if you offer $1 or if you offer $500. It's a half off bin, no more, no less. Tracy Songer wants Fifth Estate. That's only if Stacy Metternich doesn't want it. Pink Floyd is a 1973 OG Jacksonville press with the original on her sleeve. VG Plus on the vinyl. Ticking Away the moments to make up the dull day. Miles Davis is now up for bid. Over here, Brian Reynolds says he'll take Honeymoon Suite. And then Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead. There it is. Stacy said she dislikes me here saying me. She wants it. She wants it. We have JoJo Gunn for $5. And this is on Asylum Records. That was David Giffin's first label. $5 on that. And then Bertha. Bertha's a 72 hard rock. $20 on Bertha. $20 on Bertha. And the only reason I'm telling you that, Dennis, it may save you some keystrokes. I tell a lot of people that because they're trying to make offers. I'm not just saying that to let you know. I'm saying that so hopefully you can get us some claims even faster. You might get in some claims even faster. Tom Sullivan on Donnie, and that was Donnie Iris sold over there. And then we have Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $7.50. That has the original on the sleeve. Soundtrack to The Exorcist. Soundtracks to The Exorcist. Miles Davis has a bid for $25, and now Pink Floyd is sold. And Pink Floyd is sold to Janet Gray for $50. Dang it, as soon as I said that, Chad Van Horde bid $52. Oh my goodness, Chad. I thought when you heard VG Plus, he didn't want to bid. So when you heard that, I thought, well, he didn't want to bid. My bad. And then somebody else just asked to bid. It's gone. Sorry. It's already sold. Miles Davis is at $28. And then over here, we have Jimmy Buffett, Before the Salt. That's a compilation of earlier Jimmy Buffett tracks. Just $20. Dio is the complete album box set up through that album, Strange Highways. It's a 9 LP box, $329.99. 9 LP box, the complete studio collection, $329.99. Miles Davis is at $30. We got Fat City, Bill Danoff, and Taffy Navarrete, $5 on that. Michael Nath on Jimmy Buffett. And we have Cheap Trick, Heaven and Night, $10. Chad, when I win the lottery, I'll buy a Dio box set. Just the Dio box set? I got a deal with one guy. He only watches ever so often. He told me if he hits the lottery, and it's like one of these $1 billion ones, that he's going to buy Colecco. He just wants to, he said he'd give me $1 billion, and then he just wants to come in and just take over. But he wants all of us still to be here. He just wants access to all the vinyl. And I was like, for $1 billion, we might be able to work something out. Over here, Miles Davis, 32. Sherry next on Jimmy Buffett. We got Amadeus, $17.50 on Amadeus. And Eddie Robinson, Reflections of the Man Inside, 1974, $10. He said, I'll give you $1 billion, essentially just to say that I can get access to all the records early. And I was like, okay. We have Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth is over here. This is Expect No Mercy, a 1977 OG. And this is Frank Frazetta artwork. It's original on her sleeve, VG Plus condition. Nazareth, $15 start. There's the original on her sleeve. And this is a $15 start. Expect No Mercy. $15 start on that. Next over here, Miles Davis, 32. Next is CT for $10. Cheap Trick. This is sold to Dennis Cole for $10. You got it. If I won the Wally, I'd buy a Sunday Green Tar. You already have. Miles Davis, 35. Adam Bernardi, second on Cheap Trick. And Miles Davis, 35. We have Genesis from Genesis to Revelation, $12.50. Genesis from Genesis to Revelation, $12.50 on that. Cracker Brand, Supercharged Flash Crackers, $10. If I had $1 billion, I'd still be here every night selling records, without a doubt. I'd be too bored. I couldn't just, that wouldn't be for that. That life's not for me. I'd be way too bored. I'd be losing my mind. Nazareth is $15. That is Frank Frazetta artwork. Frank Frazetta artwork right there. And we have Johnny McLaughlin, electric guitarist, $7.50 on that. Miles Davis is at $36. Romelu, You're Out. And then Brewer and Shipley down in L.A. Brewer and Shipley down in L.A. That is now $10. Brewer and Shipley down in L.A. Mamas and Papas, Soul Train. This is not the Mamas and Papas. This is the Classic 4. Has a hype sticker with Stormy. $5 on that. We're waiting for one person on Miles Davis. That's Romelu C. Dave Loggins, Apprentice in a Musical Workshop, $7.50. These next two books, I'm going to pass on them because I'll show them here in just a second, but they appear to be very expensive. Like there's some kind of out-of-print, bizarre underground horror book that's like hundreds of dollars. So before I show that, let me maybe scan some stuff over here that's more understandable for value before I over or underprice something, okay? Because I'm into some stuff here I don't know. That was kind of confusing. So let me figure out, let me scan something here I know
is much more in print. It looks like it's a DK book, perhaps, or one of them's coming up. So, yeah, here we go. This is much more understandable here. This needs to be, what did this cost new? Always look at that first. Oh, this is a cool book. This is a really cool book. What's the price on it? Also look at what they cost new, because some of these are pretty much new. All right, and this needs to be, we'll say $29.99. It's called Essential Horror Movies, Matinee Monsters, The Cult Classics. It's a nice hardback book, $29.99. I mean, it goes through the history, glossy, kind of like a coffee table book, $29.99. $29.99 over here. $29.99 over here. That is called Essential Horror Movies. Hardback coffee table book, $29.99. Okay, let's go back to the top and see what happened. Nazareth at 15. Miles Davis did get a new bid for 40. And then Miles Davis got another bid for 16. And then Miles Davis has another bid for 42. And then who's the publisher of the book? Bow Art Editions, maybe. Coffee table book about coffee tables. The publisher. Bow Arts Editions, published by Rizzoli International Publications. Sold to Michael Nath unless Denise wants it. Sold to Michael Nath unless Denise wants it. We have Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $10. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other claims right in there. I thought I saw a couple more initials, but I don't guess I did. All right, so next is Frost Through the Eyes of Love. Frost is $17.50. Michael Nath on the hard book. That goes in for $29.99 to Michael Nath. Thank you, Michael Nath. And then let's go ahead and scan another one here. This one looks really cool here. And it needs to be... somebody was definitely into horror stuff. We'll do this one, from what I'm seeing, sold for $24.99. $24.99 on this one. This is John Landis, Monsters in the Movies, 100 Years of Cinematic Nightmares, another coffee table book, $24.99. $24.99. Hey, that's James Bond, Live and Let Die. Another very cool book. Very, very cool. Look at that. The history of American cinema, worldwide cinema. Monsters in the Movies, $24.99 on that one. Okay, now Miles Davis, he's out. This is sold to Donna then for $42. Sold to Donna for $42. And let's put that away. Let's finish up this half-off crate. This is a Jebediah, Rock and Soul, $10 for Jebediah. Also, Graham Parker Gorilla. Speaking of Vertigo, this is $20. It's on the Vertigo label. The Parkerilla by Graham Parker. Beautiful copy, $10 on that. Nazareth is, I never did hear back from Jeremy Bryant. So, Todd Coe has this for $16. Jeremy, I was going to make sure you wanted back in because it's been a final call for him. Final call on that. Now, we have Brownsville Station, A Night on the Town. Brownsville Station is $7.50. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love. That is $7.50. And we have Elton John, Blue Moves, $12.50. Elton John, Blue Moves. Elton John, Blue Moves. That's available. Also over here, we have Family. That is a die cut shaped like the TV set. It's called Bandstand by Family. That is $15. Elton John's with Michael Nath. There's Chris Bryant. He's backing on Nazareth at $17. Badfinger is $10. Badfinger, very clean copy, $10 on that. Also, we have Mason Williams Share Pickers for $5. And The Association, $7.50. And Jethro Tull for $10. Over here, Cyclone Doug on BS. And BS was for Brownsville Station. That sold. Adam Bernardi on JB for Jackson Brown. That is sold. Now, Chris has Nazareth at $17. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Michael Shanker Group. And that is Assault Attack. And that's an 82 OG Michael Shanker, a $25 start. $25 start. Nazareth has a new bid for $19. The name of the Badfinger is called, I think it's self-titled. Yeah, this is actually a self-titled one. Probably why I didn't say, yeah. $10 on Badfinger by Badfinger, self-titled. Greg Beddinger, you were next on Jackson Brown, but Jethro Tull is so to John McPatriot. Okay, that crate's worthy of another read through, okay? Chris Bryant, you're out a bit again on Nazareth. It's at $19. That's at $19, okay? See if my mom's got power yet. I saw some of our neighbors posting about it. I wonder why that happened. That's bizarre. It's just one who just posted that. Let me pull back her account back up. Okay. All right, let's do another read through here and see what's going on. So, Chad, can you get the 4 Queens Rock albums with Todd LaTorre on vocals? The only Queens Rock albums that are in print are Empire, Promised Land, and then some newer ones. The Warning, and I can also get Operation Mindcrime. The self-titled EP, Warning, and another. Those are long out of print. Long out of print. Nazareth has a new bid for $25. Michael Schenker has a bid for $25. If you give me the titles, I can tell you yes, yes, no, no. I know the Queensryche discography very well, as far as what's in print, what's out of print. I order Queensryche about 2 or 3 times a week. So most of them are out of print, though. Most of the early classic stuff is out of print. Badfinger is sold out in minority. Operation Mindcrime was for the longest, which really made OGs expensive, but it's been in print for a while, and so has Empire. Okay, Rick Berrien next on Badfinger. All right, so this is what's left in a half-off crate. Just like the last one, we're going to hit it one more time, and then I'm going to try to do a bundle, okay? I'm going to try to do a bundle. Chris, you still got Nazareth for $23. You have it for $23. I got to hear back from Todd Coe. Final call, Michael Schenker. Nope, there's new bids for $25, $26. Now Todd bid $26. All right, y'all's comments are out of order. That's bizarre. Chris went out before his bid popped up, as y'all can see. See, there's his 26, and there's his out. That was weird. Let's run through these one more time. Final call before they're possibly in a bundle. Norman Greenbaum, Back Home Again. No condition notes, $10. If I don't say anything, then there are no condition notes. The Joy of Cooking. Joy of Cooking is $5. Thornfield is a 67 press, $17.50 on that. Wishbone Ash, $10 locked in. I'm ready to get to another crate as fast as possible. Willows from 1973, $20 on that. Mason Williams is $5 for Music. Chambers Brothers is $10. That's Greatest Hits. Woody's Truck Stop from 1969. That is now $20. Michael Schenker's now at $29 with Kathy Dumas. And then we got Chili Whack for $5. Also, Hoodoo Rhythm Devils for $7.50. We got Priscilla Cooch Jones for $5. And JoJo Gunn, $5. And Queensryche, self-titled, out of print. Condition, out of print. Human, Verdict, all those. I'll have to check. Some of those you've abbreviated on me. Human. Queensryche, Human. I'm not for sure. ST. Self-titled, knows out of print. Yeah, I can tell you what for sure I can get. That's the easiest way. It is Empire, Operation Mindcrime, Promised Land. That's about it. That Digital Noise Alliance, I think that's new. I think it's still available. Michael Schenker, so, no, wait a minute. They're still bidding on that. I meant Nazareth. Nazareth is sold to Todd Coe for $26. The covers make it easier for me. A couple of those 80s bands still don't have their catalog in print, mostly because of legal problems. Bertha is $20. Tubular Bells, there it is, $7.50. The Exorcist, Fat City, $5. Also, Amadeus is $17.50. Next, Japanese pressing, after I show Eddie Robinson, that's from 1974, that's $10. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing, one I don't get too often on Japanese. We're going to put this up for a $35 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Boomtown Rats, Near Mint Minus, insert, Obi, $35 start. Next is Genesis. That's one of their first albums, and this is OG for the United States. It came out originally in the UK in '69. It wasn't released in the States until '74. That's that label. $12.50 for Genesis. Kind of surprised to see that. Cracker Band, Supercharged Flash Crackers. Cracker Band is now $10. That's available. So is John McLaughlin, electric guitars for $7.50. Brewer and Shipley is $10. The Classic 4 is $5. Dave Lockins, Please Come to Boston. in the springtime. $7.50 on that. Let's go ahead and Michael Shanker sold to Kathy Dumas for $29. Boomtown Rats is a $35 start. Melanie Jennings said, give me that Genesis then, Chad. This is sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you. That's sold to you. Over here, we got Little Richard's Greatest Hits for $10. Chad second on Genesis. And Frost is still available. Through the Eyes of Love, Frost is still available for $17.50. Also in here, we got Brian Reynolds on Loggins and Messina. Please come to Boston in the springtime. Jebediah still available for $10. Graham Parker, Parker Gorilla for $10. Family Bandstand, $15. Mason Williams is $5. And the Association is $7.50. The Association, $7.50. Okay? Let me scan this other book right here. This one's only $14.99. Hardback book. It's called The Book of Horror. The Book of Horror. Scary Moments from Scary Movies. Another hardback book, $14.99. The Look of Horror. All right. Let's introduce another auction. And next is kind of been a tougher George Harrison album to get for a while. It's a German press of George Harrison's Wonderwall music. And this is a German reissue, exact year unknown. It has the company inner sleeve, so it's a German pressing of an unknown year. VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Wonderwall music by George Harrison. Does have some cover damage there. Now what forbid. I've got two horror books left, Kelly. I've got The Look of Horror. It's $14.99. And then I got Monsters in the Movies. It's $24.99. So 14 or 24 on those. And then the Hidden Horror book was $14.99. 101 Underrated Fright Flicks. Hidden Horror was $14 as well. Okay, she wants both of these for sure. And I've got that other one if you want it as well. Awesome. Let's put that right there. And John McLaughlin sold to Adam Bernardi. Yeah, man, there's a lot in here and a lot more and even better titles in this one. Oh, I pulled Jebediah. My bad. Let me pull John McLaughlin, which was right here. Okay, so let's count these and maybe try to work out a deal with somebody. So just count-wise is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I think we'll be able to do a deal with somebody. 27 LPs in here. All right, so 27 LPs. $115. 115 divided by 27. 4 1/4 a piece. 115 divided by 27. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do while y'all are thinking about that, Boomtown Rats is a buy now for $35. George Harrison, David just bid 20. I mean, it was a $20 start. Yeah, David's in at 20. Boomtown Rats is a $35 buy now. So rest of that crate for just $115. Think about it. $115 for the rest of that crate. 27 LPs, all cleaned and sleeved. They're all cleaned and sleeved. They're $115. We got an offer for $90. We do have an offer on the table for $90. While we're thinking about that, or maybe waiting for other offers to come in, I have the following. Night Ranger 7 Wishes, $35. Santana Pack 20, $35. Deep Purple, $35. Boomtown Rats, $35. That's all of our unsold Japanese tonight. Those are available. Does Boomtown have Up All Night? I don't like Mondays. That's the first track. I don't like Mondays. Nothing happened today. Keep it up. Nice and heat when the night comes. Someone's looking at you. Diamond Smiles. Windshield Factor. Having my picture taken and sleep. Steve, bundle, 90. I'll sell them to you for $100, Steve Mason. I'll sell them to you for $100. That's kind of meeting in the middle. And we'll do another one. We'll do another one. George Harrison has one bid for 20. Going once, going twice. And we've actually managed to fill up another crate. So that was our 4th full crate before I tagged this bundle. Selling off some vinyl tonight. I love it. Hope everybody's having fun. Hope everybody's highly engaged on what's going on here, because we've got a heck of a Saturday night going. I'm going to take all these books and board games I've sold over here. He said no, all in caps. Okay. All right, we might not be able to work out a deal on these then. I'm going to take all these board games and books I've sold over here. Got some more stuff like that to show. But first, let me get a better stack going here on these. All right. There's that. Let me scoot this down. Excuse me. All right. Anybody. This is sold for $20 to David Johnson. I've now reduced these 27 to 100. I was only $10 away from Steve Mason's striking a deal. I'd love to sell all these, but they might end up in a crate at another time, another place. If not, we got to move on. I won't put as much pressure on these. That's the Boomtown Rats. A Japanese pressing gets $35. Now Steve's went down on his offer. He went from 90. I was at 115. He offered 90. I said no. Now he's offering 75. This is sold to Kelly Vladicek for 35. How about we just take this off the table before things gets worse, okay? So those are going off. Let's put up some new auctions. And, a $100 bill bundle. That's all I'm asking. Surely somebody might hear in a minute say, you know what, Chad, go ahead and give those to me. You're right. I need to go ahead and buy all those. If not, then I'm going to be extremely disappointed, to say the least. But I tell you what, we got another one here we're about to knock out, I think. Let me try to find the next one I want to do over here. Let me try to move some stuff around. Remove all these posters that's on top of these crates before we have a disaster. Okay, there's that. And not that one. What's in here? All right, let's try this one. Here we go. About time for a Monster Energy drink. I tell you what, it's about that time, folks. I need that energy I had about 3 hours ago, or 4 hours, whenever. About 4 hours ago. It wore off. About time for me to chug another one and get into some kind of different animal. Let me carry this crate an awkward way over here. Okay. These items are, well, it depends. We use different services based on the size of the package and size of the package, the weight. So our ship station, it depends if where you live and so it pulls up rates, UPS, USPS, FedEx. Sometimes we even use FedEx. So that's all up to our shipping department. We've got about, collectively throughout the week, 5 or 7 different people that work in our shipping department. So I have not actually packed an order in a couple years. Well, I take that back. I went back there one day for a learning session. I wanted to kind of learn what they did and how they did stuff so I could study it. And I asked them a lot of questions. I think I just got in their way. I was back there trying to understand what was going on. $8 no matter what. Yep. And that's for 7 nights of buying too. This is our 7th consecutive live stream. This is our 7th consecutive live stream. So some people started last Sunday with Paul, a week ago tomorrow, and they've been buying every night. They'll probably end up costing us $100 to ship their order. We're going to charge $8. This is Vinnie Moore, Mind's Eye. Vinnie Moore is a 1986 OG for a $15 start, a rainbow press. And this is a good one. This is OG, wow. A 65 US OG Mondo, VG minus, $15 start. Near mint copies sell for hundreds. Laura says a top copy sold for as much as $325. So Junior Wells, Chicago Blues Band, VG minus 15. Go ahead and grab the bundle for 100, and I'll blow the air horn because you're new and you probably haven't seen me blow the air horn either. And it's all going to ship for $8. And while you're thinking about that, I'm going to go up front and grab another energy drink. I desperately need one so we can kick this last couple hours in the show right in the teeth. And let's sell a bunch of stuff. Let's do it. Make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate it. All right. This is what I'm looking for. I'm a cowboy on a record I ride, and I'm wanted for something. Okay. Here we go. So first, Vinnie Moore. I was having to send a couple messages. It's still late, but if I didn't send those, people are going to think I hate them. So, okay, Vinnie Moore. Always make sure you message the store page if it's something pressing about an invoice. There's some new people in the group, and I'm trying to make sure they know where to go. And I have some people during the night, they find us in their group. They find us in our group, and they don't know where to go. So that's what happens. Okay, sorry. No, my mic's been on. I've just been standing. I've been standing right behind the camera texting. I've been doing this. I've been doing that for about 5 minutes. Sorry for the break. Okay, so we had Vinnie Moore and Junior Wells. Okay, and that's where I left off. And then we had a question on that. We're about to do another half-off crate. Van Morris or Vinnie Moore, Tom Sullivan bid 15. Junior Wells 15. And then Junior Wells 15. Now Junior Wells 18. Hoodoo 15. Vinnie Moore 18. Junior Wells 20. Junior Wells 23. Everything's been cleaned. Yes. Yes, everything's been cleaned. Okay, so actually, Tom Sullivan, I'm going to save you a couple dollars. No one actually bid against you on Vinnie Moore. So, Tom Sullivan, you still have it for $15. And if anybody else wants to bid, it's a final call. It's an 86 OG EX, 15 on that. Junior Wells is at 24 with John Durden, and now it's at 30 with Tom Sullivan. So, right now, he has this. Yeah, everything in the bins have been cleaned, inspected, graded, and sleeved. And I do sell to a lot of people sometimes in these bundles. I know they resell. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care what you do with them. If you're collecting them, reselling them, flipping them. But, I mean, some of these bundles get so cheap. If you need stuff for shows or wherever you're going, everything's been cleaned. They're in brand new sleeves. All you got to do is readjust the price it more, price it less, whatever. That bundle is still available for $100 if you want it. Let's do another half-off crate. This crate's pretty simple. Half off, no more, no less. The price I'm telling you is the final price. This is a cool record, the Nice with Keith Emerson. It's a 72 Canadian press, VG Plus, $7.50 on the Nice. $7.50 on the Nice. VG Plus $7.50. Here we have Davy Jones. He was in a band called the Monkees. That's EX for $11.50. That's EX for $11.50. Don McLean American Pie. That's VG condition $5. Don McLean American Pie. And Dr. John the Night Tripper. VG for $13.50. Dr. John $13.50. John Dodd. John Dodd's a customer that buys he buys jazz records. Man. Here we go. Monster rehab time. This is it, folks. Okay, now I'm going to mute my mic seriously for a second. Seriously, it's getting muted this time. Okay. I can't chug that one. I can the little V8s. All right, so where I left off, Junior Wells was at 30. Junior Wells 31. Greg Beddinger on Don McLean sold. Dr. John sold to George Burleson. Eric Van Leuven second. Junior Wells is VG minus, mono. It's VG minus. Top copies have sold for over $300. It is OG. Vinnie Moore sold one bid for $15 to Tom Sullivan. Let's put up another Japanese auction. And this time it's Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe. That is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. It does have insert, cover, and obi. Next in the half-off bin, 10cc, look here. 10cc is $6.50. The price I'm saying is the half-off price. Y'all were overlooking the nice there. Don't forget about Davy Jones. There's 10cc. Manfred Mann. The 5 faces of Manfred Mann. This is VG condition, $5. VG condition, $5. I love this Dwayne and Greg Allman album. It's pre-Allman Brother recordings, now just $16.50. Buy that just on my recommendation. 10cc on Adam Bernardi, sold to Adam Bernardi. This is Todd Rundgren, Nearly Human. That one doesn't come through as often. EX, $9 on that. Japanese pressing of Patty Smythe, $35. Are we done on Junior Wells? Tom Sullivan has it for $35. I think it's up to John Durden. He says he's out. Thank you for letting me know. We have Everlasting Love, Robert Knight. A white label promo for $13.50. $13.50 white label promo, Robert Knight. Everlasting Love. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Dallas Taylor, Greg Reeves, VG condition, $7.50. Deja Vu, $7.50 on that. Over here, the Birds. This is Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, David Crosby, Roger McGlynn, Michael Clark. VG Plus, $9. VG Plus, $9. I checked every one of these. You know why? I had one before. Well, we still have one, but I had one before signed by everybody. We sold it here live. I still got one signed by Gene Clark and Chris Hillman. Not by David Crosby, though. That's now a tough signature to get. Rest in peace. But Gene Clark's really tough. But somebody wrote $60 on that at one point. Wow. I don't think that record has ever sold for $60. But there it is for $9. VG Plus. I always check those gatefolds. I think that's one, if they like signing the gatefold of that one. I've seen a lot of others sign like that in the gatefold. Okay, now over here, we have Adam Bernardi on the Allman Brothers. That's sold. Nice on my recommendation. George Burleson was second. And then no Blinded by the Light. Nope, not on that one. No Blinded on that one. What time am I calling quits? I'm going to be here selling vinyl at least till midnight. I might go till 1:30 if we get into Miscellaneous. I don't really know. I mean, it's Saturday night. I'm sure everybody's got plenty of free time, but I just don't know. I mean, I just drunk an energy drink, but it's really not that I don't want to sell. I have a lot of other stuff to do because my day off to work begins as soon as I say goodnight tonight. So I'm always eager to go ahead and get to work after I sign off. I'm like really excited to get to work, honestly. I'm wanting to do a big poster week next week, so I got a lot of work to do. Research and photograph and stuff like that. Susie got the Birds. Greg Beddinger on CSN. I have my eye on something to claim, and some better shows up. Okay. I'll at least be here till midnight, but maybe 12:30, possibly 1:30 or 2 a.m. You never know about me. Finnegan and Wood, Craze Hipsters, VG $5 on that. 2 more records I'm in these auctions. Stampeder, Sweet City Woman. That's EX for $9, and 37 minutes of Group Therapy. That's now just $10, Group Therapy. Okay, so rare blues album here. Unfortunately, low grade, but it does demand a lot of good money either way. Tom Sullivan gets that for $35, and Warrior Scandal. Warrior Scandal's a $35 buy it now. That's available for $35. A $35 buy it now on Warrior Scandal. $35. You can pick that up right now, folks, for a $35 buy it now. Okay, I did have some other 45s over here. We only did a few earlier. What the heck is this? Let's see. All right, it was some stray it's honestly New Orleans stuff I never did get to. And it looks like I priced them at one time, 10 and 15 or 10 and 5. This is Little Mac Simmons, and this is White Crime. And White Crime is on like green-looking vinyl. Green-looking vinyl. And that is, those 2 singles, $7 start. $7 start. We'll sell those 2 together. Some unusual listening there on those, okay? Tracy McFadden on Scandal, thank you on that. $35. Here's still what I got in Japanese if anybody wants to make an offer. Deep Purple, 24 Karat Purple, Santana Pack 20, and Night Ranger. Those are all $35 or best offer, okay? Next over here is Eagles, and this is the long run. And Eagles over here is a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it. It has a gatefold cover. It's the Eagles. That's going to go up for a $35 start. All right, let's keep going through the half-off bin. Nice. CCR Bayou Country. I was thinking about Green River, but this is Bayou Country. VG Plus, $10 on that. $10 on that. We have Brownsville Station. This is Motor City Connection. EX for $6.50. And James Gang Third, VG $5 on James Gang. The best of Jeff Beck. This is actually a Holland press. And this Holland press is VG Plus $7.50. And the Partridge Family Notebook, nice. It's in VG condition, only $5 on that. VG condition, only $5 on that. Let me grab a few more books out of here. I was hoping I could finish this tub tonight. So let me see what these next two are. Let me grab these. Actually, next few here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got some interesting looking stuff here. Let's see what this is. All right, let me scan this. This one looks really cool. And who is this by? Let's see. All right. Barcode scanner, please. There we go. And completed. One sold this month for $19.99 plus shipping. So let's do it for $19.99. There's none for sale. None for sale. Pictures, Alive, rock shows of the 80s and beyond. Steve, Ronnie, and Scott Davis. $19.99. $19.99. This guy looks like he is a rock photographer. Van Halen, Ozzy, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Kiss, Dio, Scorpions, Def Leppard, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of killer pictures in here of Motley Crue and Van Halen. $19.99. Very cool. Aerosmith, Dio. That book is called Pictures, Alive, Rock Shows of the 80s and Beyond. $19.99 on that. So first thing we had over here was Michael Nath on JB. Jeff Beck sold. We got Night Ranger 22, Night Ranger 25, Eagles 35. Todd's in on that. If anybody wants these two singles, what did I say? 10? $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that, okay? Todd Saw has the Eagles for 35. So here's the deal. Here's the deal on Night Ranger. Steve Mason has dibs for $25. If he passes, it's going to Michael Hamburger. Those two singles for $10. And this book is sold to Stacy Metternich for $19.99. $19.99. Whose books were these? I have no idea. I found a whole tub in the back full of horror collectibles and books. No idea where they came from. The Fifth Dimension by the Birds. That is VG, $6.50. These two singles are sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $10. Thank you. Steve Mason takes Night Ranger for $25. And we have Black is Black, Los Bravos, VG, $6.50. And the Kingsmen doing Louie Louie. Dun, dun, dun. VG, $5. Next auction is, I was trying to do the Louie Louie music there, but I couldn't quite hit the note. This is, this jacket needs to be, did it get that dusty since, looks like it needs to be, what this late, that we, like, I don't know what's happened to this. Let me, I just have to use my shirt. Let me see if they have something in here. This jacket's dusty. I don't know if that, the inside of the sleeve, I mean, Laura usually always cleans these. I think this has like happened since she's put it in a sleeve, but golly, look at the dust on this thing. Let me try to fix this. I mean, this is why I wear old gray t-shirts every day. I wear old gray t-shirts every day for this reason. It's about to become a cloth. Perfect. I don't know, that might be on there pretty good. Yeah, that's a little bit more, you might have to do some like TLC to get some of that off. I made it a little bit better. Okay, the Best of Muddy Waters. This is the Best of Muddy Waters. It's dusty. It's low grade, but it's kind of like the one earlier. Folks, this is how we normally find these, okay? These albums exist in this condition. The reason they exist in this condition, or let me rephrase that, they don't exist in high grade. They always are like this. So if we ever have like high grade Muddy Waters and you're seeing it bid up to $300-$400 like they sell for on Discogs, same thing. Top copies have sold for as much as $350. We're going to start this exact same record at $15 because it is VG minus and a VG minus cover. These old blues albums, they're just wore to death. It's like impossible to find them. This is actually a common grade. This is actually normal, okay? This is a normal grade. $15 start. Same kind of record and high grade sells for $300 plus. $15 start. It's mono. These deep groove mono, they still play very well. You'll be happy with it, okay? Now, the next thing we had over here was the following. Kingsmen was sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, okay? Before that, Denise asked how much the group therapy was. Group therapy was $10 after the discount. Steve was next on the Kingsmen. Scott said he would do $10 on this book. Sold. Okay? And then Greg Bendiger, third on Kingsmen. And then Cyclone Doug wants Black is Black. That's sold. Okay? And then Muddy Waters 15, Muddy Waters 15, 16, 17, 18. Todd Saw, you get the Eagles for $35. Thank you, Todd Saw. That's sold to you for $35. Let's put that away. Thank you, Todd Saw. All right, that's done. Boom, boom. There's that. Now, did I miss something else? I feel like Melanie Clausen asked me something. Which Santana Japanese? No Santana. Oh, yeah, there is. It's called Pack 20. It's a compilation. It's called Pack 20. It's a compilation. Okay? This is half off, no more, no less. Yeah, half off. That's sold to Denise. There we go. What happened to my monster? Let me take a drink of that right quick. I was almost choking to death earlier. Wow. Here we go. More half off. Roland Man B. Lance. Interesting. EX, $9. EX, $9. The Adventures in Utopia with Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $6.50. Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been. These are first come, first serve. No more, no less. VG Plus, $9. Muddy Waters is at $35. Robin Trower, VG 5. Double Fund, Robert Palmer, EX9. And the South's Greatest Hits. That's got bands such as the Allman Brothers, Greg Allman, Amazing Rhythm Aces, VG Plus, $9. I got another soundtrack or another auction. It's a soundtrack. And this is Smoking the Bandit 2. Smoking the Bandit 2 is a 1980 US OG Gloversville with a Companier sleeve, VG Plus, a $10 star. Shakedown on RT for Robin Trower. Thank you, Shakedown. What happened to those other books? Oh, yeah, here's another book. What is the heck is this? All right. It was originally new, $37.95. That's interesting. None for sale. 2 have sold. This is $29.99. This is called Ad Nauseum. Ad Nauseum is newsprint nightmares from the 70s and 80s. Hardback book, currently none for sale, matching the SKU on eBay, $29.99. Looks like newspaper ads, an informational book about horror ads, and newspaper print stuff about horror of the 70s and 80s. How cool is that? Hardback book, has a tassel with it, $29.99. That's pretty cool. Goes year by year, it looks like. Stuff like this amazes me. Somebody had to take the time to do this. That's what all, like big informational books like this. Like if you sit down right now from scratch and said, okay, the internet, obviously, Google Images would help you a lot, but to be able to compile all this, think about the time. Oh my gosh. Some books like this like amazes me. That's like, of course, if you're doing nothing but working on it, you know, that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, but golly, that's just amazing. Sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Scott Arnold, you were second. I've already sold it to Kelly. Muddy Waters is at $44. Smoking the Bandit, $15. We're doing a half off crate here. No more, no less. Todd Rundgren, a wizard, a true star. EX 750. We have free, nice, the best of, all right now. VG Plus, $9 for free. We have Genesis Nursery Crime, VG Plus 5. And Hot Texas Country, and that is with Daryl McCall and Johnny Bush, sealed for just $7.50. Smoking the Bandits at $17 with Justin Chase. Muddy Waters over here is a final call to Tom Sullivan at $44. Brent Robley says he is out We also have the greatest hits of Johnny Bush. The greatest hits of Johnny Bush is available, and that is sealed for $7.50. Also over here, we have Scott Arnold on the Crochet price. Crochet, The Faces I've Been, VG Plus, just $9, a double LP. Greg Preston on free, Jackie was second, William Meadows third, and Dorsey Burnett Sings, that's a 63 mono, $15 on that, $15 on that. And Carl Perkins and the CP Express Live, nice, Austin City Limits, that's sealed for $17.50. Shakedown picks up Genesis. Scott Arnold said gimme, and he's talking about Jim Croce, sold. And now Muddy Waters is a final call, and so is Smokey and the Bandit. It's up to two people, really. Justin Chase has it for $17 right now. Never mind, Josh Brown back in at $18. Carl Perkins is sold to John Durden, Austin City Limits, sealed too. Also in here, we have First Choice, the player. It does have a name tag on it, C.R. Connery. His stuff is still showing up. White Label Promo, $7.50. Tom Sullivan, Ad Nauseum. You would actually been third, and Michael Rims was second on Carl Perkins. There was actually 3 claims for the Ad Nauseum. Steve Mason said, I was first on Crochet. You were second on Crochet. The Firm, Mean Business, is $10. Cyclone Doug on Johnny Bush. That was right back here. That is sold to Cyclone Doug. Justin Chase, third on Carl Perkins. This is a 69 US, $12.50. The Fifth Avenue Band, $12.50 on that. London Town, EX $9. And Foghat Energized, VG Plus, $6. Shakedown is back, Justin Chase back in on Smoking the Bandit for $19. Let's go ahead and sell the Muddy Waters then, and Muddy Waters is officially sold. Muddy Waters is officially sold. It was Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan got that for the winning bid of $44. $44 on that. Next is Michael Nath on Foghat. That's sold to Michael Nath. And then in here, we got Roy Orbison Sings. Roy Orbison is VG Plus, $7.50. $7.50 on that. Give me 1 second here. Let me open this up. Let me check on something right quick. All right, let's pull the LP for Johnny Bush. All right, well, this was Daryl McCall and Johnny Bush. Was there another one just as Johnny Bush? Okay, so you wanted this one. So is that for Cyclone? Okay. Sorry, I thought you wanted the one with Daryl McCall. This is sold. Okay. Scott Arnold says Steve Mason can have Jim Croce. Change this from Scott Arnold to Steve Mason. So Steve Mason, you are getting the Jim Croce. And then Justin Chase on Roy Orbison. And so Daryl McCall, Johnny Bush still available, sealed for $7.50. Smoking the Bandit, the last bid on that, he went out. That's sold to Justin Chase for $19. And now my next Japanese pressings are going to go up right now. And we're going to put these up for just $1 starting bids. $1 starting bids. $1 and go. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. A Japanese pressing. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has an in honor of Mr. Peter Frampton. Badana Enterprises cordially invites you to his fan club. A fan club merchandise insert for Peter Frampton. You can also get the half-nude photo, a poster of him to hang in your living room. There's the insert. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover Nobi. Peter Frampton, a $1 start. Next is Asia. This is a Japanese pressing of Alpha. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is also a $1 start. Here's your nightly dose of Asia. Sit back, relax your arm, and inject it into your veins. Here they are. And it includes this really cool sticker insert. Look at that. Look at that. Asia. It comes with a holographic foil sticker in shrink Obi, a 10, a $1 start. $1 start. There it is. There it is. Those are now up for bid. Next question was Adam Bernardi on Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue right here, Adam Bernardi was a no condition notes record. It was from a radio station, WMOT, right down the road from us here. $12.50 on that. $12.50 on that. Regina drove all the way down from Crossville today to pick up her records. She got to see my mother today, Julie. Nice. Thank you, Regina. She drives all the way down from Crossville to pick up her orders. Sometimes it fills up her entire vehicle. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go right over here. We got Peter Frampton 2, Peter Frampton 3, Asia 3, Frampton 1, Peter Frampton 5, Asia 1, Frampton 2, Asia 1. Adam and Artie said sold on 5th Avenue. Asia 3, Asia 2, Asia 5, Asia 10, Peter Frampton 6, Asia 6, Asia 1. Next is Especially Yours, David Hoy. EX, $9. And this is a lecture. You listen to this and you'll instantly know ESP. This is a lecture about ESP. It's a 2LP. There it is. Especially Yours, David Hoy, $9. Also, Johnny Bush with Willie Nelson, VG Plus, $7.50. Peter Frampton 8, Asia 12. Billy Taylor, live at Storyville, EX, $6.50 on Billy Taylor. Lonnie Liston Smith and the Cosmic Echoes, nice. VG Plus, $10. Lonnie Liston Smith, VG Plus, $10. Let me pause there. Let me go get a few more books. We're on a book roll over here. Let's see what these last couple are. Ooh, nice. Signed comic orders. Single comic orders. What is this? That looks interesting. Let's get this big one out of the way and this little small one. And then I've got this here. Get up. Everybody's going to leave their seat. Get down. Let's do the big one here first. Boy, this one looks really cool. Sorry for the break. It's not a quick access to get to this barcode scanner. Here we go. This new costs $50. Let's see here. This is now, I can do it for half that. It looks like $24.99. Halloween, the official making of Halloween, Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, $24.99. Ooh. Ugh. Scary. $24.99. Halloween. The official making of Halloween, Halloween Kills, and Halloween Ends. All right, that's available. Next over here, Asia. Well, so where did I left off? I left off by Peter Frampton 8, Asia 12, Peter Frampton 10, Peter Frampton 6, John Durden on JB, and that's for Johnny Bush with Willie Nelson, Asia 15, Asia 13, Michael Freiberger on BT for Billy Taylor, Asia 12, Peter Frampton 12, Asia 15, Peter Frampton out, Asia out, Brian Reynolds on Hoy, and that was this ESP lecture. That's so to Brian Reynolds, and Pink Floyd 10. And Grog was second on Billy Taylor, Peter Frampton 15, okay? Ad nauseum book. Tom, you were third. It was Kelly Vlodarchek, Scott Arnold, and you were third on Ad nauseum. That's already sold. You were third on that. It got claimed immediately by Kelly, like in 2 seconds after I showed it. Peter Frampton's at 15, Asia's at 16. Okay, that's the high bids I'm showing right now. Those got started for $1. They're both around 15, 16 right now. Let's try to get them up to about $200 or $300 a piece. We got Dorsey Burnett. Dorsey Burnett's VG Plus $5. Also, we have Nocturna, and Nocturna is now $8.50, and I think that's less than what I turned down an offer for one night. We have Art Tatum Masterpieces, VG Plus $6 for Art Tatum, a 2LP. Also, Ornette Soap Suds. Ornette is EX, now just $14. EX, now $14. We have the Best of the Band, $17.50. The Best of the Band, $17.50. Over here, Michael Freiberger on Nocturna, Amanda Darby second, Asia 20, Asia 17. Peter Frampton may be done. Final call to Michael Knapp for $15. Asia still getting bids, $17.17, but it's at $20. We got the Waylon Jennings Files number 6, $12.50. There's Phantom Canuck. I knew it. He's the one that offered $10 for it one night. What was it marked? $16.99. He said $10. I think I said $12. We didn't do a deal, and now it's sold for $8.50. That's what happens. That's what happens. All right, and then over here we got Asia 20, Asia 17, Asia 17. Michael Freiberger on the Band. That is sold to Michael Freiberger. Asia 21. Tom Sullivan on Waylon Jennings Files. That's a Bear Family comp. Over here we got Rage to Live, an alternate rock album, $6.50. This is Charlie Parr, Barn Swallow, EX $9 on that. And Tommy Shaw, you may know him from Styx, $7.50. We have the Halloween book sold to Oso Adventure for $29.99. Sold to Oso for $24.99. Thank you, Oso. Great purchases still racking up there with Oso. Thank you, Oso. Let's see what this book here goes for. It looks like a little paperback here. Unmasked, the true life story of the world's most prolific cinematic killer, Kane Hodder. This is $9.99. This is Michael Alosi, Unmasked, the true life story of the world's most prolific cinematic killer, Kane Hodder. $9.99 on that, okay? That's available. And then over here is Asia 21, and then this is Charlie Parr, Little Son. Charlie Parr is $7.50. John Travolta, Disco Single, $7.50 on that. The band is $12.50 for the band. Does have a little bit of cover damage right here. And then over here, and this is Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, $7.50. That's a great half-off bin. That one's going to be definitely worthy of another read-through. So let me go ahead and try to get started with that. But first of all, let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Peter Frampton was on its last lap. Asia was at 20. Did I already pull the band for Michael Freiberger? I did. Okay, then we sold Wayland to Tom Sullivan. And then Justin Chase second. Peter Haas on TS. And that was, TS was for Tommy Shaw. That's sold to Peter Haas. And then, Chad, I've decided if you can run that Rush Presto, still available on invoice. Also, Rush Corona, Cash Point, add them on, if you can order them, and it would be on the following. So, to my invoice. Okay, so you want Presto right now. You want Presto right now. Okay, we can do that. I've got it right over here. Now, to get what I usually do, and this is for lack of sanity in the operations center, I don't ever let somebody kind of commit to putting something on next week's invoice until that week has officially began. Otherwise, we'd have people trying to roll over, you know, they'd be trying to roll over stuff to the next week to get their bill down. So what I'll do is, I think I got counterparts in stock. You just remind me the first of the week, or actually, there'll probably be some videos where you can claim them. I don't know if you're in the Facebook group. Let me figure out what I've done with those bins. They're right over here. Let me see if I can find Presto for you. But I think you get what I'm saying. Otherwise, it would get pretty chaotic. But I think we have counterparts. I think it's up front in our rack. So this is sold to you. Let's sell this to him. Sticker price, of course, that is Josh Brown. Asia's at 22. I better go ahead and sell Peter Frampton to Michael Knight for 15. Almost forgot about it. That's sold to him for 15. Okay. But Josh, you just remind me the first of the week that you want counterparts. You remind me. I'll probably go ahead and order it. Rush is one of those bands I sit down every week and I see what I still have in stock and I order everything. Same thing for Zeppelin, Megadeth, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, Metallica, Pantera. We got a couple bands, and most of their catalogs in print. Some of the biggest bands ever: Motley Crue, Kiss, Def Leppard. I sit down, I get everything together, I flip through it and see what we have in stock. And like on Mondays, Tuesdays, I go through, I order every Rush album, every Led Zeppelin album, every Motley Crue album, every Kiss album, every Black Sabbath. We order everything. And throughout the end of the week, we'll go through an entire discography at least once. And certain bands like Zeppelin, and definitely here lately Metallica and Black Sabbath, we'll sell their entire discography, and then by the first of the week, we'll restock it. Cyclone Doug gets the band, and I think that creates another worthy of another read-through. Asia is near mint minus and pristine with the sticker insert, inner sleeve, shrink wrap Obi. John Cassidy has it for 22. So there's some bands we can't do that with because they don't have as much stuff as in print, or it may not sell that fast. But a lot of bands I always have on my radar. Somebody mentioned Queensryche earlier. That's always a band. That's on my checklist. Order at least a couple of everything. We sell them. Especially bands where OGs aren't that easy to get. For example, Rush Presto. I bet since I've been doing this, I've had 20 or less copies of Presto. Probably not even that many. Over years, hundreds of thousands of albums bought and sold. Just a handful of OG Prestos have come through. So, just low population on vinyl. Okay, let's introduce some more auctions right quick. And I'm going to read through this crate quickly one more time. Okay. All right, so I have Asia. Final call now for 25. Steve says he's out. And we're going to do another dollar start Japanese, because it's one of the last ones I have that I hadn't put up yet. And this is John Fogerty center field. John Fogerty center field. It's a John Fogerty frontman, vocalist from Creedence Clearwater. This is one of his solo albums. $1 start on this. Now available, John Fogerty. Okay? $1 start. A lot of great stuff still left in here, and it has gotten later all of a sudden. We still got quite a few people watching. This is the final call for unlimited shipping tonight whenever I say good night. This is going to be it. There's one more opportunity typically in the morning. We do one more discount crate that will go on this week's, and we do one more new vinyl that will go on this week's. Those will be posted at 6 and 9 a.m. And then the next morning, Monday, when you wake up, there'll be more videos. That will officially start the new week, and then all the other streams. So if you're relatively new, that's how our billing cycle works. It's basically a 7-day open box, and then we close the books because we got to get everything keyed in, organized, logged in. It's a complete operation to get it all done. John Cassidy, $25. Off and on the last month, 17 different people here trying to get all this done. So a lot of different operations going in and out. It's like a factory. It's like a vinyl factory in here. We got to move everything around. There's some people getting it sorted. You know, we sat down a long time ago, made flow charts, and tried to lay out this place the best we could for shipping and logistics. Moving this much vinyl and having to keep it all in order, very time consuming. Probably collectively, I'd say 40 hours goes into alphabetizing. If you count up everybody and everything that gets done, just putting stuff in order, sorting it after that gets tagged. Pretty amazing. Everybody does a great job here. Final call, and then we'll try to do a bundle deal on these. We'll see. Let's read through these one more time. Okay? Half off, no more, no less. The Nice, VG Plus 750, 72 Canadian. Also, we had Davy Jones, that's EX 1150. Over here was the Five Faces of Manfred Mann, VG $5. Todd Rundgren was EX 9, Nearly Human. Everlasting Love, Robert Knight, and that was a white label promo, VG Plus 1350. Finnegan and Wood, Crazed Hipsters, VG $5. Also, Stampeder, Sweet City Woman, EX $9. CCR still available, Bayou Country, VG Plus 10. The cover does have quite a bit of ring wear. That's $10. And Brownsville Station is just $6.50. That's called Motor City Connection. James Gang 3rd, James Gang with Joe Walsh. This has the hit song Walk Away on it. VG $5. Two people are tied on John Fogerty. Adam has it for 10, and Melanie, you tied him. So that's still at $10, just FYI. That's still at $10. And let me see what's going on with this figure here. I got a toy to show you. Unfortunately, the plastic needs to be, but we'll figure it out here. All right, I'll do it for $19.99. It's a Gene Simmons toy, $19.99. Unfortunately, though, the adhesive has come slightly unglued right over here. It's still new, but the blister pack has come slightly unglued right here. But really cool. It looks like a Mego figure from the 70s. Gene Simmons, $19.99. Gene Simmons, $19.99. So that's available. The Demon. Hang tab has a little bit of a crease right there. This is from 2018. Gene Simmons, $19.99 on him. It's available. James Gang is sold to John Durden. Thank you on that. All right, finishing up this crate. The Partridge Family Notebook. Partridge Family, VG Condition, $5. The Birds, Fifth Dimension. VG, $6.50 on the Birds. That's on the original Columbia 2-eye label. Rolling Man, B. Lance. B. Lance, EX, $9. Looks like Fogerty's going to sell for just $10 to Adam Bernardi. Wow. Adventures in Utopia. VG Plus, $6.50 on that. Double Fun, Robert Palmer. EX, $9 on Robert Palmer. The South's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $9. Todd Rundgren, EX, $7.50. Dorsey Burnett, 63 Mono. $15 on Dorsey Burnett. Also, first choice to player, white label promo, does have a name written on the front and the back. No condition notes on the vinyl, though. $7.50 on the player. The Firm, Mean Business, $10 on the Firm, Mean Business, and London Town. That's Paul McCartney and Wings. Original inner sleeve, EX, $9. We're not done yet on John Fogerty. Steve Mason says he's in at $11. London Town is $9. We also had Hot Texas Country, McCall and Bush, sealed for $7.50. Lonnie Liston Smith and the Cosmic Echoes. That's VG Plus for $10. Reflections of a Golden Dream. Dorsey Burnett's VG Plus $5. Art Tatum still available. A 2LP. It's called Masterpieces. MCA Records VG Plus $6. And Ornette, as in Ornette Coleman with Charlie Hayden. That's EX for $14, $79 US. This here was Rage to Live. Alternate Rock, EX $6.50. This was Charlie Parr Barn Swallow, EX9. Michael Freiberger on the Ornette Coleman. John Cassidy picking up the Partridge Family back here. Partridge Family Notebook, so to John Cassidy. Thank you on that. And Charlie Parr again, Little Son. No condition notes, $7.50. Larry Smith on Wings, London Town. Michael Freiberger on PF. And PF was for, if it's for Partridge Family, I've already sold it. And Greg Bendinger, second on London Town. John Travolta, Disco Single, sealed for $7.50. Steve Mason, do you want back in on John Fogerty for more than 12? Adam's bidding over on Twitch. So, Steve, if you're not familiar, if you're just looking at your Facebook chat, I've noticed sometimes you don't bid unless I tell you somebody else's bid. So if you look right here on the screen, you see this where my finger is? That's somebody bidding over on Twitch. And that's why maybe you were confused earlier on the Jim Croce. If you're looking just on your Facebook chat, you're missing actually 2/3 of the show. Because there's people watching on YouTube, and those comments don't show up on Facebook. There's people watching on Twitch, and those comments don't show up on Facebook. But they do show up on your screen. They do show up on your screen right over here. See? Your bid just popped up on Facebook. But you see, he's watching on Twitch. He's watching on Twitch. He's watching on Twitch. And then there's also right now 89 people watching on YouTube as well. So you're not going to see all the action. So Steve has bid 13, and now Adam Bernardi, you're back out. Adam just bid immediately for 14. So Steve Mason, you're back out. And you'll see the bids pop up right here on the screen. Now, if you're not watching full screen, if you're not watching on a big screen or full screen or on a tablet or an iPad, you're not going to be able to see very much unless you got really good vision. Kelly Vlodarchek on Travolta. There are some people that are like, Chad, my vision, I'm wearing like Coke bottle glasses. I can't see a thing. And I'm like, well, if you probably don't watch full screen, you're going to miss a lot of bids then. But sometimes it's really, if we're fast, you can't even see them pop up. They happen so fast. That is Charlie Parr, Little Son. I don't know much about Charlie Parr, but we got 2 of his albums, and that's one of them for $7.50. Twitch shows all the chats. That's one reason we have Twitch. So what they do, they actually watch the replay on YouTube, and now they go back to the Twitch archive, and we can download all the comments, and it's like an exact record, so we can see them, because they come in the same on Twitch as they do Restream. So it's amazing. They can go down. They've been watching the sales a lot faster now. They just go through comments, and they're able to verify people and figure out who got stuff sometimes before even I get to tell them who's got it. So otherwise, it's been a slower process. All right, I'm almost done with this whole tub of books over here. I still got a couple more cool horror things here I'm going to tag. And then if nobody else wants anything in here, we're going to try to do another bundle. We're 1 for 1 so far on our bundles tonight. We did sell one. The other one got passed on. It's still over here for $100 if anybody wants it. This book doesn't have a barcode. Does this book have a barcode? This book has a barcode. All right, let's try this one first. Ooh, a little bit more pricier book here. This is a pretty specialized book too. None have sold though. So none have ever sold. So what's the cheapest for sale? Okay. So what I do on that situation, they're pricey, but none have ever sold. So I usually go to the cheapest and try to go underneath that. The cheapest for sale right now is $45.61. Let's do this one for $34.99. That's $10 below the cheapest. $34.99. Grande Illusions, The Art and Technique of Special Makeup and Effects, Original Books 1 and 2, from the films of Tom Savini. Forward by Stephen King, George Romero, and Dick Smith. So it's a book about basically the makeup effects of these horror movies. how they do it, how they design it, the history of it. Very cool. $34.99. Obviously a rare book. They're expensive, but also not many have sold. So that also means they're just on eBay for too much. So, very interesting book there. More horror film stuff. That is $34.99. Grande Illusions. The Gene Simmons figure is still available. I'm going to prop that up over here, okay? There's that, and there's Gene Simmons. So, Tom Sullivan, I'm assuming you want this Charlie Parr, right? You want that Charlie Parr. Fogarty 1516, he's out. And there was one other Charlie Parr. There's this one too. Barn Swallow from 2012. EX $9 if you want that one too. All right, and so Fogarty is sold to Adam Bernardi for $16. Just want to make sure everybody was aware of how that works. A lot of new people's like, where's all these bids coming from? Chad's just making stuff up. So no, I don't. Everything moves too fast for me to do that. Okay. And let me check on this other book before we tag these. I'm going to have to type this one in. It's called Best, Worst, Unusual Horror Films book. I have to do this old-fashioned way. No USP code on this one. Looks like it's an older book. Sometimes that means, actually, sometimes cheaper. Yeah, let's do this for $14.99. $14.99. $14.99. The Best, Worst, and Most Unusual Horror Films by editors of the Consumer Guide. $14.99. I think this has got a little bit of an age on it. What year is this? 1983, yeah. This book's from 83. Best, Worst, and Most Unusual Horror Films. $14.99. This is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. And Tom Sullivan wants the other Charlie Parr. All right. And that means I'm going to count these, and let's try to do a bundle deal, okay? Still got the makeup book. Still got the makeup book if anybody wants that one. All right, so here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's some pretty good titles in there. 24 LPs. 24 LPs. 2-4. My price on these are going to be $105. $105 for this bundle. 24 records. All you got to do is say sold or bundle, and they're all yours. They're all yours. Bundle deal, everything left in there. Horror bundle. Well, I've just got those two left if you want me to get you a price on both of those. What did I say? 10? I got 10 and 35, those marked. Kelly's going to be quick. Horror stuff don't sit around too long. And y'all will watch long enough, and y'all probably have known by now how often people get on and say, you got any horror stuff? Got any sci-fi stuff? And the answer is usually this. We did. We did. It's gone. It's not going to be here much longer, okay? Next is Michael on Art Tatum, okay? So he's going to get Art Tatum, VG Plus, $6. Sell that to Michael Freiberger. Now, we're going to do 23 records for $95. 23 records for $95. I'm going to do $10 off the bundle, even though he just bought that one for $6, okay? So now there's 23 records for $95. Let's see here. Life Kiss Magazine, Rock Candy Magazine, Kiss, Classic Rock Magazine, Kiss, Ultimate Guide to Kiss, and Kiss Guitar Player. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kiss magazines, $25. Bundle price on the Kiss magazines. Buy it now, $25. Steve's offered $75 on bundle. Tom, you got both Charlie Parrs, yeah. $5 a piece, buying all 5 Kiss, $25. 75 on bundle, 75 divided by 23. $75. Sold. I'm not going to give him a chance to say no this time. Steve Mason, rest of the crate sold to Steve Mason for $75. Let's do it. I'm going to put sticky notes around them right now. Sold. Sold. Steve Mason. Let me see if I can fit them all in the rest of this crate. Done. A clean out. Let's do another one. I think I can fit everything left in this crate. That way we can start a fresh one. All right, so we're going to move. We're going to move into a final phase, which means I'm going to start probably doing a lot of random stuff like this, even though I've been doing random stuff all night. I'm going to continue to try to find some LPs to auction, and we're definitely going to keep showing vinyl. All these kits are sold to Chris Frazier for $25. If you would have went to Walgreens and bought them off the racks or Publix, they would have been $10, $14. How much is this one? This one's $13. That one was $16, and that one was $15. So great value there for what you just got. Those are sold to Chris Frazier, all 5 of those for $25. And what was left in this tub? Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. And oh, I meant to show this. It's empty. It's completely empty. It's completely empty, but it's a cool display item. You can put something in it maybe. $5 for this King Diamond box. It looks like it was part of a CD set, but I have nothing. I don't know. You can just whatever you want here. It's a random King Diamond CD box, I think. $5. I don't know where the contents are. I think they're long gone. I was waiting until I got to the bottom of that box so it doesn't look like there's anything left. Tom Savini book for $20. What was I at? 25? I was at 35, 20, $25. None's ever sold, but they're not cheap. I mean, the cheapest one was like $50 after shipping. So half of the cheapest, Scott, $25, including shipping. Susie said she'll get the King Diamond box for $5. Excellent. Excelente. Let's find another half-off crate. And let me take this off the table, and let's keep this show on the road. I think we definitely have the viewers and the energy to do at least one more, maybe 2 more, and I want to continue to try to find some stuff over here to sell y'all. Might go to the back and try to find another tub to go through. Actually, I know where one is over here. It's got other stuff, not horror, but we'll see what we can do. I already showed these Halloween puzzles last night. These are $19.99. Happy Halloween Trick or Treat Studios. $19.99. New 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. Those are $19.99 if anybody wants those. I might set those over here so they're out of my way. Happy Halloween. Never too early for that. Anybody interested in oh, I've got a... So what's our unsold? Here, let's reduce... Oh, here we go. This is a 71 OG Pink Floyd medal. A 71 OG Pink Floyd medal. I found this in a crate last night when I was making a flip crate. Obviously something I need to run for auction. It's nice. It's actually beautiful for OG Pink Floyd medal. We're talking echoes. And this is a gatefold. Look at that. Roger Waters, David Gilmour. $35 star. 71 OG. And then let's reduce the price of these Japanese pressings. If no one's going to offer, I'm going to put Santana up for a $15 start. $15 start on Santana. Right now, we're down to 2 books. Tom Savini, Grande Illusions, Art and Technique of Special Makeup Effects. That was I priced it for, I forgot what I priced it for. I just told Scott $25, though. I can't remember what I originally said at this point. I have no idea. I honestly think I said $35, but I've already told him $25. And then this was Unmasked, the true life story of the world's most prolific cinematic killer, Kane Hodder, $9.99. I wish somebody would buy Gene because he keeps falling over. $15 start on Santana. Pink Floyd, $35 start. Excellent. Excellent. Scott said he did want this for $25. Okay. That's sold to Scott for $25. Now, I'm going to take this stack of sold books. Look at this. Oh, my gosh. Shipping department's going to hate me. Look at all this. Oh my gosh. Whoever's tagging this right now is going, golly, Chad, take it easy. You said he wasn't going to do much miscellaneous tonight. And I'm like, sorry, I found a whole tub in the back. When I open a tub and it's full of horror board games, sci-fi stuff, and horror books, I'm like, golly, this is the equivalent of going outside and finding a box of gold. It's like, man, we got to get this stuff out, get it shipped. Okay. Still hadn't found the half off bin because every time I walk through here, I find something else I need to put up. And that's what happens in this place. Goodness gracious. Getting some auction stacked up here. It's a beautiful morning. I was hoping somebody'd buy the M&M poster. Vlotter checks. Sure y'all don't need this M&M poster? Brent Robley don't need the Zappa autograph? King Diamond box. No, Susie was first on King Diamond. Susie was first on King Diamond. All right. I need this piece of paper. Here, and I'll put, who has Pink Floyd? George Scherer has Pink Floyd for $35. There's Laura's Saturday auction sticker. I'm going to put that with it. That's her Saturday auction sticker. I need to ask one of my autograph contacts if he has any Green Day stuff. He might. I've tracked down a lot of stuff for people, specialized stuff. I'm going to try to get a hold of him hopefully tomorrow when I have some time to reach out. Seth decided he thought he needed a fishing pole. He ordered a fishing pole on Amazon. It's in this gigantic box. He came and got the fishing pole and left the box. So now I'm going to take this box and chunk it over here with our cardboard recycle section. Done. I was like, you can tell you're not a fisherman if you're buying it on Amazon. Okay. We're getting there, folks. I think this might be a lore crate, and I think this one might be worthy of half off. The first few records might have been left over from another crate, but I think there's lore and Paul stuff in the rest of it. So I think we might be getting into some unusual but pretty desirable stuff. And let's do it for half off sticker. And let's do it. Let's do it for half off sticker, okay? So George Scherer got Pink Floyd for $35. Thank you on that. Santana is at 20 with Susie Breedlove. Everybody else is out. $20. All right, we're also going to reduce the price of this one. Deep Purple, made in Europe. Deep Purple is now going up for a $15 start, another near mint Japanese pressing. It's that time of night. I'm still doing a little bit of cleanup, so bear with me for a second. It'll make my post-show life a lot better, but it'll also make these last few minutes a lot better. We just got to get everything organized a little bit better. me put this over here. Getting there. Still got these books from last night. Let me get those out of the way. All right, I'll pause there. I'll work on some more in just a second. What is this record I keep looking at? Paul McCartney Stranglehold. Interesting. Paul McCartney Stranglehold. Don't see that one too often. From press to play, $5 start on McCartney. All right. Here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Let's do another one. My crate. Let me start a new crate too. This one's quite full. That one's quite full. Blues Image. EX, $11.50. And this one has Ride, Captain Ride upon your mystery ship on it. The Clown Died in Marvin Gardens, Beacon Street Union, VG Plus, $7.50. $7.50. Deep Purple, one bid, 15, final call. Paul McCartney, one bid, final call for $5. And Santana is sold to Susie Breedlove for $20. All right, that's done. Also over here, Triangle by the Beau Brummels. That's now VG Plus, $7.50. That is VG Plus, $7.50. Blue Cheer, Venturus Eruptum, EX, $17.50. There's a big name written across the top, Greg Bell. The vinyl, though, is not bad at EX, $17.50 on Blue Cheer. And Bill Haley's Scrapbook, Kama Sutra, EX, $5 on Bill Haley. And Jimi Hendrix, Crash Landing, EX, Jimi Hendrix, $16.50. $16.50 on Jimi Hendrix. We have Head East, Get Yourself Up. Head East is EX, $9. And Annie, a new musical. VG Plus, Annie, a white label promo, $15 on that. Paul McCartney is sold for $5 to David Smith. Thank you, David Smith. And then Deep Purple sold for $15 to Melanie Clausen. Here is the next Deep Purple, 24 karat purple. Deep Purple, near mint minus and pristine. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. Tom Sullivan on Head East, that's sold. Larry Smith on Bill Haley, that's sold to Larry Smith. And Adam Bernardi wants that first Blues Image. This is a great Deep Purple compilation. Woman from Tokyo, Fireball, Strange Kind of Woman, Never Before, Black Knight, Speed King, Smoke on the Water, and Child in Time. Child in Time was just used in the new Stranger Things trailer. And I clicked on it on Netflix, and one of the first comments was like, uh-oh, Deep Purple back on the charts because of Stranger Things. I was like, oh my gosh. Luckily, there's a lot more Deep Purple albums in circulation with that song on it than Kate Bush albums. Kate Bush has always been difficult to get. And then Stranger Things phenomenon hit, and then her stuff took off even further. Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us. Hall & Oates is VG Plus, $7.50. We have The Week That Was, and this is a 2023 Record Store Day clear vinyl. The Week That Was, $15. Sealed for $15. Future Birds and Carl Brommel, Bloomin'. Orange vinyl for $11.50. And over here, this is a 2010 folk EP, $12.50 on that. $12.50 on that. All right, it's Knocking at Your Back Door or Perfect Stranger on the Deep Purple. No, those are, I think, just slightly later than this one. Okay, and then over here, we had Jimmy for $10. Jimmy for $10. This is $16.50. Half off crate, no more, no less. Deep Purple's at $16, Deep Purple $17. Michael Remza on FB, and FB was for Future Birds. That's sold to Michael Remza. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Deep Purple has bids for $15, $16, $17. And as you just heard, this is a phenomenal lineup of tracks on here. A phenomenal lineup of tracks. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Let's see who's really paying attention. Let's see who's really paying attention right now. Who's really paying attention right now? I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't even know what I'm putting up. Here we go. The Doors, a 68 USOG Monarch. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, a 68 USOG Monarch. Strong VG, a $15 start on that. Over here is Kansas, Song for America, VG Plus $7.50. William Meadows, somebody's already bought Blues Image. That's already long gone. Blues Image is sold. Here's my next auction. We're going to do all these together. I don't even know what it is, but we're about to find out. This is from Amityville Horror, the Amityville Frenzy. The Amityville Frenzy. And then this is in a burlap sack. It's in a burlap cloth sack. And it is Atlas Sound on pink looking vinyl. I'll Be Your Mirror, Unicorn Rainbow Odyssey, Atlas Sound. And it comes stored originally in this burlap kind of cloth sack. Maybe not burlap, maybe just, we'll say cloth sack. Okay? Baggy. So that's a bizarre release there. Amityville Horror. And then 3 flexi discs. J.S. Andra, American Dream from Verve. All that being sold together, $5 start. 45, you can put 45, $5 start on that. Deep Purple's at 19 and now 20, and The Doors is at 15. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Stuck in Paradise by Sweet Marie. It's an OG 1972 US, and Paul has a note, rare rock album. VG for $15. Stuck in Paradise. Buddy Montgomery, this rather than that. Buddy Montgomery is an OG 1970. VG condition, $6. Buddy Montgomery, this rather than that. Over here is David Byrne and Fatboy Slim, Here Lies Love. David Byrne and Fatboy Slim is sealed. This is David Byrne and Fatboy Slim with 21 friends. I see St. Vincent. I see Natalie Merchant. I see Cyndi Lauper. This is sealed for $17.50. Shakedown on DB. And that was for, is it this record right here in front of me? David Byrne. That was fast. I didn't even know what you'd claimed. Deep Purple is at 19. Michael Remsa next on David Byrne. The 45s have bid for 5 and now 6. Final Call on The Doors, just 1 bid for $15. And I think we're done on Deep Purple. The last bid on Deep Purple was Greg Preston for $20. Soft Machine, Arlo Parks. Translucent Green, this is Neo Soul, Arlo Parks. Arlo Parks is the artist, $7.50 sealed. Cut Worms, this is a Dream Pop folk album on sea glass wave colored vinyl. That's sealed for $10. The Fatback Band, Keep On Steppin'. Fatback Band is sealed, a 2021 reissue. That originally came out in 1974. That's now $10. And we have the 20th anniversary, first ever vinyl pressing of 11 Howlin' Book. 11 is Art Rock, and that is sealed for $12.50. Michael Remsa on Cut Worms. That's sold to Michael Remsa. Scott, are you done on the singles? I'm assuming you are. Joe has them for $6. I'm about to sell them. Let's go ahead and sell The Doors to Scott Arnold for $15. And Deep Purple was sold for $20, and that was sold to Greg Preston. All right, that's done. So right now, the only auction are these singles. Those are up for bid. Adam Minardi on the Fatback Band. Fatback Band sold. And then over here, we got Franzoli. And Franzoli is Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. And that is sealed on Sea Blue Splatter. Sealed for just $15. BK, unfortunately, your bid came in very late on The Doors. I've already sold it. It's gone. I would love to have taken a new bid. I thought that was very cheap, but that's okay. This is Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana. Sealed. Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana, $12.50. Lizzie, and this is limited edition yellow vinyl, sealed. It's a folk rock album. That is now $7.50. And Fatback Band, Raising Hell, another reissue of theirs, $12.50. That originally came out in 1975. John Durden has the singles for $7. Scott's out. Joe DeGato, you got outbid. Now Amanda Darby has bid $10. Jim B gets $11. Jim B gets $11. That's sold to Jim B. Sold to Jim B. And we have Terry Callier. This is called Speak Your Peace. Terry Callier is sealed on green vinyl for $12.50. Adam Bernardi on yet another Fatback claim. That means the singles are now at 11. John Durden and Joe DeGato has now been outbid. And let's see what else I can throw up here for auction. And our next auction I'm going to throw up is going to be this right here. We already sold an OG tonight. Here's another one. This is Pink Floyd. This one happens to be a 1975 US Winchester. It's in VG condition. Breathe, Breathe in the Air. Dark Side of the Moon 75 pressing, a $20 start. Breathe, Breathe in the Air. Sufjan Stevens, All Delighted People EP. This is now $22.50. Near mint, 2015, half off of $44.99. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets is sold to Jeremy Bryant. This one right here for Zoli. The singles are at 10. It's up to John Durden now. Joe DeGato's out. And then over here, we have Jimmy Spacek and the Fever, Easy Come, Easy Go. That's an 87 Texas Blues Hard Rock. That's $10. Amanda, I think you've bid against yourself. I already had you on the singles at 10. Unless there's a bid for 11 that I can't see on that. Sorry, whoops, I just smacked the camera. John's out, so Adam Minardi on Sufon Stevens. That's sold to Adam Minardi, thank you. Over here is Bloodsuckers, and Bloodsuckers is a 77 U.S. Funk Soul. Cover damage, top seam is split. So this is now $15, and I think really high-grade copies of these maybe can get up there. The cover has quite a bit of wear, though. Ring wear and wear up here. No condition notes on the vinyl, though. $15, okay? So Amanda Darby gets the singles for $12. Anthony Godley said Dark Side of the Moon. So if you want to bid on this, Anthony, the easiest way is to put PF and put $20, okay? So PF $20, that means you're bidding, and you'll have the high bid at 20. Just put PF 20. I'll know you're bidding. If you don't want to bid and you may be misunderstood, that's okay too. But that is up for bid right now. So these two books here, I'm going to try to figure out exactly what to price them. Out of all those horror books we've sold off tonight, other than this one back here, this one I was trying to look up earlier, and I saw some crazy prices. Crazy prices. And I hadn't checked this one yet, but it's the same author, and it's the same kind of barcode. It wouldn't scan. And it also looked very rare. So here in a minute, I'm going to check these one more time. I don't know if anybody knows anything about these, but what I've seen at first glance, these are possibly hundreds of dollars. So I got it over here with my other really rare book we found the other night. I'm going to try to figure out more about those, though, before I say goodnight, and maybe go ahead and price them. So first thing we have is Pink Floyd 20, Pink Floyd 21, Pink Floyd 21. And then we have Goodley, I'm No God. Anthony Goodley. Sorry. Now, you've got to understand something. I'm a professional mispronunciator, okay? That's what I do. That's what I do best, okay? That's what I do best. So you may be forever godly. I'll try my best for Goodley, but you may be forever godly. We have Los Populeros, Born Free. This is an 82 Canadian New Wave Power Pop PP with press kit. That is $10. Pink Floyd right now is at $25. How much did the Botman book sell for? I don't even remember what that was. Generators plugged up. Thank you. We are charged and good to go. The Way Rock Should Be, Outsider. An 84 Private Press Hard Rock album, $17.50. And then over here, we have Lifers, This House. Lifers is sealed for $15. Jim B's already looked them up on eBay. If they have the signed book plate, they'll be more valuable. You can count on Jim B. He's my Jim B's my go-to. He can look this up stuff so fast on eBay. Over here we have the Super Bees. This is sealed for $7.50, and we have Mark Zodiac, and this is a 77 Private Press. $7.50. Okay, and then I claimed that Beatles book last night for $14.99. It's still available. The Beatles book, this one right here. Susie said she wants this book right here for $14.99. This is sold to Susie for $14.99. The Beatles. I'm going to put that on the bottom so I have a better platform to stack some stuff over here, but that's now sold to Susie. All right, thank you on that. That's now sold to Susie. The Beatles book for $14.99. Okay. Now, Pink Floyd, one more time. Pink Floyd's a 1975, yes. And the high bids with Anthony Goodley for $26. Going once, going twice. This is a half-off crate. I've got Hughes Thrall. This is an A2 Hard Rock for $7.50. We have Big, Bad, Beautiful Roy Burns with the Dick Groove, Big Groove. The what? The Dick Grove Big Band. And this is a 73 Jazz Rock Big Band featuring Pete Jolly, $7.50. Pete Jolly, that's the guy from the CIA, isn't it? While we're at names, my last name is pronounced Durden, not Dearden. Not Durden. Your last name is pronounced Durden or Dearden. Durden. What have I been saying? John Durden. John Durden. John Durden? Oh my gosh, y'all gonna make me. You're gonna make things worse, honestly. We got Dick Grove is sold to Adam Bernardi. Hughes Thrall sold to Jackie Reynolds. And Super Bees is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Next is Magic Carpet Ride, the Northern Illinois University Jazz Ensemble. That's a 1980 US for $10. J. Henry Burnett, the B-52 Band and the Fabulous Skylarks. That's a 72 US for $10. Rob Rio, Hot and Nasty. Rob Rio's an 84 blues album for just $5. And we have Red Dog, Standing in the Shadows. Red Dog is an 89 US blues rock, southern rock for $7.50. Okay, and that means Pink Floyd is sold to Anthony Goodly Godly, and that's sold for $26, and that is sold. Okay, Denise gave up. Denise is named, her name is Denise Offdahl. Her last name looks like it would be pronounced Offendahl. There's an N missing whenever they named you. They forgot and left out an N. It'd be much easier if they put an N in there. Adam Bernardi on Red Dog. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. So what I do, more than one syllable, I'm out. More than two syllables, I'm really out. So I try to get everything into one syllable. That's the Southern accent. That's Southern linguistics. So we live properly in Lebanon, Tennessee. Here, it's commonly known as Lebanon. It's Lebanon, Tennessee. It's one syllable. You got to get stuff down in the one syllable. You got to get it down to one syllable. It's faster. I'm a very fast talker with a southern accent, so one syllables are a must. Masada, Joe Thomas, and that's EX for $11.50. Joe Thomas, especially some of y'all's names. I have to say some of y'all's names 300, 400, 500 times a night. 10, 4, 5,000 times a week, and I'm like, I got to get this shortened somehow. We got to get this shortened somehow. The Doors, VG plus $10. The Doors is the Meters, New Directions, EX $8.50. The Meters is EX $18.50. The Meters, New Directions, $18.50. Over here, that's how I'd say it too. Yeah, Lebanon. That's one syllable. Lebanon. Lebanon. We have over here, Ron Hacker and the Hacksaws, No Pretty Songs. We have EX for $8.50. Patty K, look at that name. Oh my gosh. Karshina Winsinski. Patty K. I'm telling you, like, if you count up, I save a lot of time abbreviating y'all's names. Because if it gets into more than one syllable, some of y'all are just always on here, and I'm like, I got to figure out how to abbreviate this. It will save me hours over the course of a month. Just saying W or this or that instead of this or that. We sold Red Dog. Next over here is John McPatriot on the Doors. Nice grab there. Grog. See, I like that. Grog. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Scott Arnold. What a great name. Common. Easy. No confusion there. Billy Cobham. VG $5. Sufjan Stevens is sold. Yes. Steve Biddlecombe. Yours looks easy though. Biddlecombe. Unless that's supposed to be Biddlecombe. And then Tom Sullivan on Hacker, Ron Hacker. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. And then we have Cottonwood, Camaraderie. That's EX for $6.50. And we have the Poppers. The Poppers is VG $5, 67 OG. We also have this guy right here. Boy, don't beat him in a dark alley. Holy moly, look at that guy there. Look at his tricep. Look at that thing. Oh my gosh. That is sealed for $17.50. And we have Melanie Martinez Portals sealed on pink with swirl, $17.50 for sealed Melanie Martinez. Sealed Melanie Martinez, $17.50. Yeah, his tricep, golly. I envy him. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. Oh, my arms are still sore actually from curls the other day. Oh gosh. Planet Fitness has upgraded. They have a lot more free weights now. So they got one of those like curl benches. Oh my gosh. When I left, I couldn't lift my arms up. And my arms are still like they're still recovering. Next over here, Jim B on Melanie Martinez. Michael Remza next. And there's that. Anthony Goodley. I can say your name. I didn't realize it was 2 O's, though. See, sometimes everything's so small, I'm like, wait a minute, does that say, you know, I'm looking at it like tiny print over here. Okay. There's that. John McPatriot. I like your name because it has Patriot in it. USA, USA, Patriot, the Stars and Stripes Forever, Old Faithful, Old Glory. I like that name, McPatriot. Is that real? Is that really your name? What a name, McPatriot. I love that. Imagine, have you ever run for office? Oh my gosh. Imagine you could instantly get elected. Adam Bernardi on meters. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Be like if your last name was Freedom. I just like lifting weights. I don't like feeling weak. Ever since I got into working out, I didn't hit a gym till I was a freshman or a sophomore in college, which honestly has been a long time. That's been a while, but ever since then, I'm like, I hate feeling I'm weak. So, okay, let's go through this crate one more time. But I do go weeks sometimes without lifting weights, and then I just feel sore, or I feel bad. You'll feel better. You'll feel better if you do something every day. I've learned that a lot. Even when I have no time and I'm dead tired, if I go in there and do something, I'll sleep better. So, Melanie Martinez is going to go to Michael Remza. Jim B found out he can't quite make enough money on it. So that's sold to Michael Remza. Okay? This is sold to Michael Remza. Jim B thought can't quite make enough money on that one. I'm just joking. Okay, here we go. Beacon Street Union, the Clown died in Marvin Gardens. One more read through here. VG Plus, $7.50. VG Plus, $7.50. We have Triangle. I try to bundle these. Oh boy, a bundle coming up. EX $7.50 on that. We have Annie, a new musical. And this is VG Plus $9. VG Plus $9, a white label promo. VG Plus $9. Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us. VG Plus $7.50. And the week that was, and that's unopened, 2023 Record Store Day clear vinyl, $15 on that one. And here we have a 2010 folk EP, Dark, Dark, Bright, Bright, Bright. I don't know if I even told the title of that one earlier. I don't think I did. Dark, 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 Bright, 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 2010 folk EP, $12.50 on that one. And then we have Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing. Jimi Hendrix is $18.50. Crash Landing, $18.50 on that one. Crash Landing. Kansas, Song for America, VG Plus $7.50. Half off crate, no more, no less. Stuck in Paradise, Sweet Marie, a rare OG 72 rock album, VG $10 on that. And then over here we have Buddy Montgomery, This Rather Than That. This or That, This Rather Than That, VG $6, ABC Impulse title. Arlo Park, Soft Machine, sealed, green vinyl, Neo Soul, $7.50 on that. And we have Sky Soul, Gary, Indiana. That is now sealed for $12.50. Michael Ruttman's going to try out the Sweet Marie album. Thank you. That's so to him. What else do we have over here for auction? Auction, auction, auction. Here's a couple sealed records. Here's a couple good ones, too. These are good sealed records here. Wow. We got Sealed, The Prince's Trust 10th Anniversary Birthday Party, Dire Straits, Phil Collins, Tina Turner, Joan Armatrading, Level 42, Paul McCartney. It's sealed. Phil Collins. Never been opened before. It does have the hype sticker. The cover, where the shrink is just really tight, the cover's creased here. $10 start. Prince's Trust Concert, $10 start. And then we're going to sell these two together. Mirth, which is sealed. The shrink is torn. It's never been opened, though. And the Hello People, which was produced by Todd Rundgren. Kind of a bizarre one, that. If you want to bid on these two for sealed for 10, put sealed for 10. And then Prince, The Prince's Trust, 10th anniversary. The British concert over here, the Prince's Trust. $10 start on that. It's sealed. It's worthy of an auction by itself. Kevin J. Reitz on Hendrix. Sold. No new Funkos, no. We've officially shown all the collectibles for this week. Don't worry, come Monday, there'll be a big new wave come through. Let's finish up this crate. Wow, Nick Lowe went unclaimed. Dig My Mood. It's sealed for just $15. A 25th anniversary includes a bonus EP with rarities, blue and yellow vinyl. New seal Nick Lowe for $15. Lizzie on yellow vinyl. Lizzie is sealed for $7.50. Here we have Terry Callier. I figured somebody would grab this too. Terry Callier, Speaker Piece. Special edition of Speaker Piece by the legendary Terry Callier, featuring production by Bluey of Incognito and Mark by Four Hero. Includes Brother to Brother, co-win and performed with Paul Weller. Green vinyl. Terry Callier is sealed for $12.50. The Prince's Trust. That's actually not Prince. It's the Prince's Trust, which is some kind of British... I don't know. Where's Steve Biddlecombe at? What is the Prince's Trust? Some kind of... House of Lords, some of this British stuff that's going on over here. We have Jimmy Spacek and The Fever, Easy Come, Easy Go, 87 Texas Blues Hard Rock. $10 on that. Bloodsuckers looks pretty unusual. It's a 77 Funk Soul album, heavy cover damage. $15 on that one. Los Papaleros, Born Free, a New Wave Power Pop EP with press kit. $10 on that. The Way Rock Should Be, Outsider, $17.50. I do have a tub of collectibles I'm going to start trying to go through because one of my Sunday projects is to go through stuff like that and either A, get it ready for sale here and try to sell it, or put it out in our store for sale. We end up with all these collections. Of stuff, and it's like, where's all this stuff come from? All this miscellaneous. All right. And over here we have Lifers, this house. Lifers is sealed for $15. The Prince's Trust, a United Kingdom-based charity founded by King Charles III to help vulnerable young people get their lives back on track. Wow, I need to sign up for that. Next is Tom Sullivan on Jimmy. Tom Sullivan on Jimmy Spacek, that's sold. And Steve Biddlecombe, organizing by Prince, now King Charles Chad. There we go, see? Boom. Now, Scott Arnold's was Googled. Steve Biddlecombe, that's coming from a true British person right there. That's coming from true Union Jack right there. Nat Reynolds on the Bloodsuckers. That's sold to Nat Reynolds. Thank you. Also over here we have Mark Zodiac, $7.50. And we have Magic Carpet Ride, the Northern Illinois Jazz Ensemble. $10 on that. And J. Henry Burnett is also at 10. So, Kevin, you're out on the Prince's Trust. Guy Shard does have it for 15. And we have Adam Bernardi going to pick up the Nick Lowe. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. Nick Lowe is sold to Adam Bernardi. Here is Rob Rio, Hot and Nasty. It's a blues album from '84, $5 on that. If anybody wants these two sealed records, $10 Mirth and Hello People, brand new. Open them up, tear the shrink wrap off, listen to them. They're only $5 a piece. Next over here is Masada, Joe Thomas. That's EX for $11.50. Kevin J. Reese has the Trust for $16. Guy Shard, you've been bumped. Billy Cobham, Total Eclipse. Cobham's just $5. It is in VG condition. Cottonwood, Camaraderie. That's EX for $6.50 on Cottonwood. The Poppers is VG for $5. And we have Sealed, $17.50. And this was Beauregard, exactly. Tom Sullivan on Burnett. And Brunette is right here, so to Tom Sullivan. And the Prince's Trust concert is sealed and now at $20. Sealed and now at $20. Okay. Time stand still. Time stand still. That was Rush. A little excerpt from Rush there. I get mine back to when. Over and over again. I'm over here looking for our next tub. And I'm not talking about Ernest. Where's Ernest Rogers at? He's usually on saying something about right now. All right. Ow. I actually have some bar stools. I've ordered 2 from my distributor, and I've never shown them because I hadn't figured out how to ship them yet. or if we can ship them in these boxes. I think we can. So my distributor sells these really cool bar stools. And I need to look up the price right now, because if I mention them or show them, somebody might want to buy one. Hey, CDs. What are these? Have these been shown? Here, we'll try some of them. It's just a few handfuls. That way I can say I've shown them. I can put them in my... Are these like samplers? We just need to auction this whole box off. Look at all this stuff. Wow. All right. Let's see what's going on here. I'm not saying we're about to do CDs, but I am saying I'm going to show these so I can clean out the rest of this tub. Okay. So, Prince is at 20. The VG Billy Cobham was $5. Now 25, now 26, and Bill and Brogan on CW. CW Billy or Brogan Sconce. CW was Cottonwood, so to Brogan Sconce. Okay. Here's some $6.99 single or $6.99 CDs. Cliff Richard, Dress for the Occasion. Cliff Richard, Wired for Sound. Rockin' with Cliff Richard, says Made in England. These are singles. Cliff Richard, Solicious. These are albums. Cliff Richard, Bold as Brass. When I Take My Sugar with Tea. Cliff Richard and the Shadows. What a career that guy had. Sarah Brightman, La Luna. Surrender, Sarah Brightman. Jim Brickman, the Disney Songbook. Jim Brickman's Greatest Hits. Jim Brickman Peace. Michael Bublé sings Totally Blonde. Michael Bublé, To Be Loved Sealed. Jim Brickman Valentine. BTO's Greatest Hits. Bad Company Holy Water. Beach Boys Endless Summer. Cliff Richard Wanted. And Cliff Richard Two's Company. Some rock mixed in there. The Prince's Trust is at 30 with Guy Shard. Everybody else is out. Grog wants Billy Cobham for 5. How much for the W? How much for the W? W. W. You know, your guess would be as good as mine, because I'm not for sure what a W is. W. Like the letter, a W. Bad Company sold to Tony McDaniel for $6.99. All right, that's sold to Tony McDaniel for $6.99. Okay. And final call on that for 30. We might do a CD auction, because this looks pretty unusual and somebody might want to take a chance on them. They all look like samplers or little platter packs. Or not platter packs. Digipacks, maybe. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I'd like to sell them this way too. So, here, I'll show them to you, because I know we got some experimentators on here. So this is a whole box of these kind of packs. They're like little samplers and promos. Like there's Insane Clown Posse. I saw Pace Magazine, Ooh La La, REM Jukebox, Blues Traveler, Tribute to David Bowie. I mean, some of them may be full albums. I mean, a lot of them have, you know, a lot of music on them. Excerpts from Hoopla. They're all little small packs, though. After Midnight. There's a whole box full of this stuff. Look at all this. Look at all this. So just look at it. Would you look at all this? Just look at them. It's a bunch of them. This entire box, whatever's in here. Borner and Bad Sign. They're all comps and samplers, a lot of them. There was something with John Lennon on it. This entire box, Star Club, 15 tracks that powered the Beatles. I see something, Dance the Blues, Caroline label sampler, Honky Tonk Heroes, Woke Up This Morning, Clapton Stones, Merge sampler. This entire box, okay, a $35 start. Prince's Trust is at $40. This is a final call to Guy Shard. I'm going to prop it up right back there. You know why? Because I'm about to put this box, a $35 start. Everything right here. $35 start. There's a lot of stuff in there. It's now up for auction. Okay? Have fun bidding. Everything in that box is being sold together. All right, the next new comment was Chuck Haley wanted BTO's greatest hits. Let's go ahead and pull that out. All right, next was Paula wanted the Beach Boys CD and Jimmy Spacek. So Paula got Beach Boys for $6.99. And Jimmy Spacek as well. All right, that was somewhere in here. Jimmy Spacek. All right, I'm going to be honest. I don't think there's anything in here from Jimmy Spacek. Unless you're talking about a record. Are you talking about a record? Is there a Jimmy Spacek record? Somebody asked how much Lifers was. Lifers was sealed for $15. Half off of $29.99, Clay. Half off of $29.99. Dubaya, correct spelling. Okay, I still don't know what that is. D-U-B-B-A. Can you give me a description? Is it a CD, a book, an album? What's on the cover? I still don't know what D-U-B-B-A-Y-U-H-E is. Don't see anything like that. Box 35, I priced Lifers. Box 35, box 35, box 35, box 40, box 40, box 40. And then 36 for the Dubaya sampler box. Box 40, box 41. And Claymore said sold on Lifers. Okay. That's sold. And then this is sold to Guy Shard. Yes, you do get this right now. This is sold to you. And this is sold to you for $40. Yeah. Okay. Now let me repeat how we're doing this box. That box back there, everything that's in it, nothing's going to be pulled out. It's all being sold together right now. It's all being sold together right now. Everything in there. This entire box. What you see right here. What I just kind of teased and flipped through. Everything right in here. Nothing else can be bought. It's all being sold together. And Guy Shard has it for $50. Now, Paula had asked about a Jimmy Spacek album. Does anybody remember me buying that? I don't think so. Okay? And then We in the Same Book, JP. Guy 55. And then Guy got the Prince. Clay got Lifers. And Guy got the Prince. And I was about to bundle everything that's left. Okay, so evidently Dubia was not a record or a CD. So, yeah, I don't think that's available anymore. Now, what I am going to do is count these, and I'm going to tell you how much is in here, and we're going to bundle the rest of these, okay? And let me do that right now. So I never did offer this as a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 there, okay? 21 records. We're going to offer these as a bundle. 21 records. The price is going to be $95. $95, 21 records. Everything that's left in there. That's a wide variety of listening experiences. Let me chip away the rest of this tub. It looked like it had a lot of CDs in it. I'm trying to get to the bottom so I can go what was next over here. And let's do this here. Let me make sure they're going to be worth our time to go through. Maybe. What does this sticky note say? Everything. Okay. All right, here's some more CDs. We have Bucketheads, No Artwork, The Bomb, Bucketheads. Also, I had Eric Clapton, self-titled Eric Clapton Masters. We had John Hott, Walk On, The Best of Roy Buchanan. Patty Loveless, When Fallen Angels Fly. Uncut, 18-track guide to the month's best music. Bill Hicks, Human League, T-Rex. Peter Case, Howie Beck, $6.99 on that. Brokeback Mountain soundtrack to Brokeback Mountain. And on the back of that is 100% Live, Fleetwood Mac, Iggy Pop, Saxon, Yes, UFO, Ian Stroughfast, some kind of classical deal there, and The Who's Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99, $9.99. Those are all $6.99. This box is at $65 with Guy Shard. Everybody else is out. Paul Brothers, you're out. Christina, you're out. We still got several active bidders, though. And then everything you just seen right here, all those CDs were $6.99 each. I stepped away. Was that the motels in that bin? No motels in here. No motels in here. Guy Shard wants Patty Loveless, When Angels Fly. That's so to Guy Shard. I have priced this bundle, 21 records, at $95. Right now, tonight, we are now, where are we on bundles? Bundles tonight, we are at, I think we're 2 for 2. I think we're 2 for 2. I would like to sell this last one. Nobody on the Who's Greatest Hits? You got to be kidding me. Substitute, The Seeker, Magic Bus, My Generation, Pinball Wizard, Happy Jack Won't Get Fooled Again. My Wife, Squeeze Box, The Relay, 515, Love, Reign Over Me, and Who Are You? This has a new high bid of $75. This has a new high bid of $75 with Paul Brothers. All right, let me grab another stack. Almost done with this tub. And then the miscellaneous one on the bottom is what I wanted to get to. Probably 2 more handfuls, honestly. All right, Scott Arnold on The Who. He got The Who. Now the box is at $80. We got Tracy Chapman. Whoop, sorry. We got Tracy Chapman. We've Got a Fast Car. The jewel case does have a crack. This is Poco. Poco is $6.99. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. We got the Polyphonic Spree, Together We're Heavy. David Sanborn, Close Up. David Sanborn, Backstreet. We got Jeff Beck, the original rock and roll hits of the 60s. We have Cliff Richard and the Shadows singing the blues. Dave Bainbridge and Sally Menard live in the studio, and the Chieftains. And I've already sold the Who to Scott Arnold. Joe was second. Guy Shard has the mystery box of random stuff here. I figured that was a good way to sell that. He has that at $80 right now. I think everybody's done. And that's a final call to Mr. Guy Shard for $80, okay? Clay Moore on PS, and PS was for the, what was PS for? PS was for Polyphonic Spree. That's so to Clay Moore. Polyphonic Spree, got it. Go ahead and grab another one. Tracy Chapman, We've Got a Fast Car. Shooby-dooby-doo, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. As y'all can tell, my Tracy Chapman cover is impeccable. Cheap Trick presents special one. Copeland, Appalachian Spring Rodeo, the Paul Carrick Collection, King Rat, Beautiful Songs for Ugly Children, Hard Driving Country, Michael Karp, Clannad, Chicago in Concert, looks like some classic tracks. Black Dog, Can't Turn the Other Way. Michael Bolton, My Secret Passion. Will Chaplin, and Will Chaplin. These are all $6.99. Guy gets this entire box here for $80. Let's go ahead and officially sell this auction. I'm going to go ahead and take this in the room because I don't have anywhere else to put it. That's sold to Guy Shard for $80. Let me get that lined up over here with the rest of the stuff. Thank you, Guy. That's sold to you. That entire box. Of course, they'll probably take all those out and package them up and wrap them up and put them in your box, but thank you. That's sold to you. Adam Minardi on the Chicago collection. Does anybody want to make an offer on this bundle? 21 records. I'm at $95. If we sell these, we might can... I need to show some new vinyl. Make sure everybody's seen all the newest and latest releases to get it on this week's invoice, so you get them to your house faster. So, you know, before a whole nother week invoicing cycle happens. And let me grab the last handful here, and then what hadn't sold, I'm going to transfer. I've got a tub over here I'm working on of stuff I've shown that hadn't sold. I'm trying my best to make sure we've finished. We're keeping up with our CDs now, what we hadn't shown. At some point, I'm going to go up front where we have thousands that we went through only one time and probably do like a compilation or a, you know, I'm going to pick out like a whole batch of I can't believe these didn't sell so we can go through them again, because I guarantee some of y'all wasn't watching, or, you know, you might have missed it for a second, so we got to do that at some point. All right, here's a couple more handfuls. My Romance Evening with Jim Brickman, The Riders, Can't Get Enough, Coco Matoya, Hard Truth, Hopelessly Devoted to You, Volume 3, Noble Watts, Thin Man, Talking to Animals, Manhole, and Ray Charles, Soul of a Man, and The Origin. The Origin and Ray Charles, Son of a Man. And I think there is just a few more right here. Yep. I have Music Made to Last. What are you going to listen to next? Les Paul and Friends. Les Paul and Friends. I have Moya Brennan and Irish Christmas. Marie Brennan, Whisper to the Wild Water. Marie Brennan, Perfect Time. And then we had Chris Body, To Love Again. That's on dual disc. And then Bucketheads, All in the Morning. All in the Mind, I mean. And this is Glassjaw. And we have Jim Brickman, Simple Things. Those are all available. The Loft. That's a bizarre place to request from. The Loft. Don't hear that too often. Jim B knows the store better than I do. The Loft. It'd take me a half hour to walk up there after I clear a path. We have Barstool. Yeah, let me show y'all those. I've got 2 in stock, but I can get others. And maybe we can try to sell some tonight. I'll show y'all what I can get. First, let me tag Les Paul here for Leslie. And the Moya to Guy Shard. There was only one, right? Yeah, Moya Brennan. That's so to Guy Shard. Okay, and I'm going to clear the table of these. Let me crisscross some different ways here. We got to get our loft cleaned out. Tanner wants to convert it to basically poster and autograph center. There's more room, plus if it's up there, the more expensive, delicate, high-end stuff, less chance it gets damaged or moved around 100 times, etc. I'm pretty sure we have shown those CDs before. But as you can see, they're still getting claimed. So that's what I'm always saying. It's like, well, we got to probably go through stuff again before I officially move them and get rid of them. Okay. And an empty box. Awesome. Get rid of cardboard. Next thing I have is the following. Maybe a quick $6.99 crate. Can I show everything in here for $6.99? Let me look right quick. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Yeah. All right. This is going to be a quick. Everything in here, $6.99. Okay. Let's show some more vinyl right quick. $6.99 crate. Nobody on the bundle is Chris Brody, the trumpet player. I honestly don't know, but if you give me a second, I'll go grab it and double check it. Nobody on these. I'm going to put them with the other bundle that didn't sell then. Sad but true. $95, 21 records. All Paul and Laura type stuff, so a wide variety of listening. There's even some rock in there. Or you can make offer. I'll be listening, okay? I'll be listening. I'll keep them separate just in case. I'm going to go ahead and put them over here with the other ones. All right, empty crate. Let me transfer this over here. And now I'm about to go through a vintage LP crate. Everything's pre-owned, of course, and it's all going to be just $6.99. And I'm going to start trying to mix in the rest of this miscellaneous stuff over here as I can, okay? Try to do this because this was going to be posted anyway for $6.99. And let me go find that Chris Body CD. And BOTTI. Was that dual disc thing? Yeah, it's really hard to find these on the spine. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, he's holding a trumpet. You're absolutely right. He's holding a trumpet. You're right. All right, everything in this crate is $6.99. No more, no less. $6.99. No more, no less. Bob Wills in shrink. It's a Columbia Treasury like compilation deal. $6.99 on that. The Turtles. And this one has a really weird title. Something soup. Yeah, Turtle Soup. The Turtles is $6.99. Clean, original white whale, textured cover. Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. Bonnie Tyler, $6.99. And Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart in 17 Places. In shrink and hype. Oh, let me fix that. I'll go ahead and show this then. Shame, Shame, Shirley and Company. With Richard Nixon there on the cover. That is $6.99. Shame, Shame, Shirley and Company. So the bar stools. Let me show it and let me get a price. And let me also possibly show you other ones I can get. I actually ordered this one for myself because I was thinking I was going to buy a Metallica pinball machine. And I hadn't yet, but I went ahead and bought this while they were in stock. So they look like this, you know, just a classic bar stool design. Let me go to our top cam here. And this one is actually Master of Puppets. You can see it right there. See the Master of Puppets logo. So the top part will look like the Master of Puppets logo. Okay, and let me get a price on these right quick. My laptop's pretty much done, so let me... And what I'll do is, this is one of those items where it's understood that the buyer will have to pay additional postage. One of those few, it's like when I sell a framed item or anything like that. And so this is $179.99. $179.99. And plus shipping. And I also have a Grateful Dead in stock. I think the other one is the Deadhead logo. If you give me a second, I'll show you, or I'll read off some of the other ones I possibly can get. And I was going to get it for my pinball machine, which I hadn't bought yet. And I was hoping they had a rush, but I haven't had any luck finding those yet. This is kind of harder to do on my phone. Let me sort by price. I probably can find them that way faster. Probably the most expensive item this company offers through my distributor. And then I'll tag the rest of these. Yeah. So they have Iron Maiden the Trooper. They have Master of Puppets. They have Dark Side of the Moon. They have the Misfits. They have Queen. The Queen logo. They have Motorhead. They have Gojira. They have Bon Jovi, Guns N' Roses, The Jam, Rob Zombie, The Rolling Stones, Iron Maiden, Rob Zombie. That is some of the ones they have. So they don't even have the Grateful Dead in stock anymore. They don't even have it where you can order it anymore, unless I'm not in the right place anymore. So that's the bar stools I can get. Master of Puppets, Iron Maiden the Trooper, Dark Side of the Moon, Misfits, Queen, which is their logo. You know, it looks like a coat of arms. Motorhead, Gojira, Bon Jovi, Guns N' Roses, The Jam, The Rolling Stones, Rob Zombie, Iron Maiden, and another Rob Zombie. And I do have a Grateful Dead with the Deadhead, the lightning bolt looking deal, the Shakedown logo. Shakedown, you need that one. It matches your logo. But yeah, those are $179 plus shipping. I have them in stock. I've got Master, and I've never shown these because I figured I wanted to have all the images ready so I could just show everybody. And I wanted to take orders exactly the way God just commented. I wanted to basically show one and then take orders so y'all know what it looked like and how big of a box it's in. And I can order any of those that y'all want. Let me make sure they're in stock. They are okay. I better get the Rolling Stones right now. There's one left. All right, I'll get that one, and I'll go ahead right now and order you a Dark Side of the Moon. And he says he does understand shipping will be higher. All right, maybe let me order this right now. So 50-50 chance we get the Stones. Dark Side of the Moon's definitely coming, and it'll probably be here sometime next week. I'd say hopefully we get this last one. Sometimes they don't show up. If there's this one that might be like almost an inventory error, sometimes we get them. But I just ordered them. Okay, so I'll go ahead and do that right now so I don't forget, especially with the Stones. And did I get the submit order? Thank you. Okay, done. All right, and I still got Metallica and I got Grateful Dead in stock. I have those on hand right now. And let's put these back over here. I think the Dead, let me make sure. I think it's the Deadhead logo. Yeah. See, it's out of stock. They don't even have that one anymore. I wish I would have ordered a couple. I have a Kiss, I think, here in the store that's already assembled, like we bought in a collection. I'm pretty sure we do. I've got a Kiss somewhere, you know, put away. All right, I just cracked the lid open of a Miscellaneous tub. I don't know how far we'll get into it. Chad's getting pretty hungry, honestly. So here we go. Sorry for the delay. Tracy Ullman is sold to Leslie Holt. $6.99 on these. Adam Bernardi on the Turtles. That sold Adam Bernardi for $6.99. John Durden wants the Dick Nixon. I'm assuming that's a claim, John. The one of Richard Nixon on the cover. That's sold to you. Ken Ronan next on Tracy Ullman. Adam Bernardi second on the Richard Nixon. And thank you, as always, Guy Shard. Now, you won't be billed for those until they come. We'll wait till they come in, okay? So it won't be on your Monday invoice. We'll wait till they are actually here on hand, like always. Everything in here, $6.99. We still got Bob Wills and Bonnie Tyler. Now for the rest of the crate, UK, nice. Night After Night live, UK, $6.99. Whoops, wrong angle. $6.99 on UK. Let me go back because I was on the wrong camera angle, sorry. So Tracy Ullman, that was sold to Leslie. The Turtles. Turtles is sold to Adam Bernardi, and John Durden got that one. The Shame. Okay. UK, just $6.99. Bonnie Tyler. We have Is Paris Burning? That's a soundtrack. Its music is by Maurice Jarre. Sounds like a French name. Is Paris Burning? Maurice Jarre. $6.99 on that. Also, we have Juice Newton, Can't Wait All Night. Juice Newton is $6.99. Frankie Avalon, Venus. Frankie Avalon, $6.99. And we have Diodato, Whirlwinds. Kind of a closeout crate here. Everything just $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Is Paris Burning? That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Leslie Holt on BT. And BT was for Bonnie Tyler. That's sold to Leslie Holt for $6.99. All right, there's that. And then Guy Shard was next on Maurice. That's the Paris is Burning. And then Leslie Holt on JN for Juice Newton. That is sold, okay? Over here, we have Country Guitar Giants, Merle Travis and Joe Maphis. That's a 2 LP for $6.99. Barbie Doll, and that's Barbie Benton. Barbie Benton, $6.99. And The Candyman, Songs in the Wit of Paul Sykes, recorded live at the Ice House. I think that might be a borderline comedy album. Maybe. $6.99. Cool cover there of all those candy jars. And classic country here of Mr. Moon Mullican. He plays and sings his greatest hits. What possibly could be first over here in this tub that I just cracked the lid on? Well, first, it's a bunch of priority mail flat rate envelopes, which you can get free from the post office. I use those to ship currency in. They probably don't, the shipping department probably don't even know they're in here. There's a bunch of record dividers, which we need. Okay. And then we have this. Okay. We have a couple books. We got posters. What is all this stuff? Some cassettes. A few posters. Let's open a few of these things up and see what we got, okay? And then we have a Pez dispenser. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, no condition notes on any of these so far. Everything in here so far is no condition notes. All right. This is $6.99. Pez dispenser, Batman, $6.99. Batman Pez dispenser. How could you go wrong? Do the Menounos books have the autograph? I already looked for that, I think. Happy birthday to me. My fingers are too dirty to be handling this. No, not on that one. And yes, this one is autographed. Yeah. Silent Night. Let me make sure it's not tucked down in the pages. It's just a loose plate. It has a bookmark. I don't see one for this other one. No. Silent Night does. All right, so no condition notes. No condition notes on these either. The $6.99 records, no. So far, no condition notes. Adam Bernardi on the Pez for $6.99. Then Paula. Home of Boogaloo, Ray Terrace, a '68 Cha-Cha record. That's a big discount on that. Goodness. That might be a GMB purchase. We have Steels for $6.99. Stephen Steels. Rough Edges, Beanie King, $6.99. All the Hits by D.D. Sharp. D.D. Sharp, $6.99. Evelyn Champagne King, Music Box, $6.99. And check this out. A Nat King Cole Golden Library Collection box set. A 4 LP Nat King Cole collection for just $6.99. What are these two random posters I just found? Nectar, May 20th. The Trenton War Memorial. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. Nectar, psych rock poster, or a prog rock group. I meant to say prog rock group Nectar. That's an original poster at the Trenton War Memorial. And what else is in here? Throw away that old rubber band. This is Michelob Presents Eric Clapton. I got Michelob Eric Clapton. And I got Michelob Presents Genesis. Michelob Genesis Summer Tour and Eric Clapton. Okay, and then John Darden on Nat King Cole. Thank you, so to John Darden. Let's go through those $6.99 titles one more time. One more time. Everything in here is $6.99. Bob Wills, Aha. And then we have UK, Night After Night Live. Anthony Goodley, You Were Second on Nat King Cole. Frankie Avalon, Venus. Deodato, Worldlands. Country Guitar Giants, Merle Travis and Joe Maphis. Brooke Benton Barbie doll, Candyman, The Songs and Wit of Paul Sykes, The Unforgettable Moon Mulligan, Home of Boogaloo, Stephen Stills. We have Rough Edges, All Stars, and Evelyn Champagne King, okay? All right, so Genesis. Give me 1 second, Susie. Now, the road posters, the problem with road posters is I'm going to probably include about another $10 because we got to ship them separately. We got to ship them completely separate than all of your other stuff because they're going to have to go rolled in a tube separately. And so keep that in mind when I price some of these. Susie, I'll do the Genesis poster for $25. $25 on the Genesis poster, Susie. That will come shipped rolled in a tube. And then Jim B on the Ray Terrace. Yeah, that's like a $7,500 record he just got for $7. Everybody else fell asleep. That's why Jim B bought it. Now he's going to get that on his Discogs. He's going to list it for $299.99 best offer. And he's going to make next month's car payment with it. Thank you, Jim B. Let's check on the Nectar poster. Nectar, I don't know if I can find a comp for this. This is a little bit too hard to find here. Or I bet this might be a little bit too scarce of an item, but I'll try. Nectar concert poster. See if I can find anything close to it. It's not like it's the Doors or Led Zeppelin, but it's still a pretty unique item. Nectar. What an interesting item. Yeah, I'll say $25 on this too. It needs to be really framed and but pretty cool there. It's got some tears in it, just so you know. It's got a rip there and a rip there, but it is an original. It is an original Nectar, obviously concert poster from the '70s. $6.99, or excuse me, $25. We'll ship that rolled in a tube. How much are the horror books? I haven't officially priced those, but give me a second. I think they're like hundreds of dollars, but I'm about to find out. And Susie wants the Genesis poster for $25. $25 for Nectar. And Susie gets Genesis. And these will come shipped rolled in a tube, okay? I'm saying that over and over for two reasons. The first reason is because some people say, hey, I got my order and I was missing my Genesis poster. And then Ed has to let them know it's coming separately. They're freaking out. They think something's missing or something's lost. And we're like, just take it easy. It's in a completely different order. And then John Darren says, what was the Brooke record? Brooke Benton? I don't think there's anything in here by Brooke. There was Barbie doll, Brooke Benton. No, who is this? Barbie Benton. I might have said Brooke Benton. Jeremy Bryant, yeah, 25 on Nectar. All right, let's get official prices for these. Let's get to the bottom of this and figure out what we should price these. Because I'm kind of curious myself. Jim B's hoping I'm going to slip up and say $5 and he can sell them on eBay for $480. Not so fast, my friend. I'll let you steal from me occasionally, but not on these. Not on these, Jim. Sorry. Too good of items here. You've already made your money on the Cha-Cha record tonight. Sorry, my friend. He's right now pounding his fist on his desk. He's like, dang it, I hope Chad would have flashed those out there for $19.99 so I could have got it on eBay for $480. No. These don't make for good auctions. They don't make for good auctions because they're too esoteric. Not as many people want these. It's like if we found two people, then maybe. If I had two people asking for them, we'd put them up for auction. But all right, so there's where one signed, sold for $150, $150, $110. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm looking at comps. This over here. Let's go. Let's see what they call it. Let's see if they was original. Are they still for sale somewhere? I doubt they are. Silent Night, Deadly Night, signed book. Okay, that's just a book. All right, I'm going to say Silent Night, Deadly Night. My price on the signed Silent Night, Deadly Night. Okay? My price on the signed, this one comes with a book plate and bookmark. Signed by Armando Munez, Scott J. Schneid, and Dennis Whitehead. Hold on one second. Let me go to active, okay? Sold is one thing because they might have been listed right after they came out. And then what about, let me check on active, okay? Okay, there they are active. Yeah. Okay. This one's $124.99. $124.99. Silent Night, Deadly Night, $124.99. Signed, book plate. To my knowledge, I don't have the book plate on this one. I do have the bookmark, and I've went through the pages to see if they tucked it down in there, but I don't see it. Unless it fell out in a tub somewhere. Let me check the bottom of this tub. I don't see anything. I've got the last of the last over here out of this box already. Now, this is the first one I looked up, and that's what threw up a red flag. This one threw up a red flag because it was like, goodness gracious. All right, so happy birthday to me. And let me search this and let me pull up some other claims here. All right, because we still got some business here. All right, and the first thing we have is Barbie doll poster. It does have an inner sleeve, a Playboy inner sleeve. No poster. Okay? And then the Nectar poster did so to Jeremy Bryant for $25. That's so to Jeremy Bryant. That will come shipped rolled in a tube. Tony McDaniel said, whatever. I don't think that's a claim. He said, whatever. And then Adam Bernardi wants to see the Stephen Steels. Stephen Steels is called Steels. It is $6.99. Okay? $6.99. And Adam Bernardi said he'll take it. No. John Durden said he'll take it. Okay? And Adam Bernardi said he'll take Stephen Steels. I'm sure they sold these books. Some were signed and some wasn't. They do that all the time. I'm on a couple websites that do limited edition signings for albums and books, and I get emails all the time. It's like unsigned $35, signed $95 or whatever. Okay. And then this one hadn't sold but twice this year. And they were both signed. Maybe because because this person bought two, they only bought one signed one. Actually, you can, is this like a sticker? Yeah, see, they never did put it on the page, but this one does say Deadly Night. Man, that Donald Trump book, I think you could have bought those for $2.99, and they're selling for like $1,500 now. I'm going to say the same price on this one. I think this one, same price on this one. I think this one demands more money. It's pretty confusing, but I think this one demands more money. So I think if this one was signed, it'd be about $50 more. But I'm going to say they're $124.99 each, and this one's signed. But it seems like this one's more desirable. Just based on sold prices of signed and unsigned ones, But that's the best way for me to do it. $124.99 on that one. Signed books are good. It doesn't matter who it's by sometimes, because if they go out of print, they could be signed by a president, they could be signed by an actor, but all of a sudden, book collectors are like, oh my gosh, I got to get the signed one. And I've seen them, like that Geddy Lee book. I bought one of those originally. I think it's done really well. I bought even if it's just by the author, but there's a couple big biographies that's come out recently. I went ahead and bought some of those. I don't even read them. It's just something I'll get email solicitations for, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. Boom, I'll take it. You know, it's like, man, that's probably going to be a pretty good item. I mean, to me, a biography signed by Geddy Lee, I'm like, yeah, I'll take one. Just whatever, $55. So, Jim B's like, dang it. Chad actually knows what he's doing, and he priced these at a fair price where I can't make any money on them. $124.99. That is a fair price. And if anybody wants them, let me know. Let's bundle these last few records in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 records. 10 records, $35. Who wants those last 10 for a bundle? $35. That's all it takes right now is you say bundle or sold. Now I'm going to get them down half off at $35 if you buy all of them. How much, Chad? Yes, you heard me correctly. Just half off if you want them. $35. Let's try to clear those out. I might do another quick little $6.99 crate if I can find some. I think I know where some's at. But surely somebody might want to really, just a little bit of a bundle there. I mean, Diodato was originally marked $14.99. Whirlwinds, they got some pretty cool music. Diodato. All right, let's see what else is over here in this tub as Jim B pounds his fist on his desk. Ah, dang it. Dang it, Chad didn't slip up this time. Ah, my Ferrari's going to get repossessed. Dang it, you, Chad. Dang it, Chad. That's a bunch of tchotchkes in there. I can't go through all that. A lot of cassettes and stuff. What's underneath it? Toys. Toys. Nice. Toys. What do we got? Who do we got here? Toys. Toys galore. I like toys. Let's see what these first couple are. I like this one. Signed? Pfft. Probably made after he died. Hopefully these things register on barcodes. This is 1999. Spawn McFarlane Classic. McFarlane Toys Spawn Classic, and this is Clown. Clown. That's 1999. Who have they not been asking for Spawn stuff? Especially when it comes to comics. This is $29.99. This is the Mickey Mantle McFarlane, $29.99. Number 7. 7. Soda. Mickey Mantle. Very cool. That one's $29.99. In his batting stance there. Wow. That'd be a pretty cool thing to go back in time and watch. The 54 Yankees, the 57 Yankees. Very, very cool. The mantle is $29.99. I've already walked over here to see what else is in here. I think I got one more crate of $6.99. I was really wanting to sell the rest of these. You know, if somebody bought that last bundle for $35, you could highly motivate me to perhaps grab this other one over here. Otherwise, you know, I'm going to be sad and disappointed. And wow, that's got some age on it. That's pretty cool. Let's see what these things go for. The rest of them are all loose. Oh. Paul always told me, he says it takes a talent to be able to price loose action figures. Box stuff's easy. You get a card, information. Okay, so we got Adam Minardi, Mickey Mantle, 20, and then Tom Harris says he'll take it. Adam, it's yours for 29. I don't think I was going to take any less than that for it anyway, so I kind of like it myself. But $29.99 if you want it, Adam. If not, Tom Harris says he'll take it. There's some other looking Spawn things coming up here. Let me scan some barcodes. I'm telling y'all, we got enough stuff in this building for a lifetime. And at the rate we buy, it just keeps getting added on. I'll do this one for $29.99. I'll do this one for $24.99. $24.99. Hostile Butcher. I don't know what this is from. Hostile Film. Is that a movie? HOSTEL. $24.99 on that. Looks like some kind of demented butcher that's going to chop you up. All right. Tom, you were second on Mickey Mantle. Adam says he'll take it at full price. So let me tag that and put it away. But first, let me price these other two. I'm not familiar with this series. This series here, none have sold. Okay, so we'll say this is $14.99. This is some kind of Spawn. Is this Spawn World? McFarlane. It's got some damage to the top of the box, too. Who is this? Ultima Online. Is that the name of the person? No. It's Adrenath, Eternal Watcher of the Mirror. The Ultimate World of Ultima Online. Yeah, that's not Spawn. I don't guess. It's Ultima Online. And let me see what's going on with this feller. This is a retro item here. Awesome. Will the skew work? This is $14.99. This is a Rugrats original Chucky. Or, yeah, Chucky Squeezable Light. $14.99 on that. New and packaged from 1997. I was 2 years old. That's my childhood show, the Rugrats. I was 2 years old, everybody. $14.99 on Chucky. That looks like something Seth would buy. All right, so let me take some of the stuff in here right quick, along with the Mickey Mantle, which is sold to Adam Bernardi for $29.99. Let me take this right over here. A couple interesting items there. And I think the rest of those figures are loose, which makes it much more difficult. But man, some of those loose figures can be just as expensive as boxed. Believe me, I have found some crazy expensive stuff before. Of course, if they're vintage looking, you obviously want to check them, but I have found some pretty wild loose figures. All right. Run down, beep, bop, bop, bop. I don't know if I want to go through all those. This can be pretty time consuming. All right. So Levi's lobbying for me to show them. Nobody on this bundle. So disappointing. So close to going through another $6.99 crate. Guess we're getting near the end of vinyl. Unbelievable. All right, let's see what's going on over here. Everybody still with me? Anybody willing to say hi, Chad? Thanks for spending your late Saturday night with us. You could be home right now eating popcorn, watching The Fugitive. Some of these I know. Oh, they good. They have identification with them. Never mind, we got identification. I know who he is. I don't need identification for him. And I know who this is, I think. Some of these say Spawn. Somebody was really, really helpful. Somebody was really, really helpful here and gave us some clues on these. Let's do $6.99. We had to sell these last 10. I was going to try to sell these last 10 for $3.50 each. $35, and that was going to motivate me to get into another crate. But I didn't have any takers on the cheapest bundle of the night, $35, to keep vinyl going. Somebody might be willing to pay the price. WRSE of Spawn 2. How much time do we have left anyway? We don't have a lot of time left anyway. WRSE of Spawn 2. That's what that one says. This is obviously Bruce Lee with his nunchucks. I don't think those are nunchucks. Those have a... Bruce Lee is a sideshow. Boy, this has a lot of small stuff. Let me be careful with this. Let me put those over there. That's got too much small stuff in it. Let's grab these guys. These are... They look like Predator, yeah. This is Stalker, the Predator, and Not Relon Predator. What'd you say? That's a $20 figure. This guy here, is that an offer? I would love to sell. I'll sell it to you for $20. 1995 Kenner. Okay. All right, let's do another $6.99. Dang it. I hate having stuff left behind like this. Let's do another $6.99. Don't go to bed yet, everybody. I have like a little short crate over here. If anything, I can condense them and maybe we can bundle what's left at the end. I think I can do these for $6.99. I think it's some stuff that was maybe left from a half-off bin, so now they're probably going to be even further reduced, because if something was 10, that means it was Probably now $6.90. If it's $19.99, it's $10. Now it's $6.99. A Sanj gun. There we go. Bruce, I'm checking them right now. Bruce. Oh, wait a minute. I don't see one where he's holding this particular. I'm sure he came maybe with other stuff at some point. Is that him there? That might be him. No. $10 on Bruce Lee. I'll grab some more. Let's show these for $6.99. The Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic. The Dirt Band is $6.99. So is Minnie Riperton, Stay in Love, a romantic fantasy set to music. That was originally $29.99. $6.99 on Minnie Riperton. Dirt Band Jealousy, $6.99. We have Chris and Rita Breakaway, $6.99. So Levi, what is this guy called? Because I might make little signs for these and put them in our display case up here. So is this just Spawn, some kind of... I don't know anything about Spawn, but if you could... I want to look this up so I can know what to call it, make a little hang tag for it. And same way with Bruce Lee. I mean, if you don't buy this, Scott, I'm probably going to put it in our case and put Bruce Lee $14.99. So if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $10. Okay? And then we got Minnie Riperton. That's sold to Jim B for $6.99. He stole that one. We have Mike Oldfield Islands for $6.99. Jim wants Burf Dirt Bands. There we go. Thank you, Jim Ciascio. $6.99, $6.99. Let me take a little hit of Monster. So it's just Spawn, Curse Spawn. Okay. I've got Ozark Mountain Daredevils for $6.99. Also, we have The Outsiders album number 2. Outsiders is $6.99. That is a Stereo Press. Also, Jonathan Winters' Wing It comedy album, $6.99 on Jonathan Winters. Ike Turner, Bad Dreams. That was originally $29.99. Ike Turner was originally $29.99. 1973 OG. Also, we have Straight Lines, Run for Cover. That's $6.99. Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, The New Religion. That is $6.99. Chip Taylor's Last Chance, and Chip Taylor was a white label promo. And then Julius Rector and the Baja Mariba Band Four-Sider, $6.99 on that. Scott Arnold wants Bruce Lee for $10. You got it. We'll need to put him in a new bag or baggie or something so we don't lose his stanky there. I still don't know what that was, how to pronounce that accurately, but my linguistics aren't the best when it comes to foreign words, much less English. All right, let's see if I can find some more right quick. Figures and records. Clearing out some stuff over here. What's the other loose stuff we got over here? There's about 10 more packages of loose figures over here. This looks like Spawn. Or Spawn stuff. Maybe. I don't know. We'll ask Levi and Scott. They seem to know a lot about this stuff. This looks like Spider-Man, people. And then, let's do this one random... Oh, I know who that is. That's... Well, I won't tell you till I show you because someone might jump the gun. I don't like people jumping the gun on me. A Sunset Sukan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm highly skilled. I can fight just like Bruce Lee. Just so you know, I can fight just like Bruce Lee. And speaking of Bruce Lee, here's his son as the Crow, I think. Eric Draven. Is he supposed to be missing a hand? Is his hand in there? There's that guy. It looks like his hand's missing, though. Okay, so that might be unfortunate. All right, then what is all this? We got Well, this looks like the Green Goblin, right? Yeah. Looks like Spider-Man villains. There's the Green Goblin. There's this guy. Let me move these expensive books out of the way. Nobody wants to make an offer on those because I'm about to lay some other stuff back here. There's that guy. There's this guy. There's another. Oh, that's an orange goblin, I guess. He looks like a Spider-Man villain too. That's something Spider-Man related. And then there's a bunch of pumpkins. There's a bunch of little pumpkins that I think they go with the orange goblins. And then let's see what all the cards say. I'm going to put the pumpkins in my pocket before I lose them. Hobgoblin. Hawkeye. Spider-Woman. Hobgoblin. Green Goblin. There you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think those are too expensive. I'll say $25 for all those. $25 for all those. And then this guy here looks ginormous. And this guy is in 2 pieces right now. It's Dark Knight. That's what the tag says. Susie needs those for her grandbabies, don't you, Susie? Ooh, what is that? Is that supposed to be part of it? I think this guy might be broken. Yeah. I'm not sure what happened here. Who was he and what's he from? Oh, and he's got this thing. I'd hate to walk into Walmart and see him shopping for milk. Excuse me, sir, can I get a gallon of milk? You're kind of in the way. Let's put them right here. All right, Susie, I'm going to put all these in a baggie for you. Another version of Spawn. That's Spawn after he got a hold of some steroids. And here's all your pumpkins that were in my pocket. Susie, I had to put your pumpkins in my pocket there for a second. Very nice. Very, very nice. Turn my back to the wind. Dun dun dun. So doobity bobbity bop. Dark Knight. That's the other version of Spawn. Anybody else on these $6.99 records? Julius Wechter, Chip Taylor, Jimmy James, Straight Line, Ike Turner, Jonathan Winters, The Outsiders, Ozark, Mike Oldfield, and Chris and Rita. Just $6.99 on those. $6.99 on those. I just added them to the other crate that didn't sell. The other bundle crate that didn't sell. Time stands still. And let's see what's left over here in the tub of figures. Not much left now. We got ooh, that could be cool. All right, let's do these 3. I better show them while Levi's watching and Scott. That way we can at least figure out what we got here. We can at least figure out maybe what these are, so I'll have a record. And I might get whoever's watching to write it down, so we'll have a... Or maybe here at the end I can do a big bundle, figure bundle with somebody. Let me use this for a table right quick. This sounds interesting. This is... How old is this? 50, 60, 72. This is 1972, Migo, The Wicked Witch of the East. Is this really from 1972? Yeah, and then there's a Tin Man parts. I forgot they made those. So this is Wicked Witch. This is Migo from the 70s. Vintage. Let's see if she's complete. So we got the Tin Man's head and boot. There you go. That looks like something off Toy Story. Who's the kid who destroyed all of his toys into demented figures? Whoop. I was afraid that was going to happen. There went the Tin Man's arm. This isn't a good table. There's holes in it. Let me lay everything on top of this bag. So we got, I think these are her shoes, definitely. They look like witch's shoes. No, they look too big. That's the Scarecrow shoes. These are her shoes. Or does she come barefooted? Was the Wicked Witch barefoot? She's looking for a ruby slipper. She didn't have any, did she? Or those were her sisters. Something happened. Boy, what happened? Somebody decimated the Wizard of Oz characters. There's Toto. I bet this by itself might be a pretty good item. Toto, Migo. Toto sells for 17 and 7, and that's about it. Anybody interested in this? Where's her hat? She has no hat. She has no broom. She stole Toto. She stole everybody's shoes and feet. She decapitated the Tin Man. She cut his head off. And she stole everybody's feet. That was some kind of gruesome, that's some kind of alternate Wizard of Oz I've never heard of. $20 if anybody wants all that stuff. Parts and pieces of the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, she kind of went on a killing rampage. She cut off everybody's feet and the Tin Man's head. $20. $20. $20. I honestly don't know where these came from. This is what happens when I open up random boxes back here. It's like, don't know where they came from, whose they are. Well, I mean, I know who they are. They're ours. I know they belong to us. That's a line from National Treasure. National Treasure 2. He says, what is it? He says, I don't know, but it belongs to us now. That piece of the book or whatever. He's like, what is it? Like, I don't know, but it belongs to us. That's how I am with a lot of stuff. I'll see stuff or we'll go look at collections. And I don't even like looking through the stuff. I'm just like, I've told Paul to use the same strategy buying. I was like, if you go somewhere and somebody's got like a whole house full of stuff they want to sell, just try to buy everything. Just tell them you want a price for everything, box everything up, and let's get it out of here. We'll store it. We'll go through it all later. Just make an offer, $80,000, box it up. We'll figure it all out later. We don't have time. We'll do it at 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning. This is Mad May, the Road Warrior, and Feral Boy. Who are these people? This is Humongous with Max. Mad Max. Oh, okay. Mad Max. And Humongous. Stuff from Mad Max here. Okay. I got the piece that fell down already. Yeah. That was one of the Tin Man's feet. Anybody interested? Make offer. Mad Max. If you're interested in anything, make offer. Here's the other ones. Let's see what this is. Any LNWWF figures? Well, we're on our last two. We're on our last two figures. So what you see is what I got. This is Snake Plissken, and his wrist has been shot off, but he does have a gun. Almost. And this last one is, well, I think there's one more over there in the box. Sawyer Noggin. What a name. Sawyer Noggin. Here is Humongous with mask and some kind of demented looking weapon made exclusively for killing people. I don't think that would have many other purposes. This gave him a good chiropractor adjustment. These guys need to put on some more clothes, though. Goodness. Time stands still. Boom, 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 boom. Humongous. Trying to find a comp before I sell them. I don't see anything that looks like this. Am I spelling it right? Humongous. Well, you'd think this stuff would be everywhere, but I don't see anything. That's weird. You think there'd be some kind of comp on here. I must not be spelling it right. Yeah, I don't see anything. There's nothing on, I mean, there's nothing remotely close to this on here. Are we sure these are McFarlane's? It's from the year 2000. Trademark 2000. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sell something for, you know, that didn't really help me either. No. It's probably part of a bigger set. They probably all were sold together, so probably somebody. But you would think on eBay there would be at least one. There we go. There's this guy. There's where that guy sold for $16.99. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. I still don't see this exact one though. I'll say that for $8. Okay. I'll say that for $8. That's pretty remotely fair. Okay, let me go see if there's anything left in that tub. If not, I need to stop. I got to eat. I got to, unfortunately, now put all this stuff away, which means I'm going to have to sleeve them and put prices on them and put them out for sale in our store. But luckily, thanks to y'all, I know who some of them are now, so I'll have a little bit better luck. I'll have a little bit better luck probably selling them now. It's hard to sell stuff if you don't know. Luckily, Google Images is a friend now. I just saw somebody say that. Yeah. If I had a little bit more time, I have two phones. I have this phone, and when I'm doing a lot of research, I got a barcode scanner. I got two phones, and I can look up stuff really fast. But kind of right now, I'm just like chipping away at it. But I did just go through two whole tubs. And now everything left is in one tub. Oh, this isn't a figure. It's just looks just like an Austin Powers booklet or something. This was the last thing over here in this tub. And yeah, I've seen those McFarlane. Looks like just like a catalog. Ozzy, I've had Ozzy. Definitely had the Yellow Submarine. I've had Ozzy many times. I've had Michael Myers, lots of Spawn. I've had all the Austin Powers. There it is. Okay. Anybody want to make an offer on any of this random? Oh, there was this guy too that had some small stuff. Hold on a second. I got this guy here. He had some either broken or really small figure. It looks like some stuff broke. This guy, and it is Master and Angel. Looks like they've been beat up pretty bad though. Candelabra that got broken. Okay. So there's that. I was hoping somebody'd be like, Chad, I'll give you this much for all the figures. The loose ones, that is. Anybody want to make an offer? This guy that's in two pieces that I just dropped because I forgot he's in two pieces. And what else? Well, basically everything's still on the table. The Spawn, the Predators, the Wicked Witch. That's Angel from Buffy the Vampire. That's Spawn. The Predators here. Basically, all this right here. And then there's that one box figure. But I was just talking about the loose stuff. Because that's a lot of time for me to recategorize all that and bag it and try to sell it here in the store. I'd rather sell it to everybody, somebody one shot. But the show is near, and we actually don't have hardly any time left on Facebook. So the feed's about to end over there. So if you have any last words, you probably want to go ahead and get it in on Facebook before the show is over there. You don't want it to end and you didn't get your goodbye in. But, wow, what a week. What an absolute crazy week. Any 10-year-old. Actually, I'd say probably most people who have these or collect these, I'd say their average age is about 90s McFarlane stuff. Probably most people who collect this, their average age is about 50. I bet 45 or 50 years old that have collected this stuff or still collect it. But if you just wanted some play toys for some kid, it'd be a good little lot too, I guess. I didn't play with stuff that looked like this. This kind of stuff to me was like, what is this? Some kind of evil, demented, what is this stuff? Let's see how old Levi is, if he's willing to say. Levi, how old are you? Let's get Levi's age. He knows this stuff forwards and backwards, it looks like. I bet he's around the age I said he was. Collecting since 92. That's over 30 years ago, so you had to be at least 20, right? A lot of people started collecting McFarlane stuff in their 20s and 30s 30 years ago. 46. I had a feeling. Mid-40s, 50s, yeah. Most of the people started collecting this, they were in their 20s 30 years ago. So McFarlane was huge in the 90s and early 2000s, and you got to think, that was 25 years ago, and if they were 20 then, so, yeah. 2000 was 25 years ago, folks. So if you was a young adult buying this stuff at where'd you buy all this stuff? Spencer's and Sam Goody. That's where a lot of this stuff was sold. I mean, I was young. I remember like 5, 6 years old. This seemed like stuff adults were buying. And I was like, pretty young, but I remember it. I thought it was, like stuff for adults because a lot of it was expensive, Some of those like sideshow figures and stuff, I mean, that was like adult toys. It was like adult movies, adult toys. And a lot of it's held its value pretty good. Yeah, Sam Goody. I love going in there. It was like music. I didn't know what it was. It was toys. I didn't know what it was. Walmart had some too. Yeah. I think of Spencer's selling stuff like this. Sam Goody. And, yeah, I forget about Toys R Us. Comic book stores, that's right. Stores like record stores, places like Collectibles, but back in the 90s. Because then, we sell new toys now, and I tell people the same thing. I'm like, well, some of this stuff 30 years later has held its money pretty good. Some of it's went up, some of it's went down. A lot of it's went down, a lot of it's went up. A lot of it's, the same. KB Toys. Oh, man. I love KB Toys. Tower Records. Wow, look at all these flashbacks. KB, oh my gosh. My mom would be like, we're not going in there. That was like I barely remember Toys R Us. I mean, those were in Nashville, which is that was like an hour drive for us. Lebanon, where I live now, it's like a half hour. But for us to go to Nashville was a pretty good deal, pretty big deal to shop. And so all the Toys R Us was in Nashville. And I was like, I don't remember much about Toys R Us, though, because most of them started shutting down after I got too old probably for toys, but I was always interested in them because I always bought and sold collectibles. Sears. I don't remember many toys in Sears. I remember going in Sears. It always looked like it was going to go out of business. That's what I remember about Sears. And that was when I was a kid. And they finally eventually did. I'd go in there and I'd be like, man, this place is boring. My mom would go in there to shop for clothes and I'd be like, gosh, this place looks terrible. It's like drab and lights are flickering and the ceiling tiles that need replaced. But it was fun to go to electronics. You go back there and see all those big projection TVs and stuff. I was like, wow, look at these giant TVs that we'll never be able to afford. And now they're sitting in dumpsters. All those gigantic projection TVs. Oh my gosh. But I remember back there, they was all like on the same channel. You could stand back there and just look at them all. I was like, wow. Look at all this stuff. Stereo systems for cars and all that stuff that was big back early 2000s. I would have been like 6 years old. People back there buying speakers for their cars and stuff. Need for Speed type stuff. All right. The flashback's over, everybody. This is why our logo says Collectco, Collectibles Nostalgia Auctions. That's what we do. We have collectibles, we sell nostalgia, and we do a lot of auctions. Thanks everybody for watching. Good night. The week is over. You got one more opportunity to buy things, and that's with the video I'm going to be posting at 6 a.m. So thank you for that. We are officially wrapping it up here, folks. Good night. And we are done from Collectco. We have sold a lot of vinyl tonight. We have sold a lot of miscellaneous tonight. And we're going to do it again next week. I'm going to finish with the top cam view. Thanks, everybody. I'm about to wash my hands, go eat my Arby's, and I'm going to go home and watch a movie called Citizen Kane. I'm about to go home and watch a movie called Citizen Kane. Never watched it. I'm going to go home and watch it. I think I'm going to eat my Arby's there at my house and to watch it. I'm kind of excited. I've never seen it. And ever since that sled from the movie sold this week for $14 million, I've been like, holy crap. I want to go watch this movie now. Somebody's willing to pay $14 million for a sled that came from the movie Rosebud. So, yeah, I'm excited. If I can get home early enough, I don't have to worry about, like, I usually stay up late anyway. I usually stay up, like, you know, till in the morning. But now I don't have to worry about, like, doing a stream tomorrow. So it's like my day off officially starts now, because I'll go back to work tomorrow night here, but I won't be doing a stream. So my day off officially starts right now. So I better get in a movie. I better sleep, and because when I come back tomorrow, I'll be working again. So really not a day off. I've got like an evening off. I've got technically an evening off, so I won't call it a day. Thank y'all. Good night. I look forward to 7 more days with you starting Monday, because I'm probably next Sunday going to be doing a coin and knife show. We've been buying some stuff. I'm kind of excited for it. And that's all she wrote. See y'all Monday, 5:15.